Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is G, and this is Monday Night Madness with, with these crazy
Woo!
individuals.
Woo!
Stop picking on me.
I hope there's enough light.
Let's get mad.
This is funkin' mad right here.
Woo! How is everyone?
How are we,
How is...
Mrs. Austin, Sammy, and Mick? Oh, sorry, I forgot who the host was.
Hello,
I'm
I'm
happy
lawn
to
mowing
report that
business.
we got.
Hello, I'm lawn mowing business.
Yeah,
Just
tell
happy to
everyone
report
about
we
your
got
new
some rain.
call me
business,
Jim's
Sammy.
mowing. What?
Tell everyone about your new business.
Oh, my lawn mowing business. Oh, it's
Yeah,
been running for a while now. We've got
You're
a
not
couple of
running.
clients.
been running.
Got a couple of clients that run through a Jim's mowing franchise, and I just thought it might be a good opportunity for them to come on and really sell the business, get some clients. And now with TikTok and stuff like that, it's really going gangbusters. Because what I've actually been doing is I've been doing lawn reviews where I go and film TikTok videos for for people's lawns. It's just like it's a thing that I do just to make myself feel good, you know?
You should start a OnlyFans, but call it Only Lawns. That would be a
Oh,
great business.
and then the slogan could be very 70s.
And then he runs the fucking
Yeah.
lawnmower over his head. Look at it.
And then the slogan could be very 70s because it was all about Bush in the 70s.
Yeah, gotta love a bit of Tassie Bush.
Don't get me started on
Anyway,
Tasmania.
welcome, Donna. We have a Just Rant already. Roger, Steam Train Mark, Paul, still pulling, Mayhem,
Still pulling.
and welcome, Chriso. No, he's not Hungry Jacks anymore. He started a new business. And we got Cody, the Aussie Alistair fan brony.
And
Anyway, and Paul again.
this one.
Oh,
Oh, stop picking on
picking
me.
on me.
Oh, fuck it. I'm not going to rate the chip.
You know what? I got.
I'm going to eat the chip.
I've got a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was. Must have been from earlier.
I had 3 yogos before I came on stream.
Fucking nightmare.
Oh, man, you were smashing them down.
Yeah.
This is a
You worked up a appetite from the lawn mowing business, did you?
Yeah. The lawn mowing's been hard, especially in this heat. 33 degrees.
Fuck your heat.
Oh,
But you don't even know what it's like to mow lawns in the scorching heat. You wouldn't understand. You've never mowed a lawn in your life. You're not even a
oh
professional.
no.
This is the
No,
Godfather hat.
I just use a pair of scissors. Just go around and trim the blades of grass individually.
Yeah, that's
just
very
need to go-
good.
Can you?
That's very Perth.
Yeah.
We just let
That's
the
very-
animals and the nature eat all our grass.
That's
don't
very
really have
Melbourne.
It's like it's kind of just out
That's
there.
the
for
way
security.
that's the way Sammy does it, Mrs. Austin. He just goes around and just chews it down like a goat.
I use a Phillips
Yeah. What a screwdriver.
electric razor.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean a Phillips head screwdriver?
I had my brother's weekend, so I thought I'd spruce myself up.
His wedding, his brother's wedding.
Oh,
You
yeah.
cut out.
Yeah.
He said he had his brother on the weekend.
No, his brother's wedding. He
Wondering
cut
what
out.
they were going to get up to.
He cut out. He had his brother's wedding.
No wonder he was talking about Hairy Bush earlier. It all makes sense now.
And then I also had my brother.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah. Was you the big spoon or the little spoon?
Hey, now the little spoon is underrated.
We're the same size.
Oh, yeah. The little
We're the
spoon
same.
does have a nice feel to it. You know, especially stirring tea like Kermit.
I'm swapping hats all night.
We're the same size because we're identical twins.
Yep.
Ah. An
Fuck, there's two.
identical set of spoons.
They're fucking two of yous? Oh, fuck. God help us all.
I always thought one Sammy would be enough, but apparently not.
Can
The
never have
universe
enough.
decided to give us two.
Can never have enough Sammy in your life, Jay.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
What else should I wear?
Oh, Mrs. Austin, how do I find the full version of that song that you were singing?
You go on my website.
Cool. No, that was awesome. I loved it. I wanted
Thank
to
you.
hear more.
I can
I wanted
put
to
it.
hear more.
I can put it in the comments.
Share your links. Share them in the chat, in the group chat,
Oh,
in
it
the
won't let me.
live stream
It
chat.
won't let me on one of your things.
It won't let you.
It says this comment has failed to post to Hypersapien.
It's probably the Facebook page for some reason. There's sometimes issues with that.
Yes,
Because I'm streaming to the Facebook page as well.
I have to openly apologize that my laundry was out of control that day. I was totally avoiding doing laundry, just singing, and my room looks like a tornado hit it in that video. So I'm gonna to get motivated to do the majority of anything that I have to do. I start singing first, and then put on Bones or something and clean because that's what I do for a living. So when I'm home, that's the same thing I do. I'll start singing and then be like, crap, I need to go sing something. I need to go clean something, and I'll put TV on. So yeah, I have a tendency to just busk in my living room at all hours of the night so that I can get motivated to do stuff. So
I used to live in my own filth for about 4 weeks. And then I'd get sick of it, so I'd clean my room right up, like make it look spotless, as if there was no mess around. And then I'd let it build up again for 4 weeks, and it'd be a cycle. And now, because I live by myself, I keep my house immaculate all the time,
yeah.
and it doesn't seem like such a struggle anymore.
Yeah, if everyone in my house could just vacate for 3 hours a day, my house would stay clean because I could keep up cleaning it. It's one of the hardest things for me to do, especially as someone who, that's my blog series. You have to go to my podcasting series. There's a section in there for busking. Sorry, I probably could have. I know those notifications are like 5 minutes behind the start time. I've realized that.
Are serious?
Donna said she finally got the notification for the live. It's been about 10 minutes late, notifying people when you go live. It doesn't notify right away.
Did you say share the podcast section?
Yes. So if you click on the podcast section, I'm not sure I have the link set up to share directly from the videos, but I do believe you possibly can. I've never actually tried. Like, I built the website myself, but that doesn't mean that I did it right, guys. I started that thing a long time ago. Yes, that's it right there. I started my website in like 2015, and I slowly taught myself how to build a website, and never actually got any formal training for it. But I've been coding since I was in high school. Everybody paid for that when it came to
What
MySpace and
website?
stuff like that.
What website builder do you use? This is awesome.
I used WordPress for a really long time, and then I clicked over to Jimdo and realized that everything I could have done on WordPress is on Jimdo. So I bought out that's why it's just rantalready.blog. I bought out my domain name and
Yeah.
Yeah.
bought out my website. So I'm good till 2025 now. So, but
Yeah, nice.
I blog, I write what I want to call poetry, but other people call song lyrics. But I refuse to put music to them and actually sing them. So, yeah,
Yeah,
a
nice.
lot of it's basically, well, it's a blog, more like a vlog. I mean, it's not a vlog because it's not a video, but it's more like memoir. Eventually, I'll publish it like I did my other two that I've done.
They just moved all our work websites to WordPress. I don't know why they did it, but it seems to be working okay.
It's a lot easier to team build and do your project management through WordPress. They have a lot more. It's more geared towards teams.
Yeah.
Jimdo is very much individual, very very much individual, which was hard because a lot of it wasn't pre-built for me. Like WordPress. WordPress does a lot of pre-building.
Yeah.
I think the best part about learning how to do my own website was that I got to like learn all the ins and the outs and how to do it and how not to do it and all that good stuff. So and then now I have certifications for the majority of them. I haven't quite got my certification for WordPress yet. Because I don't do well with words unless I've memorized them and definitions and all that good stuff. So it takes me a minute. But right now I'm finishing up my project management, my career success, and starting my behavioral psychology certification specialization. So yeah, the website stuff can wait until I have nothing else left to do.
You've had a lot of experience in that lately, haven't you? People's behavior.
I know, well, being autistic, I basically studied people's behavior to figure out what I'm supposed to do and not get yelled at the majority of my life. So I have a lot
I
of
study people's
experience.
behavior, but I'm very weird and shit myself. So I know I've known from a very young age that I was different. Hence the hypersapien. I'm like, I don't want to be associated with this race.
Right? Me and my kids were just talking about this, about reincarnation and things like that. My kids have always been, just as much as I was, interested in like anime. So you're talking like
Yeah,
Chinese, like back 600, talking about the understanding and how energy works and how we're all basically a lot to do with what you were the what the
Stardust or whatever,
conversation
right?
for tonight is about being the whole woke thing. But
Yeah. Well, I like to think my origin is that a meteorite hit the Earth and somehow I was created from that.
see, and
I'm sure it's not.
we're genetically we're Japanese Hawaiians. We're genetically.
Yeah.
We come from a long
Listen,
line of Japanese, like history name wise.
yeah.
Same thing with my Hawaiian history background, So when it comes to like folklore and things like that, my kids have always been
Being Hawaiian, I have to ask you a couple of questions that I'm sure if certain people are in the chat might get fired up about. Does pineapple belong on pizza and burgers?
okay. Well, I'll tell you what every Hawaiian will tell you when you ask. Hawaiians aren't from Hawaii, so they're not from Hawaii. They're
I'll
not.
let you in on a
I
little
want to say,
secret.
I want to say this openly and in a discussion. If you're putting pineapple on a pizza, shove your pineapple up your ass. Goodbye.
Okay, well, I just shared a picture of
Oh,
Hawaii.
if that's what you're into, I guess. But yeah, I have to tell you a secret as well, Mrs. Austin. I'm not
I
Sounds
from
just ate
Hawaii
interesting.
either.
pineapple pizza. I put pineapple on my pizza every time I go to Mod.
Sam
Oh,
puts everything
it's just because I give people shit in Australia when they say about pineapple should be on a pizza and it's an Aussie burger and stuff. I'm like, isn't that Hawaiian? Uh,
It's so
No,
weird.
no, certain people eyes would twitch mentioning that.
I
Hey,
I
love
don't get it.
Cal
every time.
and Nat Low, welcome.
Every time someone I saw the comment, I have no response.
I thought Mick would be
or I would've
twitching
said
because
something.
he's Italian, going, "Oh."
Every time
That's
we
not
talk
how you
about
make-
pineapple being on a
That's
pizza,
not
I'm
how
gonna
you
go
make
open
on
a
a
can of
pizza.
pineapple and eat pineapple.
I love, sorry, even though it's not as good for you, I like the pineapple in the can, but pineapple in general is just the best.
Fresh pineapple is hard to eat if you eat it wrong. And there's only so many ways that you're supposed to actually eat it. And just like with any other fruit than a banana, you're not, the more you take it and eat it from the core out, the better it is. So with the pineapple, you're
Well,
supposed to
supposedly,
peel it in a circle. It's like a cactus. You peel
yeah.
it in a circle. And when you peel it, it's like an orange. When you naturally peel an orange, like the way that an orange tastes different when you naturally peel it and eat it than when you cut it up. It has a different flavor and profile. You definitely get flavors around, just like with a steak. The outside's supposed to be, got that crunch of a crust, and then then the rest of it's supposed to be super raw. Because that's
Now
how
I
you're
feel like
supposed
fucking fruit. Now I feel like fruit. I'm going to get fruit because I feel like fruit.
Oh, he's going. We've made him hungry.
I can't.
Or according to Sammy, you just stick it up your ass. But I have to ask you, do you peel it before, or do you just put the whole thing up there?
No, whole thing, spikes and all.
Yeah, you need that texture, right?
Yeah, it's not the same without the spikes.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely enjoy, but I have to admit I hated pineapple when I was a kid. I hated anything to do with like I didn't like coconut. I didn't like I have some oranges in there, but they're probably not good oranges. Like they've probably already gone bad.
I'm gonna have to go to bed, guys.
Fucking soft cock. Look at ya.
I'm getting tired.
Been working too hard at the lawn mowing business. Fucking hell.
It was so nice to see you.
It's the
Glad you popped
heat.
in to say hi.
It's the heat. No, I'll try and
Yeah, no.
I'll try and make a full stream one of these days. But I've been working pretty hard at work, and I've literally just done in the last 2 days. I've literally done 9 hours of driving, so I'm just a bit exhausted.
Oh. Yeah, no, and with the heat and then
that's not
behind a glass, from the car, no.
Yeah.
That totally makes sense.
You're a passenger.
Yeah, I don't drive.
Doesn't matter. It's still surrounded by magnifying glasses. That's that glass is just magnifying the sun, so that makes sense.
Yeah. I get support workers to drive me.
Up the wall.
Yeah.
Before you go, Sammy, what's your opinion on being woke?
Being woke.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you woke?
the woke society pisses me off.
It looks like he's barely awake.
The woke society pisses me off, G.
Yeah.
If I had more energy, I'd really dive into this, but I really don't. I don't have the mental capacity to.
Oh, that's all right. We'll
talk
have to
about
do a woke part 2, and you can host it for us.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate you coming on as always, and have a lovely night. And we'll speak to you soon.
No worries, G. See ya. See you, everyone. See you, Mrs. Austin.
Take
Hi,
care, dude.
Tammy.
Keep the busking up. I love it.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Keep doing the songs. You're amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate
Bye.
it.
So there, Nick, does pineapple belong on pizza?
No.
Even though he
Yeah.
does like pineapple, he does not want it on his pizza.
So if you were to eat pineapple on pizza, would you just have it on separate plates, or?
No, I just wouldn't eat it at the same time. But I've had it on pizza before. I don't hate the taste of it. It's just a wog. It's a wog thing. It's an Italian thing. We just
It
don't.
is a bit. It is a
Um,
bit. Well, it'd be like, how do you like mango salsa?
Funny that you mentioned that, Mrs. Austin, because there's a local pizza place that has mango on pizza.
Yeah. I don't know if I
It's
could do
like they do
mango
a
on
Thai, yeah, it's like a Thai curry one. Um, they have a few different types, like beef or chicken. Haven't tried it, but might have to try it on Funkin' Hungry sometime. Everyone goes off about pineapple on pizza. Let's see what mango on pizza's like.
I would
Yeah.
be a.
That'd be
That
really
would. I would want to know what that. Because I mean, I don't think. I think I've had fresh mango. I've had canned, canned
love
fruit that
mango.
had mango in it, and I've had dried mango. But I don't think I've ever had fired or cooked or heated mango, like you
Yeah.
would when you put it on a pizza.
I've,
So
I've had it in a salad. It's pretty good.
So,
But
like Italian
yeah, on a
dessert,
pizza, obviously.
Italian desserts, like like Nutella goes on pizza for Italian desserts. Yeah, and it's not.
Yeah,
It's you don't say Nutella. It's Nutella, but because it's Italian. But it's yeah, it's funny. Like how would you say like spaghetti? Like if you eat spaghetti bolognese, how would you say spaghetti bolognese? Exactly how I said it.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much. I know that it's
Yeah.
not correct though, but I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
I
not.
am English, so we butcher every other culture's and even our own language. So
So it's actually pronounced bolognese. Bolognese.
yeah,
So because they pronounce every letter pretty much. So
and I
it's
guess you can kind of tell it's meant to be pronounced that way. The way the words are it's like the letters in the words are.
yeah. Hmm.
But that's like croissant. That's
Yeah.
not how you're meant to say it. It's like
Mm-hmm.
croissant,
Mm-hmm.
where if obviously yet again English or I guess even American and Australian and those sort of cultures, it's like they're gonna say it wrong because the way we say words normally, you try to pronounce it how it looks. Where like French words and stuff, it's not. It can look a certain way, but won't sound like that when they pronounce it.
Hmm.
And other European countries and words.
Yeah.
Like some of them, like the way they roll the tongue, it doesn't. The letters don't. The first few letters don't even. Like a V could sound like more of a J or something like that in European countries. So
you're
you're moaning
talking
at.
you're talking about things that
Yeah.
correlate to like the fact that I am Hawaiian.
Hey,
What's
oh,
that?
I got shit all over the screen. There you go.
Like I said, I think that I was making comment about what Ben said about
Sammy being a
the
fanny.
common understanding of what is woke. I guess can we define the term?
Oh well,
Content.
it's kind of funny in a way because I look at myself when people say what religion do I follow, and if I don't, that I must be agnostic, atheist, or whatever. And it's like, no, well, I'm more spiritual. I look at the planet as our life source or how we were created, and I guess even the universe, because the sun and the moon and other stuff comes into play of how this planet works and functions. So I guess more go by nature, and that's why some stuff that is happening these days is a little bit strange to me because how we're born and all that stuff is like people say they're in the wrong body and stuff like that. Well, it's like to me, you were created a certain way, but yeah, it's just very yeah. So when it comes to woke, being spiritual, awake used to be a term that was where you basically you're like conscious and you I look into stuff like a bit of a truth seeker and stuff as interest to me as well, and that's kind of what awake is. And it started being a word and term that the government or the elites didn't like, because obviously that means that you will think outside the box, or actually you will question what you're being told. And that was kind of what a wake was, that you wasn't a sheeple and being programmed to be a certain way. So you would be awake as in not asleep or controlled by media and other situations. And then in my mind, when woke started happening, it was like almost like they're trying to counter react being awake. And it was like, to me, it was like people thought they were being awake by saying they're woke and stuff, that you know but then over times as well, this being woke is kind of like this PC bullshit that's happening as well, where you're not allowed to say or do
So I
anything.
mentioned
So
the
to
cancel
me,
culture.
yeah, so to me
So I
it's
understand, and that's kind of what I spoke on when I made my comment, was that um, it seems like policies just being reintroduced into society because we've lost the common sense and understanding that this has happened before. Like, I'm 40 years
yeah,
old, so this happened.
to
This
me like
happened.
the woke culture and the woke word is like kind of like government controlled in a way, where they brought this into it to bring in their agendas and stuff that they always love to do. And as I said, that's why it
It's
seemed
all
like
about
it was
PR.
awake people and people that was going against the grain, and then they'll introduce this woke, and the sort of the sheeple like to attach to everything. So they think, oh, being woke and means awake, and it means that I'm very, with the times and all that stuff. But then this PC and them stopping freedom of speech, to me, it seems like that's attached to being woke, like how you're not allowed to say anything against how there's like 100 different genders or whatever now and stuff like that, and you're not allowed to speak against none of it because you're a hater and a bigot and all this stuff, and it means that you can't actually have an opinion these days, and that to me is kind of like being woke. You're not you're too woke to have an opinion outside, and to me it's just another way of just controlling us, really, is my
I
Censorship.
just
take on
think
it,
Yeah,
really, I
more and
guess.
more.
I just think woke, for me, woke is just, if you're woke, you're a soft cop.
I
That's
think
it.
that I think again again, I think in the simplest form, the lack of common sense. I think that I think that the generation now is seeing uh, fucked up environment programs to help save our environment. I think they're seeing examples of human beings on the news that should not be examples of human beings on the news. I think that they're seeing
Oh,
millennials are seeing a lot of this, and like G said, the government is using keywords and key phrases to try and be
yeah,
hip and fall into what it is as these millennials are seeing. And
and they use
again,
entertainers to
I'm
do
stuck
that.
in the middle. Stuck in the middle of the baby boomer generation before me, who is
Mm.
still in in government power in the United States, and it's still wanting to run like it's the 1950s to the 1990s, and then I see millennials that are going, what's going to happen in 2050? And I see a bunch of people my age who are in their 40s going, we've seen this catastrophe. We've seen generations of not smart people come together and make rules and regulations that we all have to live by. And the majority of us look at it like it doesn't affect us. So we don't speak up. We don't say anything. And I think that baby boomers who are fighting and the millennials who are fighting are arguing a war, like a media PR war, that they're just going to continue to fight, and it's going to continue to cause division and cause arguments and cause, just cause friction, because friction makes money. And when you're in PR, friction, that's what some parts of society crave, is that friction, is that drama, is that well, we all can't sit down and have an honest, open conversation because, like you said, our opinions are being smothered or censored. So I think coming together and understanding that if we were in our 20s or we were in our teens, would we want what we see in the world telling us what we are? Like, I can understand that as my understanding of woke, because I have a bunch of teenagers living in my house. So
you're a product of your environment, unfortunately. So all these new people, like, they're just trying to adapt in the situation that they're being raised in. But words are weapons, and like conspiracy theorists and more people that are truth seekers or don't believe, like the 9/11 story or something like that. People that actually want to look into stuff. Now it's a conspiracy theory, and that was a word that was used to discredit anyone that wants to actually question the media, who is ran by the elites who obviously want to condition us just to be good little sheep that go to work and do as we're told. But Benji did mention Benji mentioned that gays and trans, and I don't have no issue with people at all. It's like, sometimes people may misunderstand the way I might say stuff, but then that's the way that they're receiving the information and how they're processing it. I don't have a problem with anyone that wants to be gay or trans. That would be stupid for me to. I'm not in their house. I'm not having sex, or I'm not involved in that situation. So I can have my own opinion. Like, I can have my own preferences. I'm not holding a vagina or a penis, and I'm not that involved in it. So why would I want someone to do what I say? It'd be very stupid and ignorant of me to expect people to do what I like and to like what I like and be physically attractive to what I like. But it's definitely also an agenda that's being pushed, where like everything, like Black Lives Matter and everything. It's, again, of course, I want people to have, be treated the same. Why should someone, just because of their skin color or the way they are, be treated differently? But it's definitely, again, an agenda that's pushed by the media to separate everyone and make everyone fight and argue and, again, be distracted from what's really going on. Like, they'll raise taxes, they'll raise this and do this and go and have wars and whatever, and we'll be distracted about just the way someone looks, the way someone speaks or whatever. It's ridiculous, but it's always how it's been. And if you look into this stuff enough, you do predict stuff. You can predict the future by just learning about stuff. Stuff like certain wars that are happening. I mean, I don't really research or look into stuff much these days. I mean, I'm normally too busy with YouTube and other stuff and just life. But if you look into it enough and connect all the dots, I knew that when it comes to wars like Iraq, Iran, and stuff like that, you can know about that. They're going to invade and they're going to push those agendas long before it happens, even years before it happens, because you can just see what they're building up to. Like Syria, definitely. And with the Ukraine as well, everyone lost their mind and went on Facebook and put the Ukraine flag as their profile picture, because they thought somehow that that was them doing their part. And then now, like hardly anyone speaks about it. So it's just very that's what I mean by the people are brainwashed or conditioned and programmed. They're programmed to follow what's on the media right now. But that's what does annoy me a little bit. It's like everyone's like, and if you do have a different opinion, again, you're like, oh, how dare you? How dare you not like support the war in Ukraine? We don't know what's happening between Russia and like the other countries and stuff. At the end of the day, they're not going to tell us what's really happening, and at the end of the day, it's just boys with their toys like, oh, I want to try out this new weapon and be funded to do so. But then when you speak like that, somehow you're cold-hearted and you're a bastard and you're an evil individual. But I knew people changing that. They done it with other stuff. But what I find funny as well is Syria when it was being invaded, and it still has issues, but no one was blowing smoke up their asses. I didn't see people changing their profile pictures to that flag. So again, it's because the media wants to push those certain agendas. They want you to think and feel a certain way. And unfortunately, a lot of times it's when it's like brown people or minorities, they're not really getting the love and respect that like Ukraine is getting now. And obviously, it's terrible what's happening. But my point is like, why do people feel to be programmed to follow one agenda and not another? Like every human's equal. Everyone matters. Like like people were kids were being bombed in Syria and stuff. People were losing their lives and all this shit, but just for some reason the media wasn't covering it as much as it. So that just makes me believe that there's definitely other agendas at play.
Well, I'm pretty sure that
Just
there was more blame to be spread around the Syria situation as there is with the Ukraine. But the Ukraine in the United States, it's 100% pushed because they are a large manufacturer in our goods. So it has, I mean, I can always, 98% statistically state that if anything's on the news and it's pushed on the news and it's kept on the news, it's money. Money is always, especially in the United States, money is a strong factor in why I believe that the distractions again, I remember in the 80s, the late 80s, the leaked research that was coming out about aliens and how now we're just now, okay, fine, you guys were right. So it's the people, the majority of the people want answers, but they don't, again, lack of common sense. They don't necessarily want answers about what would affect us more by binge more now. What's going to affect us more now, fix long-term situations now. They don't want to, tourniquet the money flow. They don't want to see their pockets, virtually get smaller, because at this point in the United States, our dollar doesn't even cost $1 anymore. It's not worth $1 anymore. So money is failing in the United States. No one wants
the
our
mainstream
dollar.
media. It's like the same few people that own media, most of the big media networks. Even in Australia, they're owned by people outside of Australia. A lot of it. So yeah, I mean, I could throw around names, but as well, I used to say like the stupid saying like you can lead like a horse to knowledge, but you can't make them learn it or whatever. Like you can lead a horse to water, but it's like, well, yeah, I'd even sometimes replace the horse with a human. But at the end of the day, people will say prove stuff or where's the evidence? It's like they expect you to sit there and tell like hours worth of looking into stuff in like a few words. So if they're asking you to prove it, they just aren't willing to learn, or they're not willing to accept anything outside of what they're told on the mainstream media. So people can think or feel what they like. But at the end of the day, it's not that hard to find out who owns companies, and obviously they're trying to push agendas and let you see a certain. Because a lot of people that do own the media don't just own the media, they own other big businesses as well. And I mean, like, I know myself and Mrs. Austin, and she knows a lot about like marijuana, and it's just the reason that that's not legal or wasn't legal for so long is because of big businesses again, pharma, and even like the timber industry and other shit like that. So at the end of the day, it always comes down to who has the money and who wants and yeah, they just have those scare tactics. Like they own the media, but also they own big companies, so they have the media to push scare tactics and make again people feel a certain way about cannabis is so bad, even though they're they're happily to push alcohol down our throats and stuff like that. So I mean, unless you're a complete
Well,
idiot, surely you
just
can
look
like
at that as
work stuff out.
look at that as an example. Alcohol is normalized. In some cultures,
Yeah.
alcohol is a part of a specific alcohol is for a specific meal, and it is for purpose.
Mm.
And I mean, talk about orthodox, most misunderstood religion in America. I would have to say are the Amish. Are they have, and then you go from there, and then they spawn off from there, and they have their own understandings, and some drink and some don't, and some, they then you look at the Jewish ethnicity as a religion, and then go from there. They have their sects. Everyone has a different understanding of what the rules say. Those alone, just those two, one being from an ethnically completely different culture, different continent, compared to American Amish that I've been privy to be around and learn some understanding of why they do what they do, and not and they don't do it in the sense of like a Jehovah's Witness, the stereotypical knock on your door till you answer type situation. You're talking, they believe that talking about their religion is part of of their saving grace. It's part of what they do. They talk about it like a lifestyle. Same thing with the Jewish ethnicity, like the Jewish belief. It's very much the only religion that I can say that I witnessed firsthand and was Catholicism, and it was not. I say this funny. It wasn't welcoming. It was like, are you here for us, or are you just here to watch? Like, why are you here? Every other religion was like, of course we want you to learn. Of course we want you to understand. They were like, no, we're not here to waste your time, and we're not here to waste our own time. Like, we're here to. This is not just a life choice. It's a lifestyle, just like these other religions that are not just a life choice or lifestyle. Knowing those aspects of and teaching myself, even because I was obsessed with anthropology as a kid, and I wanted to know why people chose what they did, be it ethnically I am Jewish, therefore I am religiously Jewish, or I choose to be Amish and this is why I'm going to be Amish. No one really had the basis of all of those religions that I studied, like from Buddhism to Muslim to some of Judaism, just to understand the deep and like what's the baseline. It all fell on a common understanding that there's something after here. That makes sense, right? Am I making sense?
But
so there's a reason why we do
most religions have the same sort of idea.
Yeah, they all have the same three. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal.
Different prophets or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I've looked into a lot of different religion, and it's like even the Jesus story has been has changed, but they've had the same story through different religions, and like the names and stuff change, but the situation doesn't change. You know, like there's
No,
a
but then, like
prophet
you
and all
said,
that
you're
sort
all
of
about
stuff.
nature,
And
and that your spirituality is nature, and that's where I come from. That's where I come from ethnically, being Hawaiian, being Japanese,
yeah,
like understanding that there are lessons to be learned in your life, no matter your age, no
mm,
matter your economic standing, no matter your marital status, any of that. There are life
mm,
altering things that have to happen to us within our life. And just like nature, I was explaining to my kids, they're like, what is like the understanding of reincarnation? And I'm like, okay,
yeah,
so we Hawaiians believe that things burn and then it creates life. So if you think about like the
mm,
circle of life, and like I quoted a bunch of Disney movies because we're talking age appropriate kids, right? So I'm like, we're
yeah,
talking about different types of Disney movies that would have my kids understand in their their kid brain.
yeah.
And my
Like
kid
you
looks at me and
use
goes, I think it's funny that you use Walt Disney as an example. And I was like, oh yeah. And my kid
yeah,
goes, because they're so whitewashed, mom. Like they're so like not the true story of what happened. And I go, you're at that age where now I know that you see it as a
yeah,
media friendly, media frenzy type storyline. Then they're like, I've looked into the history of this, and I've studied, I've looked into the research of this because it didn't sound right, mom. And so I'm glad to know that my kids don't follow
and
in
stuff.
the
Or,
and necessarily the same that I did, because I was forced
yeah,
into religion as a kid. So to know that my wokeness has everything to do with what I thought was right to begin with anyway. It was like respecting Earth, leaving it better than I found it, um, understanding that there's a life process. You see a broken tree, you don't take it away, you leave it there on the ground and it dies and it replenishes all its babies because that's the
mm,
life of a tree, type situation. And then to teach that to my children so that they can understand that when they do hear something from the media or they do hear something from a friend who heard it from their parents, that they will question that because they won't just take it
well,
at face value.
it is a good way to look at it. And what you just mentioned is, people who can't like understand if there is afterlife and reincarnation. Like you said, plants are really, really good at. It can look dead and it can look like it's not going to, but then you can put it back in soil and give it a bit of love and care, and you can bring it back to life, and it can actually like grow
Mhm.
big again. I mean, I've done that before with just plants that haven't had soil or water for God knows how long, and then you give it a bit of love and care, and all of a sudden it just can turn and have life again.
Mhm.
So, if you look at it in that way,
Rebirth.
who's to say that can't happen to that? Who's to say that can't happen to like other living beings and stuff?
I
Um,
definitely feel like we don't own that. We don't own TV. We don't, the only TV type things that my kids are witness to are things that they have to learn in school because they have them learn about current
yeah, pop
news, what's
culture
going
type
on in the
stuff.
world.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not, I read a lot. So I read a post, I'll see a post on a certain website and I'll read that post and then I will go to the complete opposite. Um, what is that called? Like we're talking about companies, how one company might own one thing. Well, a lot of the companies that support either side of the line in the US Congress own
mm,
certain television and newspapers and magazines. And as much as we have this freedom of speech right in the United States, we don't actually have freedom of press because people can choose not to, editors and owners can choose not to print certain things. So when it's sad for me to know that like more than half of the news that you guys watch about what we consider third world countries, we don't see those updates. We don't see that news. We, like you were talking about the Ukraine situation and how we're only seeing one side. We're only seeing what they want us to see. We're seeing less than that because other countries don't have as much restraint with showing everything around the world, world news. We don't get as much world news around here. And I mean, I got dirty looks for getting the Washington Post delivered to my home. And I would ask people, why are you giving me dirty looks? And they're like, that's a really big newspaper. It's crap that you order it. It comes from New York. Why would you want to read that? And I was like, because I want to know what's going on the other side of the world, because we don't always get to see it on the news. And I understand who owns the Washington Post, hence why I quit purchasing the Washington Post. I now read small, down the aisle type readings because I'm not here for a popularity contest. I'm here because my vote is supposed to matter. My vote is supposed to shed light on me as a citizen. So I feel the responsibility to vote. My husband, on the other hand, can't stand the idea of voting. He was in the military, the United States military. So he knows that he's a cog. He knows that really his voice didn't matter then. Why would it matter now? And I feel, I don't know. I have this whole injustice thing. Like, you can't fight the system if you're not going to be a part of the system. Like, no one's going to listen to you if you're not part of it. And like you said, just changing my profile picture to a flag isn't going to change, anything. But I don't like people. I don't like to people. I don't like to go into groups of people. I don't like the idea of conflict. I don't like the idea.
Like awareness is great, but I just knew that like a few days, a week, or whatever, people are just not gonna. They're gonna eventually change their profile from that, and they're just gonna stop talking about it. And like all the other like wars and stuff, it's still happening, but people are just covering their eyes to it now, and it just happens all the time, and it just shows you how many people just do this pointless bullshit where it's just they and even the fact that Facebook and stuff pushes certain agendas or whatever, like they won't do it to some, but they'll do it to others. It just shows where that they're definitely like incorporated into that agenda.
Oh yeah, the type of podcast I want to do with Ryan is going to be heavily suppressed, and it's almost a non-starter idea for me and Ryan about doing it. But I see a few other people doing it as couples and really diving into why they choose their professions and why they choose their lifestyles. And I feel like Ryan giving away the information that he's given away over the last few years, just giving it away for free, is why we have been, suppressed, because he's willing to teach anyone how to safely and I don't know how to say it. I don't want to get you in trouble because you're not in the United States. But how do I say that? As well educated as someone can possibly be to maintain and produce what it is that they need for when it comes to cannabis.
Well,
again, I'm talking about veterans. I'm talking about cancer patients. I'm talking about patients who have tried everything from a doctor or have been witness to family members going through everything that has gone through with doctors. I'm not at all stating that cannabis is a miracle drug and can fix all your problems, but I know that it is, in my opinion and in Ryan's opinion and in our personal lives, the healthiest crutch that I could say that we've used to cope. And I feel everyone who has gotten to that point in life where prescription medication and other coping mechanisms are no longer working for them. It's a healthier way to me. It's healthier for me than smoking. I breathe better. I have way more energy. I can, actually run around with my kids instead of, pant and not be able to do all those things. But
Well,
it's
it's weird when it
also,
comes to like the legalization here because you can get it if you have, and it's not just like one situation, but it's like can be mental health, it can come
Mhm.
down to like depression, anxiety, insomnia, obviously more physical issues. So you can get it. You can get the flower from the
Yeah,
government and I guess all businesses and stuff, but
It's
it's
so
still,
expensive. Mate.
uh,
It's so
yeah,
expensive.
yeah,
yeah. And
it's still
again, it
that
goes
issue
back to money.
where it's still that issue where if you like could just were allowed to grow a few plants and stuff yourself, but it's that control and that conditioning again where you have to jump through hoops to be able to have it legally, where you could just grow a few plants, and if you could grow enough so you could, have some dried and there for you, or if you want to turn it into oils or
Yeah,
whatever, and then that will see you through the period while you're still growing, like what in the process when you're still growing the plants, like have some before you can grow like the next few. But there was like, and when it comes to the law years ago, it was like you could have a few plants, but you would only get like say have a criminal charge against you if you were. I mean, you weren't meant to grow any, but if you grew a certain amount and you did get caught, that's when you can go have jail time and stuff like that. I think it was like 4 plants or something. Anything more, they say that you were growing to like sell and stuff like that.
yeah,
But I
yeah,
mean, it's just ridiculous how it's like you're not allowed to grow it, but if you do grow it, you're allowed to have a couple of plants, but if we do catch you with more than that couple of plants, you could go to jail. But also, if they did catch you with the couple of plants, they'll take it off you and just give you like a slap on the wrist and tell you not
yeah.
to do it again.
And again,
So
it
it's
all
just
comes
like
down to
laws are ridiculous. Yeah,
in the
they don't
United
want you
States.
to take away their business.
Well, yeah, that's 100% it because they're trying to make it white label legal and as expensive as cigarettes and alcohol in the United States, and that they think that if so. Back to let me say my thought, and then the rest of this will make
Mm,
sense. Um, in the United States, it's illegal to commit homicide. It's against the law to cause harm. There's a hefty law, depending on which degree in which you choose to cause harm to another human being. But again, you're legally not allowed to cause
yeah,
harm to yourself. Um, the amount I watched this on one of my TV shows that I watched. The amount of THC back in the day, in 50s, 60s, 70s, was 5% THC per whatever that it was. That's the percentage that you would get. Now it's the highest of dosage that could possibly be, and the TV quoted at 95% THC in what we are consuming, and that it can cause psychotic breaks and all these other different types of things.
mm,
Again, every drug has a side effect. Um, Prescribed drugs for psychotic meds have, for someone who doesn't have psychotic episodes, can cause psychotic episodes. We all have cannabinoids in our bodies. It is literally
mm,
part of the minerals and the vitamins or the minerals and the vitamin composites that are in the earth that our bones are made of. So most naturalists will tell you what we're made of, we're supposed to ingest. And then again in moderation. Um, Alcohol would be considered like blood thinning, back in the day. I'm talking, 1920s and the 30s, and what medicine used all of these things for at one point in time.
I was gonna bring that up as well with the alcohol, but I didn't. Yeah.
Then it was a tonic, and the amount of alcohol volume in alcohol is rising and becoming more and more popular, and how to consume, and again, not illegal, until you are causing harm to
Mm.
yourself or others. And again, so getting in a car, buzz, drinking, like you said, you get slapped on the wrist, maybe spend a little time in jail. Fine,
Yeah,
have to go to some classes, but you could
you
still
can
function
legally
as a
buy
normal,
enough alcohol that you could kill yourself, or you could get so drunk that
cause
you
harm to
can
somebody else
cause
in an
yourself
accident.
harm or someone else. Yeah. So, and
So in
just what I
Europe,
was going to
when you,
mention before is alcohol used to be what they used to, to do surgery and stuff. Like you would just get off your face so you can handle like being chopped up and
pain
sewn back
control,
together and stuff. So, but now it's like a
well, like
legal
in
substance that you can, so, it's just ridiculous, really, if you look at it.
well, then, and if you get caught buying alcohol from a store and changing its composition and reselling it, it's illegal.
Yeah.
Things like that, which I know tons of people do. They turn them into Jello shots and then resell them. They turn them into, something else, a mixed drink and then resell it. Um, it's back in the day when you would go into a bar, they would hand you 3 different things and you mix them together on your own and then you drink them because you were not allowed to legally serve those three things together because there was no FDA regulation on what those 2 things put together would combine and create and cause in to someone's body. Now, as a bartender, I know that depending on your body weight, your BMI, and the alcohol consumption, how much alcohol I'm legally allowed to serve you within a 2-hour period. They do not put it down as a 1-hour period because your BMI, everyone's body mass is different. So you have to regulate it within a 2-hour time frame. It takes 3 hours for 0.75 milliliters of hard alcohol to dissipate out of your body at a 5% alcohol base. It takes 3 hours. They state that marijuana comes out of your system 6 hours after you intake it at a certain amount, that it was within 4 hours. I know that I consume more than enough cannabinoids to interact with my body that within a 2-hour frame, I'm functional. So I would be a functional cannabis user, just like anyone who can functionally be an alcoholic is functioning, their body is functioning. The difference between alcohol and cannabis is alcohol has testing done and they know exactly what happens to a functioning alcoholic and how their body breaks down. They do not know what happens to a person's body who uses cannabis that is not already immunocompromised. So someone on cancer, they have testing, they have test results and understanding how cannabis helps someone who is on cancer. But again, late stages, so far into, they're not seeing a spread of cancer. But they're not seeing a remission. They're not seeing a retrograde because the testing would end before the retrograde would show. So again, it all comes back to perception and it all comes back to where the funding is and where the money is. And we Americans would rather pay, no offense to super chat people on YouTube, which if I had the money, I would. But I think all of us have seen this impending doom coming for so long that things like what's going on in the media right now, a lot of people are still around that can tell you what Vietnam was like. And how having the media coverage of the war and how they came home and how people treated them. Because
Well, they were
we saw
testing stuff in that war, where I'm sure they're testing stuff in these current wars.
Agent Orange is still killing people still to this day.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just like little things like that. Like I can still sit and listen to stories about guys who were running from the draft, who were trying not to get pulled into going to war. They knew they would never make it out, but they're still alive today. And they're going, I have friends and I have family who aren't here anymore because of the draft. And I was a pussy and I ran away and I'm still here. And my mentality has not been the same since then because I've been constantly running from something. So it's like you're saying, everything come down to like whether you were a part of it or not, talking about war, talking about the media and how they again, we're talking about Vietnam War and how they can have a tendency to try to spin things and show us. I mean, watching Robin Williams play in that, Wake Up Vietnam,
Yeah.
Watching those movies, knowing that they were glorified, in an aspect that, yes, there are real people that did these jobs and there are real people that lived these experiences that we're not ever going to be able to hear their side of the story.
Well, it's funny how you mentioned Disney earlier on, and it's like the old Disney films used to be super racist and stuff like that, and now they're
and then I had to
the
break my
company
kids'
that's
heart by
pushing
telling them that my kids didn't know that.
now.
They're like, wait,
But
what?
now they're heavily pushing the woke culture. So isn't that sort of telling you something's wrong when a very sort of like racist and they push like sort of like Nazi regimes and stuff like that, and the
Again, though, he
war
was
back in the
pushing for
day,
what he
and
thought
now
the
they're
world was
pushing
going
the
to
woke
be.
stuff. Yeah,
And well, because that's
I
what they think.
mean,
They think that
I'm not
we're going to be
it's
run
funny.
by a bunch
I'm
of
not a.
millennials.
It's like I kind of love and hate Walt Disney because I love my animation cartoons. I love making characters and stuff myself, but he definitely did. Like he was definitely being funded to push stuff for the war and stuff like that. But I did still love how he made Oswald the rabbit and he made Mickey Mouse and stuff. And some of those old animations like Steamboat Willie are very, like I like that because I like just cartooning as a art form and stuff like that. But they're definitely pushing the woke stuff, so they've always been involved in politics or the way that the world is being molded, and they use it to their advantage. Like they're doing the first like these days they're doing a princess that's like I mean Ariel was a black woman, and just Snow White is going to be like a different. And it's just, and supposedly I'm hearing that the seven dwarfs now aren't going to be. They're not going to use actual dwarf like individuals that have dwarfism. They're not going to use them because that's too woke for them. Like you're not
What's
allowed to
happening?
supposedly. You're not allowed to be a dwarf anymore. Like you're not a, and it's just like you're taking away jobs from people that already struggle in society to be seen and to be heard, and they're going to what just give that. That's like in Lord of the Rings. I do like those films and stuff, but they use in the Hobbit for the dwarves. They didn't use actual people with like that are dwarves where they could have. And I mean, I grew up liking Star Wars, and I liked Wicket, the Ewok, and that was Warwick Davis that played him, and he played Willow and stuff like that. And I
Mm-hmm.
love that dude because he played a couple of characters that I really loved as a kid. I liked Willow, I loved Wicket, and they had Star Wars spin-off films
They
that were
is it you
Ewok
mentioned Willow
movies.
though? Didn't they take them
Yeah,
3 years to find the cast for Willow
Yeah.
because they could not find enough
yeah,
dwarves? That most of the children were, yes, normal sized children, but their parents were there. That's why they used them because their parents were dwarves or a parent of theirs was a dwarf. Like that,
well,
I understand. I'm a 6 foot tall Hawaiian woman. I understand
yeah,
that there's not going to be a lot of 6 foot tall Japanese Hawaiian women. I get that. My grandma is a small woman. All my aunties are small women. I totally get that I'm an anomaly in my culture. Most tall Hawaiian women are not just Hawaiian. They are Samoan. They are of other descent that allows them to be taller. Hawaiians are not
yeah.
naturally a tall people.
Mm.
So, but I do like the idea of having. But I've seen this. Okay, so I'm going to mention I've seen every type of D-list film that you could possibly think of that was free on YouTube back in the day. I've watched movies that were based on this culture and made with those people of that culture. They're subtitled. Trying to get my husband to watch a subtitle movie? Hell no. Any of my kids? No, we're good. My daughter wanted to know why is their mouth moving different than the words on the screen, Mom? I said, hold on, I'll show you. I clicked it into their native dialect, and my kid goes, what the hell is that? I said, that's Norwegian. And they go,
Yeah.
Oh, and they're like, I don't understand. I said, that's another language.
I
That's why
don't
you're
do it
learning
as I don't do it as much now, but I had a very bad habit of always using subtitles, even for like English films. So like they're
Yeah,
speaking the language I understand, but then
yeah,
visually, and that's because I used to watch loads of old martial arts films where
yes,
they used to be all
yes.
in Chinese, and they just the only way I could understand what the hell they're saying, even though the story
Same with
kind of
me.
explains it, you kind of know
Yeah,
what's going on. But yeah, English subtitles, so then you can just know what the dialogue is. But I used to love going to those cheap shops, like the dollar store type shops, just to pick up and martial arts ones that had like, just a crazy name
yeah.
because
Or half the time
some
had
of
no
the
idea what it
martial
was.
arts,
That's the reason
yeah,
why
just pick it up for
I
a
grew up
couple
on
of
the same
dollars just
movies.
to watch it. Yeah.
You know, again, all of it has to do with, and again, not and a lot of it doesn't have to do with the message. There, again, if you break it down to the simplest common sense, a lot of the wokeness is fear. It's I've seen it a few times in the chat, live
Yeah.
and let live, and a lot of people are like, but it's still not okay. Like if you have to accept one thing, that means you have to accept all of the things, and if you don't accept all of the things, like Mick said, you're whatever, you're not open-minded, and it's like it's a boundary. I don't have to agree with everything that you agree with in life. I just have to give you the common decency to breathe. Like I tell
And
people all the
that's,
time, like I
yeah.
don't have to like you, I just have to let you live. Like breathe.
Yeah.
Like
Mm.
you can't just punch you in the face. Oh, lost Mick. Can't just
Sometimes
punch
that's
somebody
hard
in the
to
face and
do.
tell them to
Live and let live or
fuck off.
whatever, or, I just have to let you, you said you just have to let them live. Sometimes that's a little bit of a struggle, You want to,
Yes.
you want to just,
Some people
mm,
just no. Some people don't necessarily deserve to keep breathing, but that's a whole nother. I definitely,
yeah.
I definitely, I definitely understand. Like, I don't know, things are buried for a reason. I used to believe that not knowing everything the government knew would be a good thing, only simply because how am I
I
going to
mean,
change that? As a
as
as a
well. I
single
mean,
individual,
you have to give them credit sometimes. It's like not everyone knows the bullshit they're trying to push, but also they don't know everything. They like, the people in these certain
they got a big
situations, they
binder.
don't know.
It says if
It's
this
like
happens, go to this
they're
tab.
trying to learn. They're trying to learn, and as well as we're trying to learn. But as I said, there's definitely agendas that are put in place. That's when I looked into the Bilderberg group. They have meetings so they can like talk about all different topics, and they're all the world leaders and huge entertainers and stuff that are involved in. And it's funny. It sounds like a movie, but it's not. It's real life, and you can look into
Yeah,
it. And people have
I
leaked
do. I've
documents
watched
about
it a
what
few
they talk
times.
about.
Yeah,
And they go into individual rooms and they like discuss problems and then bring it to a bigger audience when they all come back together. But yeah,
yeah.
there's definitely lots of films that have that narrative. Like there's definitely a lot of films that are like horror or like thriller based films that have that situation and dialogue as the main topic of the story. But I mean,
I think
I
that
mean,
even well, you brought it up.
where do people get the ideas from? They
Like
get
you
it all
said
from real
though, they
life,
come
like all
together
these
and they come up
movies.
with all these ideas, but you said it yourself. I think the mainstream media is seeing what was created 5 years ago and how close we are to that now, and they don't know where to go from here.
Yeah.
They're too
Mm.
scared. They're not as brave as the Simpson writers that will put out there 15 years prior to it actually happening and be like, holy shit, that actually happened. Like this could actually happen. Like I think that the media is now seeing that they have way more control over groupthink, and they're reaming from that. They're realizing that
Yeah.
all of when you buy a certain TV network programming around here, you buy a certain one, it breaks down into all of those corporations that you were talking about that own everything. You can
Yeah.
actually Google it, and it's like 200 companies that own everything, and only 5 main companies
Yeah,
own all of those
like
200 or
like
have a
Bill
piece of those
Gates, how he's
200.
like buying up land and farms and food companies and shit like that.
Oh yeah,
It's like,
he's trying to redo his utopia. I know. I know actual people who are neighbors, like in the same community area in which he is in Washington State, and they've been trying to kick him out of Washington State for years.
yeah,
It's when it's like Albert Einstein once stated, if you don't put an end to it, there won't be an end to it. That's not true. There
yeah,
things end. You run out of light, sunlight for your crops to grow. You run out of physical time. Your body breaks down. We don't have immortality yet. We don't have talk about that. It brings up the AI stuff and like how scary that is for me, and how like I was around when there were just computers and no internet. Like 6, 7, 8 years old, learning how to type on a computer using this big old giant machine in front of me. To talking to you now in Southern Australia, and I'm sitting in the United States, where we've come with that, and knowing that how scared they are of AI, and I'm going like that hasn't been still developed. Like, how many times did we tell a scientist you're an idiot, stop doing that, and he took it home and figured it out years later? Like the AI is the same thing. The AI is where it's at, and it's continuing. I mean, how many times has it gone out of control and they've had to like shut it down? I'm sure a million times over the last 20 years. But that doesn't mean that there aren't engineers out there that are going to keep trying to perfect something they cannot control. You cannot control my mind. G can't tell me what to think. I can't tell G what to think. I can influence you, but that doesn't mean that that pattern's going to stick, and that 17 attempts from now that you're gonna keep that habit, and that habit's gonna then take over your life and change you. No, but I can do that with an AI computer in 2 seconds. That's scary. That's because if all I have to do is logic you to get you to understand something and get you. If I know using PR, mass media, multimedia type language, and have a small conversation with you, and that you're going to leave here feeling invigorated to make huge changes in the world, no. But I could do that to an AI computer. I can sit down and have a conversation with an AI computer and influence that computer to create something that's outlandish, that probably in some countries illegal, simply to say because I can outsmart a computer. It's a program. If you know the pattern, you can break the program. Like anyone who's done any type of coding, anyone who's done any type of engineering when it comes to computers. I mean, Roger knows from working in cybersecurity. You type in one wrong keystroke and you're going to release a bunch of people's personal information. Easy as that. Using AI to fix a problem, using AI in the medical, scientific field, hell yeah, please, let's do that. Let's do that a million times. I would rather, as a naturalist, I would rather see computers get a virus than kill rabbits to test whatever the hell it is that you're testing. I would rather you run simulations on using people's DNA in a computer and not an actual person to figure out whether or not this cancer medication is going to help somebody. Hell yeah, 100% yes, I'm on that. Not so much with government, not so much with money, not so much, no. Like, everyone jumped on the crypto thing and I went, oh, great, it's a fad. If I jump in first thing, if I jumped in 2010, I'd have some money, I would be happy where I'm at. But it still wouldn't last. I mean, crypto fell just as fast, Wall Street started falling. Of course it's going to go. It's part of the system. It's part of a cog. You can't create something out of something that's already there and failing. You're going to get a nice little Band-Aid. And a lot of people made some money. They knew exactly what it was, when it comes to fad stuff like that, and people can influence. How many celebrities had to go on and apologize to people that they duped out of hundreds of thousands of dollars for backing a Bitcoin company that crashed 3 weeks later after their investors made, $3 billion. Again, it has everything to do with like the lottery. You play for someone else to win. because you could be
Yeah.
the luckiest person in the world, and that luckiest person has still spent 3 times their lifestyle expenses on lottery just to win it back and say, oh, now I'm set to go. No, you still have some deep-seated need for addiction. You're going to just put it into something else now, you know? And again, it's I feel like woke is I'm saying what it is about myself that is toxic. I think that's the term. That's why it became popular, was because it was a term being used to stop being the toxic person that you are, using social media, you know, keyboard warriors, things like that. I believe the term was used in a derogatory way when it comes to people who are, like you were talking about, inactive in protests, inactive being sitting behind a computer and just, I'm gonna rant my feelings, and that's gonna be it, you know, and that's all I need to do to, you know, social change is I'm gonna tell you what's what and what's not, and then I'm just gonna walk away from that. Like, to me, understanding what woke means you're willing to sit at a table you wouldn't necessarily eat with the people sitting at that table, that you're going to literally put on someone else's shoes and understand from their perspective and stop living in a bubble. Because I mean, there's no such thing as a bubble anymore. There are way too many people on this floating rock to say, oh, I've been in a bubble and I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch network television. I don't watch news on TV. I read about it. I read about it from credible sources that, again, are straight down the middle of they're not on either side. They're not
Even the news has to adapt. Like they do all the social medias and stuff now.
yeah.
They're pretty much on all the different platforms and stuff now, because they just know, like you said, that most people aren't really watching free to air TV anymore.
Well, yeah, you're paying
And
for
yeah,
them to tell you what to think too. That's the other problem I have. Like, I can't afford the $300 for satellite around here, because that's how much it would cost with the Wi-Fi and everything else like that. Like, it's expensive around here to have network television, unless you've had it for so long that now everything you have is so
we have
old that they discount it to nothing.
We have someone backstage who's actually is woke, very woke. So I'd like to hear his opinion on the situation. So what is it like being woke? Can you explain it to us?
So I'm just a woke cunt. I'm so
Do you mean
fucked.
cunt in the literal term or in the context?
I don't know what I mean. I say the word that much, I've lost all meaning. It's lost all meaning.
Okay, so it's in the context.
Just
Then.
another like swear word now. Just
There's no such thing as swear words, G. They're just words. Please stop biting you. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What's this?
I think it's great to have conversations about I mean, I've told my kids, like, I was never given the option to pick my gender, let alone my sexuality as a kid, you know, 8, 9, 10 years old, where I'm starting. That's when your brain starts to figure it out. Between, you know, 8, 9, and 10 years old, your brain is going, my body's acting weird when I'm around this certain gender or this certain person. And, you know, back in the day when we were kids,
especially when you're a kid and you see some cleavage and all of a sudden you get an erection and
and you're like, what's going on with my body?
Yeah, they say being a woman's hard when being a man is literally hard in certain areas.
I think I've got a blackout.
Oh no!
Fucking hell! I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. It's not hot here.
That's what you get for being woke.
What I get for being awake, huh?
I think that there's a lot. I think that there's a lot of bad examples in the world, and
I'm one
my
of them.
kids make jokes. Well, you say that you're hyper. We'll talk about like your nickname. You know, you were talking about. You know, that's why you go by hyper sapien. My kids make jokes that they are. One says they're 13 raccoons in a trench coat, and the other one, oh no. One kid says they're 13 raccoons in a trench coat, and the other one says they're 13 possums in a trench coat. At this point, my kids don't have a lot of faith in the male example in their life. Like, I'm not talking about Brian, but their biological father, and they are figuring out who the hell that they are. And I'm their mom, and I'm gonna support them however that means. But again, my kids don't say things out loud without, with conviction, without some understanding. My kids aren't ignorant. I don't want to say the word stupid, because stupid to me is lack of common sense. At this point in life. But I feel I don't have any control over what it is. I don't have any control over what it is that how my kids see the world, except for through my lens as their parent. And I've had many sit down conversations with my kids. Are you sure this is what you want to do? I'm going in and out, aren't I?
No, I can still hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I've gone back and forth with my kids and told them, is this something that you want to make public? You don't have to tell anybody this. That's what they don't want to be mislabeled. They don't want to be called something they don't feel that they are. And again, we were talking about that not feeling who we are. But me and my kids have had a great length of conversations about sexuality and how they are not sexually active, therefore they can't choose their sexuality.
Don't need to,
at this point. At this point, the only control they have is their gender. Yeah. And at this point,
like you said before, the only way you you don't. That's why it's annoying when people try to shove how you should be down your throat. It's like the best way for them to work out what they're interested in, like you said, how their body reacts when they get older, and that's how they're going to know what their preference or what they're interested in.
Yep.
And just it's that simple, really. You don't need society how it's trying to push everyone to.
That they have, they're looking at kids that are 10, 11, 12, 13 years old wearing full face makeup at school.
Yeah.
They're looking at 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old boys who are talking like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old males.
I was going to say the boys are probably wearing makeup as well these days.
And I mean, just imagine the thoughts you had at 10, 11, 12, 13, and those are what's coming out of these children's mouths. These, again, and it falls back onto the environment and the nurturing that you get as a child. My kids get 10 times more than most kids get around here because that's me. I'm extreme. They ask me a question, I answer it age appropriately. I have 12 plus years of experience in education and child studies, understanding why children are children, biologically, physically, first and foremost, where their mental state is, where our brains, what information we do know about our brains. And that's ever changing because we're doing more and more research on it. A lot of what's considered woke and just get with the program type attitude is things that we were not privy to. And I try to tell my kids that.
Mm.
Like, you have the internet. You could Google something. You could go on a medical journal and look up definitions to something that didn't even exist in the understanding of medical science when I was a kid. Like,
Hey,
you guys
AJ.
have way more control over what it is that you put into your brain because you have the internet
Yeah,
there. If
yeah,
I
definitely.
knew something was going to be published on the internet, I had to wait months to be able to have access to it. You know.
Back in my day, a stick could be many things besides. It wouldn't be a stick. It could be a sword or
Mm-hmm.
just. And like kids, they don't have really imagination anymore. Unfortunately, it seems like we're taking away being a child from children, and they don't even know it. Just like you were saying, we mentioned before, the environment and how they're raised compared to how we was raised is very different. So they can only react how they see and how the situations are now. So, just some kids just don't understand really what it is to be a kid, and how you were saying you studied and how their body and their brain is. But yeah, it's like they're trying to be. It's like almost they've skipped a lot that we didn't. We got to explore, and
Mm-hmm.
just through technology and stuff, they're being robbed of that really. Instead
No,
of
I feel
instead of
like
using their imagination.
more and more. Oh, when you think about public school and the schooling system and what it was set up for in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, was to educate children how to be industrial workers, because we were in the
Yeah,
industrial age. And then it turned
yeah,
into then we were talking about it before, where there was the 90s, early 2000s, and the late,
mm,
mid 80s was mental health, and how fighting for mental health. First, it was fighting for civil rights, then it was fighting for workers' rights, then it was women's rights, then it's medical rights. Now we've now in the United States had to justify substance use as a disorder,
mm,
because just now, after 40 years of the war on drugs, coming up on 30 years, coming up on 30 years of the war on drugs in the United States, we've realized that this epidemic is becoming too hard to handle, and it needs to be now a medical issue. And the medical issue, not just physical medical, but mental health, to help people stop using drugs as a coping mechanism. But again, there's nothing out there to fill that gap. We're losing programs in school for arts. We're losing programs for science. We have blocks of curriculum now that are based on purely STEM, which is math, engineering, technology, and science. So that, and the fact that they're pushing these, is because these are going to slowly decay. Math is going to turn into coding. We're no longer going to need
yeah.
anything above simple, basic mathematics to be able to make change. While we're literally spending cash that's not even ours. Like, doesn't have as much value. It's like the whole sleight of hand that we've been talking about with them using the media, and the idea of, why is the woke movement so, to me it's just irritating, because again, I watched this was like 13 years old, and I saw a bunch of guys in sheets. I don't want to say they're what we call them in the United States, but a bunch of guys with sheets. They're standing in front of our courthouse, and I'm looking at these people at 13 years old going, I thought this was over. I thought we didn't do this anymore. I was 13. I'm 40 now. And there's still situations where there are guys in white sheets that just don't care now. They're just out there, and they're
Well,
just,
there's still plenty of them around. They just don't wear
yeah.
the fucking sheets anymore.
That's what I mean. Like, now they don't even have to do that anymore. And it's like, okay, I have to
And I guess
accept this person. I have to accept that
I
this
guess
person
it's like every situation I guess has negative and positive points. Like when it comes to this woke stuff or just being a certain way, I'm sure that like obviously the woke is put people wouldn't want to be racist because this woke culture wouldn't allow it. So obviously that's a positive that people aren't putting up with racism and standing up for other people more. But it doesn't need to be attached to an agenda and a word and shit. It's just that's being good people. Why the hell? That's why I've just never understood like racism and stuff. And I mean, I've come across family members or just people, friends, parents, or whatever the situation may be, people in life that do feel a certain way or look at people a certain way, and I just like what makes them so special to look down on other people. When's Robbo the vlogger coming back to YouTube? I, to be honest, Anne couldn't give a flying fuck when he comes back. Is my best reply to that, and hope he's doing well. Well, yeah, I couldn't really care when he's coming back and all the people that he abuses, and I don't support people that are into pedophilia. Is what I'll say
Okay,
about
so
that
I want to bring this
situation.
up because I've been wanting to bring this up and I wasn't sure I was going to bring it up, but the whole accepting all of like within this whole gender argument is maps and the mature adult the I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. But the acronym in which it is a mature adult who has feelings towards adolescent and how
Yeah,
there's no way in hell that I could ever accept something like that. So in societal roles is you can't, because they want to stand up and they want to be, want to speak for themselves and they want to bring people to speak for them and they want to be acknowledged.
Because I've looked into so much stuff, and just I'm just one of those people that always like to learn and just educate myself about situations and pedophilia and child trafficking and people being attracted to children and stuff is something that I've looked into a lot, and they're definitely trying to normalize it. And one reason I feel like they're trying to normalize it is because a lot of the people that are elites that run the planet or whatever, like the whole Epstein stuff and Prince Andrews and all this other bullshit. So if they try to normalize that in situations, then they can eventually move, like they won't be able to be arrested or done for it. But I mean, they have power and influence and money, so they never get taken down. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was obviously a scapegoat for everyone else. So obviously that situation, but there's plenty of more. Like I just knew Prince Andrews wasn't going to get done for it because I mean he's a part of the royal family, but it definitely just annoyed the hell out of me. And
So many
if you
people
ask me that, if you ask me, that whole family's involved in it, and that's why I don't like the royal family. They've been affiliated with way too many pedophiles for them not to be,
not just that though,
involved in that
like
sort of stuff.
everyone I spoke to in the UK who had any words to say on the Prince Andrew was, "Are you surprised?" They are literally all blood related cousins. That's how they stay in power. They all marry within the same families. And you can see the divide and you can see the issue with the Meghan Markle and how the tight ranks were made on purpose. Like we can all sit around and talk shit about arranged marriages in other countries and how horribly wrong it is because that brings in all aspects of what we're talking about. Young marriage, being married at a young age, large age discrepancies, the royal family. And again, it's when it comes to arranging someone's life and taking away everything and going, this is what's best for you. Again, in a time when it was needed, in a time when it was considered acceptable. But in the United States, it's still considered acceptable. as long as you have a
And
parent who
also when it comes to that stuff, obviously it's like a power issue where like these narcissistic types and these people that are into pedophilia and even just people that like, and that's all right, and you can ask, and I'm not having a go at you. I'm just, telling how I feel about the situation. But even when it comes to Robbo and other people that are involved in that stuff, it's like a power issue that age or nothing like that's going to stop them. They have a target, they have a goal, and that's to either abuse someone, to get a naked photo, like feel like they have a power and control over someone, and stuff like age isn't going to stop someone. And then when it comes to people that actually go ahead and do, they like have sexual relations with people underage or whatever, yet again, it's that power. They're obviously like weak little snivelly bastards that can't do anything. Like they wouldn't be able to control an adult like that. They wouldn't be able to have their way. Well, some people do if they're into like, certain kinks and stuff and role playing or whatever. But when it's adults, I guess they can do what they want. And as long as both parties, both people or multiple people consent to that, that's fine, I guess, if they all agree to it. But when
yeah,
it's like grooming and it's a
informed,
child doesn't even
informed and
a child
consensual.
can consent, but they don't even know. Like they don't even
Yeah, they're
they
not
don't really
informed.
know what they're agreeing to. Yeah, they're
No,
not informed.
they
They
don't know
don't
the
know what they're agreeing
consequences.
to. They might see it in films or hear it from friends, like, oh, it's amazing, and they may think, oh, an older person is qualified and an older person knows what they're doing. So, but yeah, they don't know what they're consenting
Or
to,
the
and a lot of
trust.
people that
Yeah.
say a lot of people that will say, "Oh, I consent to this," or they get abused or groomed, and they feel like they're agreeing to it. A lot of those people grow up to, hate themselves or take drugs or just anything to block out that what happened to them as children. And
Coming from someone who
oh
was,
well,
I know
yes,
you were
Laura, I am calling him one because, and I can get proof, but I don't need to prove it to anyone that doesn't believe me. But you can believe me or not. But that I know what he is because I watch plenty of. I watch those people that go around. They use decoys, as they call them, decoy accounts to lure people that are into that sort of behaviour. I watch it all the time, and yeah, at the end of the day, if you get told that if someone's underage and you persist and keep on being sexual, talking sexually to them and wanting sexual pictures, isn't that a pedophile? It doesn't mean that you don't have to actually have a physical, you don't have to act in a physical manner to be that way if you're doing it online. And that's kind of what this conversation's been quite heavily tonight about online and technology. And it's became to the point where it's a huge part of everyone's life. And that's how we're talking to everyone now. That's how we're both talking. That's how the chat's able to talk to us. And yeah, there needs to be laws involved in online, like bullying and, pedophilia or whatever it may be, because at the end of the day, we're acting physically, but obviously it's like technology involved as well. So if someone's telling someone to back off and no, they don't want that person to be sexual towards them, or they don't want to send inappropriate content to each other, and they may have to, that person finds out they're underage, that should stop them from continuing this conversation and continuing that type of behavior towards someone. Like if they wouldn't do it in person, but then also that brings up the question: would people that don't stop when they're told no? Obviously, that goes into rape territory. And also, if you're told that someone's underage, shouldn't that stop them? Because then that goes into pedophilia territory. So
coming from
at the end,
experience as being a child and teenager who was groomed by grown adults,
mm,
um, I ignored um, and I don't know how to say this without wanting to cry.
Well, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but
No,
if you
I
do
mean,
want to talk about it and you
she's
get
asking for
upset,
proof.
then
She's asking you for proof. So as
has those
someone
accounts.
who was, huh?
Well, she's saying has those accounts. What does she mean by accounts? He used his normal account, and with his that's
No.
how we
G
know
was
that it's
talking about monitoring other accounts similar to Robbo's. And as someone, like I said, who was groomed as a child and a teenager by grown men, I ignored red flags
Hmm.
and about his behavior until it became more than just. I had to start making more excuses to continue to show up to the lives because
Yeah.
I was no longer comfortable. I had sat on one of his lives on TikTok for the 5th or 6th time that I'd done it, and it was the 4th time that he had used me as an excuse to lure women to the panel,
Yeah.
to lure them into conversation. And that was the last straw. The asking for, being persistent and asking for nudes and admitting to most of what he has been accused of. The only response to the accusations that G is speaking of that Robbo stood up for was they turned out not to be teenagers. And that was he only knows that because me and G sat with him for 2 hours after a live and confirmed over and over and over again that they were
And he
not
was
minors.
fucking shitting him, and he was shitting himself, expecting cops to be knocking at his door. So all I say is,
He has
well,
admitted to sending inappropriate content. He has
yeah,
admitted
and
to asking for.
I can
He has
basically
admitted
get
to the bare
proof if I
minimum.
had to. I'm sure the people who are involved would be happy to, if I found myself in hot water and needed to. I'm sure they could provide me the information and pictures, but I don't have anything to prove to anyone. Why would those people be? It, knowing how nervous and upset he got is enough, and if he wants to, get the law involved, then that's up to him. And
I
also, I'll
don't
just
exactly
touch
know
on.
what you could
I
get in
know
trouble.
Laura has heard both of us here on the panel. She's heard Mick and Sana. You'll talk, and even Mark will talk about situations that were inappropriate that he was involved in, and she still chooses to be a part of his life, which is up to her. But I do know that she's still on his stuff and probably speaking to him as well as
And we've
she's probably
already had
speaking to
3
him or
people.
calling him right
We've already
now.
had 3 people
But
comment in the chat.
my point is what I wanted or what I felt like saying is, do you think that I seriously don't have anything better to do than sit here and discuss this stuff? Like if I was just making it up or I didn't believe what I've been told by females and how he got told that they were underage and it didn't stop him from being
Pursuing
sexual
them.
towards them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, do you think that I would just like make up this stuff for like just shits and giggles, or we wouldn't be talking about other stuff? Because he's so important for us to talk about. It was just because this is a part of the conversation, and did say about him is why the conversation was brought up. Because I don't sit here and plan these streams and go, I'm going to mention that dude.
No.
Like we were happily talking about plenty of other topics tonight, but it got brought up, so that's why he's been
Multiple
mentioned
times.
now.
Multiple times he got brought up. So I understand
Why
why
are you getting? Why are you getting? You're saying I don't. What am I talking about? I know nothing about you. Well, why are you getting so emotional about it? You know, I'm just saying that you have heard plenty of situations, even the non-sexual stuff, and you have still chose to defend him by saying this is serious and I hope I can back it up. Well, you can feel that way, but yeah, I mean, unless I'm being taken to court or people are knocking at my door telling me to stop, and I'm the type of person as well that, I'm not going to shut up if I feel like I'm doing the right thing. If I feel like it's like if people tell me to shut up, I'm the type of person that will continue to talk about it or talk about it more because I'm not the type just to do as I'm told because, who can tell me how to behave really? I'm not a little child and, you know,
And again,
but
this
yeah,
is
obviously
third time it's
I
been
don't
brought
have
up.
nothing,
So we might as well mention it.
yeah, like I don't have nothing against anyone in the chat. And at the end of the day, he was brought up and I just said, and I wasn't having a go at Anne because she obviously doesn't know what's going on, but at the
I
end of the
think
day, I
she was,
couldn't.
I believe she was in the chat when I said what I said. So I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
again,
there's other past live streams. I know I don't expect people to cipher through them if they haven't. Some of these can go on for a while, but yeah, there was definitely one that had a lot of us. It was probably 2 Mondays ago now that had a lot of us, and we addressed all of this stuff just so there
yeah,
wasn't
we did.
confusion.
Because again, I was ashamed and felt guilty.
Mm.
So,
But yeah, at the end of the day, if he does that sort of behaviour, I've watched plenty of people that decoy people into catching people that because at the end of the day, if they're being sexual towards what they feel maybe a child, and even if it's a decoy account, and they're planning to meet up and showing their body parts
oh, I
and
think that's the
just
account she was talking
having
about. You're
those,
talking about decoys. You're talking about
yeah,
people acting as minors and they get caught by them. Yes, that makes sense. That I believe that's what she meant by the accounts. I believe she's coming into this chat not knowing what we're talking about and just brought up Bravo, and it just happened to hit a spot for both of us because I was about to say something because I'm not here to talk about Bravo. I
yeah,
wish him well with his health and his mental health and his physical health and his whatever journey he's on. I'm happy to again I'm I'm new to 40. I haven't been this age in my life ever. I have difficulty making friends. I have difficulty um seeing red flags for what they are because the shit really doesn't bug me until it bugs me to the point where I'm like, why was I so stupid not to notice this before? But I've had no need nor want to replay it because again, like I said, I took 2 weeks before talking to you guys, and I would took a whole month before going live again. But I still kept in touch. I still said hi to you guys. We made the chat. I try to check in with you guys as much as I can, and
yeah,
keep in contact with you guys because we did. I have to. I'm at that age where I need to stop just throwing away all of a relationship and every step that I made in that relationship just because
yeah,
I don't want people to choose my side. I don't if Laura's wants to stay friends with whoever Laura wants to stay friends with, Laura's allowed to do that. That wasn't the point of me
yeah,
exiting the chat. My point of exiting the chat was I was finally ready to tether to let go of the toxicity and the anxiety and the depression I got around doing those lives at the point that I did. I admitted this to G and everybody in the chat a few lives ago, like G was just talking about releasing and relinquishing the guilt that I have. Because everyone says, Miss Austin, you kept it going, you kept it worth showing up to. And then I started, then the guilt set in, and it was like 2 weeks of just feeling like the most horrible person in the world. Because I try my
Well,
hardest.
it was even like with me. There was, I told him a few times that I was like second guessing doing the collab channel, like the other channel altogether. And that was nothing against you and Mark. It's just I know that he has that power struggle. He wants it to be his, but also he wants us to do all of the work. So I was just saying, I think it's better that I focus on my stuff. But then he would come on live and then like keep on talking about it, even though that I sent him messages saying that I'm still
See, and
working
he
out if I
wasn't
want to do it or
divulging
not.
that to any of us.
And then that's why shit hit the fan on that 200th episode, because he knows that I was basically questioning it, and that's why he was getting obviously got very angry at me and told me to like almost demanded me to go on panel and all this other stuff. And as I've mentioned before, when people tell me what to do, I'm the type of person that would most likely do opposite, even if
It
what
was
I
something
want to
good for you.
do, even if
Yeah.
what I want to do is what they're saying, if they start trying to tell me how to behave, I'm going to pull back and if I went on panel, I definitely would have like said
Not been
stuff
nice.
that definitely would have upset him,
Yeah.
and just I chose not to and just told him to get on with it. Don't worry about me, and it just became a huge issue. Like let's all let's all talk about me, or let's make it about me when it was about him eating the bloody chip that he needed people to hold his hand to do. And it's just ridiculous. And at the end of the day, like all the lovely people that were involved with that channel, at the end of the day, it wasn't really anything that he did. That it was just all these people came together, like yourself and Mark and other
I
people.
love your shirt. Look. Oh, I gotta turn my mirror. I have to mirror my thing. Hold on. I love your shirt.
Like you had a favour
It's
back,
Kenny. It's
killed
Kenny.
Kenny.
Oh yeah, I know what it says.
Oh my god, you killed Kenny. Oh, that's it.
Mine says
It's just like
you
when you're
weird
young,
always.
and it's funny about like that. It's like when you're younger, you know that you're different or weird as a like people use weird as like a put down a disrespectful word. So you question it because you know you're different, and then other people are telling you different or you're weird or whatever. But then as I've got older, it's like, damn right I am, and I'm proud and happy that I am because
You tell my kids you're
fucking
normal, and they go, eh. Like, I don't want to be
yeah.
normal. Normal's one of them. I'm
It's like,
good. My kids know they fight George. Oh, gee. Oh,
that's right.
shit. Because I talk about you all the time to my kids when I say your name to them. But
Yeah.
they argue and fight with each other, and they'll be like, "Well, my mom said," and I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm all your mom. You're all my kids." Like they
Kind of
argue with
like
each other.
they're
They,
referring to you like you're a different person to each of
yes,
them.
yes. Seriously, and they roll their eyes like they're all okay. So as much as we're talking about woke
They're all
shit,
like have these.
again, my kids are
They're all
teenagers,
they
so they're
they have
AFABs.
these
They're
sassy
assigned
little
female at
personalities.
birth. So I have three kids that are assigned female at birth. I have one transgender son, and I have one non-binary child, and then I have one 9-year-old that likes girls. And it's like,
Yeah.
so we've sat down and we have a behavioral therapist that we talk to, and I've had a deep conversation, age appropriately, obviously, with my children about the fact that they
Yeah.
don't have a very good understanding of what a man is. Like what they have really bad example. I'm gonna cry. They're really bad example
Yeah.
And not just from like the healthy relationships, even like the not the bad relationships, but like even the healthy relationships are still not good examples. Sorry,
Yeah.
my alarm's going on. So it's like I told my kid, my 14-year-old, I was like, do you think maybe the reason why you want to be a him is because you know you could do a better job at being a dad than your biological dad? And mind you, my kid was like 12 years old when they were 10 when they came out as gay, and then they were 11 when they came out as transgender. So yes, they are still gay. They still are attracted to a male body, but they themselves feel that they are not. They are a boy in their body. They were like, mind blown, Mom. What the crap? Like, and no, I didn't think about that, but yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it. Like, what is masculine? I don't feel feminine. Like, I don't. And then I tell them, well, I'm a horrible example because I dress like any 40-year-old mom with a bunch of kids. I dress like a hobo. I dress like an emo. I wear everything black, or I dress like a hooker when I go out dressed up with my husband, when we're going out to do adult things. There is no median. I don't, when I'm wearing all black, I don't present. Half the time people are like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I mean, oh, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, because I have short hair. Only when I have long hair and when I look outside, from here up, like my gender, do people call me that, correctly.
This will be my last chat with this group only because of me. So you're gonna let everyone else not be able to associate with you because of me, accusing you of ridiculous.
Iota.
What did I actually accuse you of? I was saying that if you obviously, because I saw you liking his post the other day, so if you're liking it, you still support that person. And I don't know you. Well, you don't know me either. But yeah, if you want to have an outburst on my channel, go ahead. I wish you all the best. I'm not a bad person, I don't feel, and I'm not going to hold nothing against you. But if you want to have, a tantrum and act like that and include everyone else because you have an issue with me, and to be honest, Laura as well, I've known that you have had an issue with me for a while. I'm quite good at reading situations, and I knew this was going to happen eventually because Laura got upset at me from how I was acting towards Robbo and saying I was bullying him and stuff like that. But no one knows the whole situation. She doesn't know the whole situation, and yeah, if she wants to act that way towards me, that's fine. But yeah, have a lovely day, and I won't hold this against you. But I don't really care if you don't like me for who I am. That's all good. As I said, I'm just here to stick up and defend other people that he wants to, act a certain way towards. But yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a child. Like you've got me on other social media. You could have had that's a very Robbo way of dealing with situation. You could even Robbo. He hasn't reached out or spoke to me since he had a go at me on the 200th episode. So yeah, if people want to act like children and not adults and come to me privately and sort out a situation outside of a live stream, then yeah, that's the way to do it. But I mean, I've been quite honest on all my live streams, and hello everyone, this is me being honest again. So it's all the laundry got aired, all the dirty laundry has been aired on a live again instead of people coming privately and talking about it. But anyway, moving on. as I said, I knew that was coming. I could have seen that. Um, I could have said that was going to happen weeks ago, but it's finally happened, and now we can all go back to normal.
I just I'm I don't know what to say. I don't. Everything you said is
Oh, you,
correct. If she would have witnessed the 2 weeks ago episode, which apparently she's taken a month off, but it's been 6 weeks since all this happened, and
mm,
G started the chat room,
yep,
named it after me. It was a good joke. I love it. I'm honored. Um, and I personally didn't add Laura to the chat. Um,
mm,
Not that I don't think that Laura doesn't have anything to bring to the chat. I just don't.
yeah. Like I've had some
Don't.
lovely talks with Laura, but unfortunately, she is claiming that she isn't associated or isn't emotionally responding because she feels something for that person, but
I
still
mean,
is
she
getting
asked a
angry at
question.
me because I
She
haven't
asked a
sworn
question,
or
and you
I
stated something
haven't,
that you've stated multiple times, and the
like, she just,
tone you used was exactly the tone I would have used in replying to her comment because it was the third time someone asked about Robbo.
hmm.
The only response I could give anyone who has asked, "How is Robbo?" Ask Robbo. I haven't asked
and,
Robbo. If
and
that's what you're asking, I haven't asked Robbo how he is. I
hmm.
said my piece and I walked away. Um, I
And
came together with
I don't
everyone
wish,
else with
I don't, I don't wish bad upon anyone. But as I said, if you want to do that on a live stream where everyone can see, and obviously I either can ignore that or I can continue. But even if I ignored it, you might see it and address it.
Mhm.
So it's just she could quite easily come and speak to me. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm on a lot of social medias. I mean, I even have the Funkin' Hungry or the Hyper Sapien stuff. So there's plenty of different options of how to get a hold of me. And I'm not the type to even hide my real identity. A lot of people know who it is anyway, and Laura even would because she's been in group chats that have my personal
Yeah.
profile attached to them, so she could quite
Well,
easily
again,
message
I
them.
think that I think this is, like I said, they're not the only person that's in the chat that's been watching, that's been listening. The
Hmm.
conversation
And
is
yeah,
not.
I apologize to all the people that have to hear this, 100 times, because like, for people like Paul or whatever, he's heard it thousands of times now, and but
Roger too.
unfortunately, I guess that's what happens when both of us are associated with a channel that we put, I guess, a lot of our own time into, and somehow people still feel like we're probably associated with that and don't know what happened to that channel. But at the end of the day, we've moved on and we're focusing on ourselves and
Yeah.
still happy that we have the community
Yeah.
and the people involved that we've always had.
And we
So,
shouldn't have to tag and share a live that we've already done where we all came together, we all said what we needed to say, we all asked the
mm,
questions we wanted to ask each other. We aired things out.
yeah,
We mended a few relationships that we all thought were pretty rocky and walking on eggshells because
mm,
we don't want conflict in the group, but we all do not share the
mm,
same opinion. We do not all share the same belief system or the same thought process even, but we can all get together, we can all have a good time, we can all challenge each other and care at the same time. I do not feel, as Laura has pointed out, she hasn't been here for a month. I don't I have learned, but being on here for almost a year now, literally like 2 months from now will be a year that I've been on. Doing podcasts and stuff live with them, with you guys, starting with Rawo, but getting more familiar with being on live and open chat and communicating and getting to know people. I learned firsthand real quick building relationships and starting to get to know people, even the people that come up on the panel, is just
yeah,
as risky as being friends with my new neighbors. You can get to
mm,
know someone deeply, well, you feel as deeply, where you feel is a is a family unit type of situation.
Actually
Okay.
unsubbed as well because I've seen that it's gone down one, so that's all right.
All I can say
I expect stuff like that.
this is not a popularity contest. I'm not trying to win a prize. I do not feel
And
good about breaking up the gang. I don't at all. I definitely know that I was the last thread. I know that
mm,
there's a long list of people that have been rubbed wrong by him who have screamed it from the rooftops that this is the type of person that he really was. And I did not listen. And I sat there and I
mm,
feel guilty about those situations, but they cut ties with me a long time ago. I can't have a conversation with them. Everyone who has
mm,
continued to communicate with me and who has reached out during in times of when I was in time of need and struggle and stress, and everyone was trying to help me out. Those people I chose to put in a chat, and those people are still here and still I communicate with off of live. I don't feel I do feel really bad about not being here Saturday. I really wanted to be here Saturday. I was all excited about it.
no,
But
that's all
apparently
good.
sleep was more important. Um, I'm glad I'm here today. I don't feel the need to be on live every day, all day to say hello to everyone. And
Mm,
I apologize that for the newcomers that I've gotten to know through here and then through chat and through comments on YouTube and stuff. And I appreciate, the new follows and subscribers. Sorry, not follows. And Sammy's kind words about my singing and I'm just trying to cope right now in a very stressful time. Um, and
yeah.
I use you guys as a crutch a lot. Uh, I know that if I'm having crisis in the middle of the night or morning, that you guys are all awake and I can reach out. Um, I appreciate every one of you guys for it. Um, and again, you're not wrong in where you stand. I did not see it as a big picture. I glossed over the
Mm,
missing pieces that I were obvious red flags that I was ignoring. And when I was finally at my breaking point of I cannot control this anymore. I can no longer be a band-aid. I can no longer fill the needs of a narcissistic person who is acting as if in crisis to take more of my time, take more of my dedication than to my own family. And it got
yeah.
to a point where I had mentioned multiple times that Ryan was not okay with me being on live all the time, and that I started taking
Mm.
vacations and breaks, and I feel like that's when he kind
Well,
of drew everything
the
else in the end, and I felt even more guilty then. Like I wasn't around, so everybody felt like
if
all
that
felt
was
wrong.
me and the situation was, I'd be telling you to go spend time with your family. I'd be telling you to sleep and rest and
Hmm.
stuff like that, not making it about me. And he would always be grumpy if like I just started really not appreciating. Like you would say, you're struggling, you know, you really need to catch up and sleep, or something's going on, and the reply would be okay. I just got really sick of just seeing okay as like the reply for a while. It's like have some fucking compassion and shit. Like you're going through stuff and the reply is like okay, and that okay is only one word, but it says a lot to me. It's like, okay, you're not here to, hold my hand. And he doesn't even need to go live if he didn't want to. He chose to. So it's like he could have the day off if like there was no one else there to hold his hand and stuff like normally. But it really fucked me off seeing just how
It was
you'd
a
be
guilt,
treated, and even
and again,
obviously other people.
I gave into
Yeah,
it because I thought even if he could get monetized for a portion of it, he'd stop asking me for money, and I'd stop feeling
just
guilty
yeah,
and sending it to
and
him.
and and you're doing, you're working, doing school work. You have like lots of kids and a husband and other stuff going on, and you're still juggling that as well. But there's no there's no like appreciation. Just really started fucking me off. It's like there's no like respect and appreciation for how much he was doing and how much he was putting like neglecting other parts of your life to be there all the time is ridiculous. And then a couple of women on TikTok he wants to run off to try to impress, which ended up fucking backfiring hugely for him because that was where a lot of the
that
situation
was my
shit hit
last
the
like
fan.
that was my wide open door to walk out. That was the no, this is I ignored this. I ignored this. I ignored this. I cannot ignore this anymore. I
Yeah,
thought we had a conversation about this. I thought that you had turned a new leaf. There were no more of these, here and there's in there.
yeah,
There were no longer random, hey, that name's been gone for a long time. Why are they here right now? Oh, I accidentally sent them a message, or I sent them this message and now we're talking again. And I'm like, you told me they were toxic. Like, I'm not supposed to like this person. And it's like, oh no, now you can like that person. And I was like, wait, this isn't making sense. Like, and then it turned into like, you need to get people to come up here. I can't get anyone to come up here. It's 3:00 in the morning. Like, no one in my house wants me to be here right now. I can't get anyone else to be here too. And then it turned into, using me as a prop. And I was like, these are examples. And I was like, gung-ho about it, because I'm helping him get his hours and I'm going to help him get it monetized. And, he's on a budget and da-da-da-da-da. And no, none of that was, again, all of it was just to manipulate me into not going here and there.
I mean, I don't want to look like the golden child, but
and
really, payment enough is like having people watching us and interacting with us, and getting to speak to you here up on here tonight, and just the fact, besides the
time is
few little
precious.
hiccups that we've had in the chat tonight, like there's a lot of amazing people that are in the chat, and there's a lot of
Right?
regular people that we've got to know. And you
Having
was
great
mentioning the
conversation.
neighbours before. It's like I know a lot of people in chat with you are like better than people that just live a little bit away, like live just in the next house. It's like we've all got to know each other quite well, and it's like something to look forward to. And as I've said, the last couple of Mondays, and even today, I was feeling a little bit emo and depressed and all that sort of stuff. I've had, probably as well a lot of this stuff because stress really does make my depression worse. And obviously, we've had a lot of that lately, so it's probably not the best. But also,
That's why I was happy
the
you were
last couple
doing
of
hobby stuff
Mondays,
too.
yeah. So the last couple of Mondays, I just really didn't want to do lives, but I did. But then I really was happy that I did push myself and do them because I got to speak to all of you, and you gave you a platform for all you to speak to each other. Like you were saying and Mick was saying, it's like we could all say that in group chats or whatever, or even do video calls, but the fact that we can kind of do it and also include anyone that's confused of what's going on with all of our different channels and what's been happening, then they can ask us questions and we can answer them directly.
Right.
So
And
yeah,
that's the thing. Like,
it's been great.
the other thing is that I'm so annoyed and irritated. Sorry, Brian's hot, so he's throwing shit and it's knocking stuff off my table. He threw the blanket. I woke him up. But I don't want to get angry because the 5 stages of grief, and first it was denial, whole hella denial, and then now I was at the guilt, and then it's not, they didn't all go in order. I'm at the angry. Now I'm at the get revenge angry, and I don't want that feeling. Like I'm letting it just be. Just let it be because I can't do anything to change him. I tried. I tried to give him advice. I tried to be like the sister advice, the girl cousin advice that I could give, and to have it spit in my face multiple times and just ignore it. Like I'm angry about it. And that's why I told you guys I knew I would get to that point. I knew I would get to that point where now I want to be petty. Now I want to be like, fuck you, attitude. And I kind of feel like the chat helped with that, with all of us, because it's not, we could be, so much more petty, on the live panels, and we're not, because that's what I mean about, like, you can build a community, but you still have your tribe of people. You still have that support system, and be that friends, family, coworkers, whatever it gets you through that day. I feel that with you guys, like if I could nitpick every good person in my life, you would all be somewhere in my daily routine if you were in my face-to-face, so that's why I appreciate being able to come up on live and say hi to everybody every once in a while.
My
Because
goal,
again,
my goal is still trying to get on your shit list, on that list of.
oh no, no, I don't think that could ever happen. After tonight's live, like we had a great conversation. We'll have more
Yeah,
conversation.
probably. I might have been a little bit too full on when Anne was asking that stuff, but I don't know. And like that's just what I'm like sometimes. I'm like just like I have it in my head of like what I want to say, and a lot of times I'll say it. But, you're very sweet, Paul. You're a lovely person.
I definitely feel, like I said, I feel like, and I mean, we all, like I said, we all hashed out what it was that we were saying, and we all cared for this person, and this person might have a name, but to each and every one of us, he was a different fucking person.
Yeah.
He was what we saw live, and like Mick would make that comment all the time, like, this is not how he acts in person. Like, he's not even this talkative in person. Like, you get him to talk, Austin, you're amazing that you can get him to talk. You can get him to communicate. You get him to open up and talk. And me and Robert would have conversations, backstage, that it was hard for him to talk to women, and that he didn't know how to go about communicating with women. And I was like, you just talk like you're having a conversation with your friend, and you ignore the fact that I'm a woman, because I'm not a very good example of a woman in American standard. I'm not at all. I definitely feel like like I was saying, like you say hyper
I love
sapien, and my
getting to
kids say
know
raccoon to me.
if a new woman comes, like I come across them, however, online, in person, whatever. I love just, and even other people, but just people you click with instantly. You get told off.
No, I'm yelling at him. That's why I was covering my mouth, because I was yelling at him.
That's all right.
No, it's
But yeah, I just love
no.
getting to know new people, and you just find it's interesting to find stuff out about them. Have talk conversations, listen, find out. I mean, I know everyone's different, and some people do find opposite sex hard to speak to. But I've just always, even as a kid, had female friends that I really cared about.
I
Just
hung out with guys because they talked about their feelings exactly how I felt. So it felt more natural to hang out with people who spoke about their feelings the way I felt about my own feelings. So it was
yeah,
more, I hung out with boys because boys like to do the daredevil shit, and I like to watch people do daredevil shit so that I could learn not to do that and not get hurt. So I learned how to ride rollerblades from idiots riding rollerblades and doing stupid things. Like, same thing with bicycles and riding bicycles. Same thing with skateboards. Like, I'm not stupid enough to do that, but you could teach me how to do the basic shit. And they had patience for me. So the people who did the crazy moves had patience for the crazy kid. So I learned a lot. I was around eclectic people the majority of my life. I've been around eclectic people.
yeah.
I got 3 new mugs. I have to show them to you. Like another rainbow mug. We have a different rainbow mug in in there, and if you hang them up, it makes a rainbow. So we're looking for the third one. That's basically this one, just the other side, because we have one that's in the middle and then another one, and they like hang on this thing. They're like from the 80s. And then I'm obsessed with mugs from places. So this one's from Colorado. It's got a like deer on
Nice.
it and some trees and a yeah. And then this one's really, really funny. It's a planter and it says VC Water District. We're pretty sure that it's Vacaville Water District. It's a town in California. And the back of it says desert plants drink less. I thought it was funny because my husband works for the water district, and so I just thought it was funny. And it's a planter. I collect random coffee mugs. Like I have a giant collection. My kid broke mine.
Stuff, so I get carried away with too much stuff.
I have my
I used
kid
to like
broke.
stamps
I had
and cards and stuff when I was little.
Yeah. So
Coins.
my kid had a teal brontosaurus, the long necked one, brontosaurus.
Yeah.
I had a teal dinosaur cup, handmade, and my kid dropped it and broke it, and I almost cried. It was sad, but I have a bunch of random like shaped cups and just. I want one from The Office, the movie The Office, but I want a British one because it has has ridges on it, on the outside of it. It looks like a stack of paper, basically, is what it is. It's super funny, but no, I have random knickknacks around my house because of my kids. Like, you would appreciate this. The paper crane.
Is that origami? Did you make that?
My kid made it.
That's awesome.
Out of toilet paper.
Yeah, got to use what you got to use.
But
great,
yeah, my kid got an origami book one summer from the library, and now when they're non-communicative, when they're it's called select mutism, when they go into their head basically, and they're like trying to figure out something that is I would consider like personality, like assess, like they're taking personal inventory of themselves, and they're like, because they're like, I've taught my children that if there's a reoccurring problem, there are three factors. There's you, there's the problem, and then there's solution. And so there's something that's stopping you from seeing the full problem and the full solution, and then the Venn diagram, and then how do you coexist with the problem and the solution if the problem keeps reoccurring. So again, this is all my background in behavioral psychology and children's studies, and what a lot of people would consider woke, being like third eye and understanding like there's always a logical explanation for what happens. Even miracles there's probabilities and statistics to miracles happening. But to take personal inventory. So my kid's like 12, 13, 14 years old, taking personal inventory, and would go like 2 days without talking to anybody, just sitting in their little nesting spot that they've made and make random origami stuff out of a book. And then just be like, come out of it one day and be like, I'm okay with not being friends with this person. And I'm like, wait, what's been going on? And they're like, I've been telling you, like, this person's been like saying these things and like acting out, and I've been asking you advice. And I was like, well, yeah. And they're like, well, you told me like when it's reoccurring, they did it like 4 or 5 times, Mom. So I had to really sit with it. And I'm like, well, that's really smart of you. That's very logical of you. And because my kids know, like, the first thing that come out of their mouth, they're like, Mom, I know you always tell me. There's not a lot of kids around here my own age that I have to figure out how to cope with being around people that I don't always like to be around, but I need to be around because I'm going to grow up with these kids through school, and majority of my time is spent at
Mm.
school and sports functions that are age groups and things like
Yeah.
this. My kids are like, you've told me since I was a child that I'm gonna have to deal with this, and I'm like, you are. It's a small town, So they're like, I've really weighed the options. I've really weighed the last 2-3 years that I've been friends with this person and really spent the majority of my time with this person, and I've come to understanding that I've grown out of them. I've grown out of being their friends. Like, I don't think that we're compatible as friends anymore. And
Yeah.
and to know that my 13, 14-year-old kid is capable of doing that, like they said themselves, they're like, I don't really feel the need to like go hang out with my friends. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, you don't want to go like walk around with them? And they're like, no, because they tell me we're gonna go walk around in the middle of the night and like do stupid shit. And my kid's like, be safe, don't get arrested, have fun. Like, I don't need to run away. My mom will let me go out during the daytime. Why don't we go out during the daytime? Like, they are like, I know what getting grounded means for running away in the middle of the night. Like, I'm not going to do that. And I definitely don't want to do something that's going to get me arrested, because I'm 14 now. And that's like, they understand the consequences. And these
Yeah.
kids get mad. They are like, your mom's awesome. Like, I totally understand why you wouldn't want to do something stupid. Like, I would not want to be on the bad side of your mom. And they're like, no, you don't understand the bad side of my mom. Like, my mom gives us all the freedom in the world to be a kid. And when we get in trouble, we have to go walking around with her and be an adult. And we don't want to be an adult yet. Being an adult sucks. And people ask me, like, how do you cope? Like, your kids are all extremely different, but they get along very well. Like, they learn from each other. They have their own experiences in life, but my kids know that they have support in their siblings. I giggle. I have 5 children. I have 4 in my house right now. I have 5 in my house because we have an extra kid spending the night, which happens often. And those same kids are like, I would hate to be on the bad side of your mom. And they're like, no, like, she just makes you adult. Like, she gives you things that adults have to do to maintain a house. And a lot of people will say stuff like, oh, your kids don't do chores. And I was like, oh, my kids pick up after themselves. That's not a chore. They live here. Like, they got to pick up their own stuff. If they don't want it thrown away, they pick it up, but at the same time, no, my kids have to do adult things for money. Because I have to do adult things for money. Why am I gonna model anything different to my children? So in the sense of woke parenting, yes, I'm 100% guilty of woke parenting, of treating my children like the children that they are, but speaking to them as an adult to having an age appropriate conversation with a child. I'm not their friend. My kids will flat out tell you I'm not their friend. But they can tell me anything because I'm their mom. Like, I know things about my kids before they do. Like, my 10-year-old still comes home and is like, how do you know I want to go to my friend's house? How do you know that my friend wants me to stay the night this weekend? And I'm like, because I talked to your friend's mom. And they're like, oh, duh. Like, they know that. Half the time these kids are like, can I go to your house? And they're like, does your mom talk to my mom? If not, then no. Like, I don't. If my mom doesn't talk to your mom, then probably not. And a lot of the reasons is I've let a lot of kids come over that I don't particularly care for their parents, and I can be a good influence on the kid. But the kid, like, there's 3 rules in my house: you have to listen, you have to ask, and be respectful. Like, don't make me mom you. Like, I tell my kids all the time, like, I don't want to mom you. Please don't make me mom you. I'm not your friend. I'm your roommate. You have responsibilities. I have responsibilities. Like, let's get this done. And they're like, oh, because when I mom them, they're like, oh, she yells. When I'm momming them, it's, the mom, all the stereotypical mom things that you do when you mom. I tell my kids all the time, I don't want to do that. I don't got the energy for it. I know you don't got the energy for it. Let's just get this done and over with, and we can, or get out of my way. And then half the time they get out of my way and they feel guilty and they come back and help me. Like, because they're like, My mom drops everything to help me when I ask her to, so my kids do the same. And it's to me, being woke is have your children live in reality, like in your own home. No, it's not a war zone, but it can be. You know, there are cycles in a female body that happen that can throw off a household, especially when the women outnumber you 4-2. So it's I live in a stereotypical American home, I guess. We we do what we can, but I definitely don't want my kids to ignore those red flags that we were talking about. I don't want my kids to have to heal from those red flags either. So if you would trust me with I have a horrible, obviously horrible. it takes me a good 4 or 5 people going, what the fuck is going on, to be like, oh wait, something's going on. Like, I'm so used to, like, we talk about your dark humor. Oh wait, you're over there. We talk about your dark humor. Like, I'm you talk about your dark humor and how I have this morbid sense of humor because I've been so traumatized throughout my life by stereotypical people that you would think that I could spot a bullshit, like you were saying earlier. You could spot bullshit from a mile away. Oh, I saw this coming. I saw the blow up on the 200 episode happening. That's why I didn't show up. I slept through it. No, I lied. Did I watch it? No, I did not.
I wish I slept through it as well.
Oh, I feel like when backed into a corner, you're going to respond the way that you're going to respond, and if you can't respect someone's choice to respond how they want to respond, then you don't need to be in the chat. You don't need to be in the conversation. I feel everyone had their own way of responding to what happened. Everyone who did respond to what happened reached out. They're in the chat. like
Mhm.
that's how it went. There were a lot of people
Well,
watching.
there's some people in the chat, and then there's some people that are definitely lurking right now. Hello, welcome.
I
Definitely
hope
know
my
that
hair is not.
certain people will be.
My sister told me the other day that I look like I'm wearing a toupee because I have oil in my hair that's making it like straight. She was talking crap to me about looking like I have a toupee on, so I kept doing this. Like, that's why I was like, I don't want to have a gap. The lighting's horrible in here on purpose, guys. Because when I do this, I go, either I look like I have a toupee or I look like I fried myself. Because my hair will stick straight up when it's not oiled. So, but if I wear it back like this when it's done drying oiled, my hair is like up to here. From the curls. So I'm trying really hard to move my office into my little space, and I moved some more furniture in here, and my space is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's my wedding dress.
Yeah,
Right
I
there,
know all
Haley.
about that. I go through stuff, clean stuff out, and then somehow the space shrinks as well.
Yes.
And 2 Aussies lurking. Oh, 2 Aussies always watching. I always, always have a, always have lovely chats with him. No, we
I
don't.
don't I have a right to not want and receive and what's the other word, entertain toxicity. I don't. It's a very narcissistic thing to do, to come into somebody's live while having a pretty deep and intelligent conversation that I've been told by Bravo himself, was feedback from a few people who were watching. I believe Laura was one of them included, that there's isn't need for big words and 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 actually that was Lacey said that the big words made it boring. The deep conversations, the talking about feelings and communicating mental health stuff was boring.
No, because you have to
And
talk about like dildos and shit the whole time.
or OnlyFans or whatever else.
Yeah.
That's again was
And
another big giant red flag. Like, why did it always? And he
yeah.
would use people to turn the conversation into that always, every time. And again, another red flag that I just ignored because I'm thinking you're a 43-year-old virgin. That is why this is a situation. Like, I
I'm
get
pretty
that he
sure
wasn't
that is
physically an
pretty sure
actual
that is
husband.
pretty sure that is true almost. That's the
Well, you
vibe
know what
I
I mean?
get.
Like,
It's like
you could
you
go
wanted
so
to
long without it that you become a virgin again, I promise.
I
There
mean
it's physical.
what what sort of person wants to do a sex chat that doesn't have no stories to add to it? Because the best story you've got is you
I
hooked
mean,
up with someone in the car park.
we were talking about terms. The conversation came up and around the fact that we were talking to Daniela at the time. She was coming up on the panel quite a
Yeah.
bit, and she worked in the field
That
in which
industry.
horrible sex stories, came through. And I was like, oh my God, we
Yeah.
have to talk about these, like, medical. I love watching that show Sex Brought Me to the ER, or whatever the hell it's called. It's an A&E type off-brand, whatever. It's like the whole 100 Ways to Die thing,
Gotta have a chip.
but
Oh, that's a silly Kawazi
definitely,
reference.
definitely have those, because I was in the medical field. I went to school to be a CNA, a certified nursing assistant. All of my sisters were nurses. My mom, my foster mom, worked in the cafeteria at a hospital, so I was around nurses and around hospital staff a lot as a child, growing
Yeah.
up as a teenager. Um, it was something that I was passionate about, was being a nurse in a prison and helping people who were attacked in prison survive. And I was very scared to death of the idea of being an EMT, but it brought a lot of joy to me to be able to be there, to rush into danger and to save people who were wounded and harmed. The idea of being that crutch until they got to the hospital tugged at my heartstrings. And then I wanted to be a bare knuckle boxer at the same time. Wanted to do MMA. I was doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I was learning different types of martial arts, tagging along with my brother-in-law to all his classes. Just observing was enough for me to go home and work on muscle memory and work on technique and things like that. I wouldn't say that I would ever stand up anywhere near Mr. King Prawn himself, or his brother, but I got really good at Krav Maga because I had a guy interest that I was totally obsessed with, but was like, no, I'm a lesbian, in my teen years, that taught me self-defense, because he's like, you're dumb enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I'm going to teach you how to protect yourself. So don't sneak up on me. I will hurt you. Don't touch me if I can't see you. I will hurt you. I do not like being touched, but I can and will break a finger if you touch me, because you don't have that right. And again, I understand why I'm intimidating and people are physically scared of me. But again, don't be a douchebag and touch me, and you won't have to worry about me laying hands.
If you be a decent person, then you don't have to worry about that shit.
You don't even have to be a decent person. Just own it with a smile, and I don't care. You could be the biggest douchebag in the world with a smile on your face. Do your fucking job and go be a douchebag over there. Like, I don't people for no reason. And I do a lot of my work on remotely, so I don't even have to talk to people. I
Yeah.
don't. I'm not. I'm. I think it's this rawness or whatever that people are attracted to. They find it. I am confident in who I am because I know who I am. It's other people who scare the crap out of me. It's other people that can hide behind a facade and can again choose to be what they want to be on live, and then choose to be completely different when we hit end. You know, there are, and I'm still learning that. I'm going to continue to learn that. You know, I'm going to have to, you know, it's like a freaking garden. I'm going to have to weed it through it all the time. It's, and it sucks. It sucks that people can work their way into a group and to a community like that and cause havoc. But I'm again glad that we were all adults and could say and have a conversation about it and really weed through that. You know, we've built relationships. We've made friendships. We're continuing to keep this friendship going and this bed of community that has been salvaged. And yes, some people were left out, and some people were left out on purpose because not where I felt their loyalties lied, but their constructive criticism prior to the gigantic implosion that was that channel. And again, I was brought up on, I've stated this multiple times, I was brought to that panel on a lie, and kept staying on it for a lie apparently. And it's a lesson learned. And if your common goals align with him and his channel, then I wish you well in all that you are doing, because I'm sure you're watching or someone for you is. I don't. Again, I hope you learned something about the first hour and a half, 2 hours. We were having a great conversation.
Yeah, that's it. On this channel, I like to, on our lives, whoever's channel we're on, I like to, you know, we laugh, we cry, we cringe, we give advice or give our opinions. It doesn't mean people have to do what we say or believe what we say, but there's definitely some good conversations at times.
I feel like we were having.
AJ's
I feel like
back.
we were having a good time. I feel like we were having a good time, and the conversation was getting too far away from. And again, you take into consideration the delay in the chat from the live stream to what we're reading in real time between the two of us.
And hopefully Anne didn't take that personally, because obviously I didn't say anything negative towards them, but yeah, it's just, I guess
No, but
it probably,
if it's going to keep coming up,
I don't
then
know, I
we'll
think
address it. Because you
it's
do
probably
address
just
what comes up in the chat. So.
Yeah, I mean, it probably just threw me off a bit. I have spoke about it quite a lot, and then just, you know, like what's happened to that channel. And I remember when I stopped going on there when all the bullshit happened, someone asked me, like, they thought it was my channel. I'm like, that's not my channel. I was just on it quite a lot towards the end.
Yeah.
So
I definitely feel like, and again, I feel like every time somebody asks if I know how he's doing, it's guilt on me. Like, no, I don't. But again, I don't have any feelings towards it. That's why I ignored both
unfortunately,
those chats.
From what I've seen, and you know, that how narcissists are, it's like seems to be doing fine. Like, you know, water off a duck's back. It's
Would he admit if he
probably
wasn't?
just playing
No.
probably just playing the victim and all that stuff. But yeah, I guess putting on, you know, a bit of an act, probably like behind closed doors, crying into that.
Well, he's obviously
you know,
been somewhere or
pillow.
stated something somewhere, or we wouldn't have this much attention, unless again, someone, it's a vape, like green apple something. It's Nick Salt. I would assume that the 3 or 4 trolls, or shit, there's 12 people watching. How many people are still watching now that aren't chatting in? Heard something about something. I mean, Please
Yeah,
don't
I
follow me.
mean,
If you're subscribed to me simply because you want to know how Rabo is, please unsubscribe now. Like I don't know how he is. You'll have to ask him. I haven't asked.
I think
I don't want to
I think
know.
I've made it kind of clear when I'm like, I don't give a shit or whatever I said.
I mean,
have to go back
and
and
I
see.
feel. Here's the thing, though. I feel exactly the way that G does. I don't care. I don't care, and I mean that in the nicest possible way that I can in the situation and the context we've been talking about. I don't care. I don't wish harm
Yeah,
on anyone. I swear for squirrels, and that around here is a sin. Just so you know, I don't willfully or want to cause harm to anything, any living being whatsoever. I have seen enough carnage and bullshit over drama and feelings and inconsiderate nonsense too much to wish any type of bad things on someone else. But I no
yeah,
longer want to be associated with someone who is going to continue to give creep vibes, because I've laid very strong boundaries of do that to me and watch my husband not blow you up, but have someone physically show up to your door, because my husband knows everyone. So just saying that I don't have to make threats to cause harm because I'm going away from you because you're causing harm. That's all I'm saying. I don't need to threaten harm. You have not harmed my children. You have not harmed my husband. Those are the only times you're going to catch me threatening physical harm or wanting physical harm to come to you. Is that if you hurt my children or you hurt my husband, half the time I go, fuck me, I shouldn't have been nice to you, and walk away. That's the response you're going to get from me, because I do not want to cause harm. I don't want anyone to stop liking someone because of my opinion. That's stupid. That's why I
that's what
don't
I
like using the word stupid.
and that's why I say with when it comes to two Aussie, like he's been rude to me, and he said some nasty shit. But at the end of the day, like I don't wish any bullshit on him. Like I wish him well, and I always say to other people,
I wish him
it's
peace.
not
I
that
hope that
deep.
he
It's
finds
yeah,
some solace in all of this. And I hope that whatever he wants to nitpick out of the truth of any of this, of what we have all been, all as in not just me and G, again, go back to 2-3 Mondays ago and you will see the video of where all of us who have been affected by this situation and who have put in effort into this human being who has shown a
yeah.
completely different side
I
of who
mean,
he is to each and every one of us, all came
I
together
mean,
and
you can
finally
only help
went, wow.
you can only help someone so much, and then like the stuff that I've had mentioned here and there that people don't seem to know, or I stayed back for hours after a lot of streams trying to help because at the end of the day, I'm the type of person I've spoke to you about bullshit that I go through. I've even spoke about it on streams openly. And yeah, I'm the type of person that can give a lot of advice, but sometimes can't follow just because I guess the depression gets in the way. Like sometimes it's because it's a psychosocial invisible disability or whatever you want to call it. It's
Invisible.
I physically can do stuff, but then the brain is preventing me from sometimes being physical because I'm just at that point where I don't want to do shit. Like sometimes even getting up and like eating, drinking, like
Yep.
showering, whatever, can be like a huge task. Just because when you're mentally drained and you just kind of don't want to exist.
Oh yeah.
And I went through like insomnia bad for like where sometimes I'd be asleep, awake for a few days. But now it's almost reversed where I get really overwhelmed and stressed. Sometimes even if I've had like I slept that night and I've woke up, sometimes I will just either sleep or just put on like meditation music and just either chill out where I fall out of consciousness a little bit, or I will actually sleep for a bit and that's my way of escaping because shit's too much and like just
Oh yeah, because
having
even my hobbies get
being
stressful.
being that depressed. Yeah, like how I've drawn and stuff. I used to draw all the time, but when I started getting into my 20s and getting more depressed, I just couldn't be as creative as I used to be. I used to be the type of person that would always just be drawing and sketching, but then it got to the point where the depression was screwing around with my creative, like my creative self. So yeah, it's just, but yeah, it's definitely being, yeah, it's, and people don't realize that as well because it's not like a physical disability. People don't really understand it, and people still don't understand it a lot. And I have been told to like, a lot of people mean well when they give advice, but they give like the most shitty advice, and that's not it. Nothing on them. It's just how they are. If they're not going through depression or they're not don't understand mental health, they just kind of that whole kind of get over it and be more physically and motivate yourself. But it's like when you just don't really want to be in physical in this body or whatever anymore, and just how the world is and how people are. And I mean, we spoke a lot about stuff tonight, which, like, the whole, yeah, children abuse and even animal abuse and stuff really gets to me, and just women getting abused and people being used by narcissistic people and just toxic people. We've gone through a lot of it, and it gets to the point where it's too overwhelming for me because I try to help as many people as I can. I've For a long time when I had friends, I don't really hang around with people anymore these days because there's too much drama and it affects my mental health. But even online, when I've been in groups and stuff, like, just so many people are able to turn to me and just go through their most deepest and most vulnerable stuff that they deal with, and it's almost without even really knowing me. A lot of people can turn to me. Maybe I don't know, seem approachable, even though I look like, like some sort of troll-like
No, I
creature.
think it's a 100% that you come off as
And it,
non-judgmental.
yeah. So I just
Because
always
I believe
find
that
that
that's the
people
reason
like
why people come at me.
lost people.
I feel like
Yeah,
it's the same thing. I don't judge people for their choices because not everyone is set up to be able to choose that choice, which is the best for
mm,
them and their future, their present,
yeah,
and their future. Not everyone is set up and has all of the support and the finances and everything that it takes to make a change in your life, even as a child. Even as a child, not all children have the support that they need to make a change in their life, be a good change or
mm,
a bad change. Even some kids are surrounded by good people that they want to do bad things, and they have to go search out for those bad people to do those bad things with. Like, and even in a good situation, it's too much of something,
mm,
too much of everything can be overwhelming and overstimulating. My kids aren't allowed to be on electronics all day long, but they work for the electronics, and when they're on them, everything they're on is regulated. Like, my kids are
yeah,
allowed to. Brian, it took Brian a really long time to understand this. There's a dialogue in my household because I need to understand your logic. You need to understand my logic, so we can come to a compromise. Because being a parent is
mm,
negotiating. You are negotiating with what American moms have recently in the last few years started using crotch goblins. These crotch goblins run your life, and you have to negotiate your own free time. You have to negotiate, you negotiate everything that you think that you do as an adult that is hard, that sucks. You now have to negotiate and role model for a smaller version of yourself who has half of your DNA, half the biological other parent's DNA, and now you have to worry about genetically, where is my child coming from? Does everyone in the world have access to be able to go, oh, this is the best genetic makeup for my genetic makeup to make babies? Fuck no. you know and if we did, it would be Stepford Wives everywhere, and I would have been definitely disposed of because I would not have fit the bill. But without people like us, people like me in general, I could speak for myself in this, without people who are willing to stand up for boundaries and those boundaries, and willing to stand up and be the first person to stand up and allow other people to stand up with them, we wouldn't
yeah,
have it'd be regime. We would all be a carbon copy of each other, and who wants that? I know I don't want that. I definitely don't want to surround myself with people who boast me when I don't need it. I don't need someone blowing smoke up my ass every day unless I'm paying them, because that's what I pay you for, right? It's to blow smoke up my ass, because I'm your boss. And that's normally in my brain and most societies, I would be considered a socialist, because I believe you should get what you work for. And if I work for my livelihood, then I should be able to choose what livelihood that is. And a lot of us can't do that. A lot of us can't have our dream life and our dream job and the freedoms to do both at the same time. We get stuck. And again, that falls under the woke. You can stand behind every one of these beliefs, and you can give every ounce of your time, your physical health, your mental health, and your finances, every penny you own, and every one of those ideals will fall. None of them will stand true for the next 500 years. That in itself has been dictated over and over throughout history, that every time someone tries to get the top of the peak, there's no more room to go. You can't keep adding onto a mountain that's already deteriorating. That time has already broken and chiseled, and weather and all of these things that we think that we can control and we think that we can dictate can turn right around on you and go, fuck you, haha, watch this. Like, I judge my day by literally opening my windows. I do not judge my day by a clock. I do not judge my day by anything else than what's the weather outside like. What is my morning routine going to be based on the weather that is outside my doors? Because I've lived in the middle of the mountains for as long to know that it doesn't matter what my plans are. If there's fucking 3 feet of snow outside, you're fucking staying home. If it's 110 degrees outside, that morning walk is not going to happen, because 6 a.m. is when the mountain lions are hunting for food. So we're not going out there, when it's not 110 degrees outside. So I've taken to, like we started out this conversation with, being a naturalist and living my best life in a naturalist state. It just means everything that the government controls that dictates my life, because no matter how far away off the grid I want to be, I can't, because I have children. I have responsibilities in the United States that force me to do this or that with my children. And I can understand why millennials don't want to have kids. There's all these different, again, all of these are different aspects of the woke understanding it to me, because there are less and less babies being born, but more and more people are living longer. Where some regions are running out of food, there's other regions that are throwing food away, and disposing of them so that homeless, unhoused people can't dig them out of trash cans. Like, instead of donating this food, we're just gonna, what was it? A Vans company threw a bunch of shoes outside on the ground, just right outside, but cut them in a way that no one else could wear them. And it's because they get more money calling it damage than they do giving it away for free.
Yeah.
And it's, it'll fuck up the stock market if a bunch of homeless people are walking with a left shoe. With a left shoe, you think that you're going to get publicity for giving away a shit ton of left shoes? Like, they weren't all full shoes,
It also has free promotion. People walking around with them. They're out in public, they're homeless, and they're not inside very often.
Buying Vans. You would think that people being as woke and being socially conscious of the fact that, okay, you're right, homeless people aren't all drug addicts. Homeless people aren't all mentally ill people. Homeless people are my neighbors because of COVID, shit like that. Like, all of a sudden, let's open our eyes to, oh, wait, there's this problem this whole time. They're not, that to me is a woke understanding. But no, it's that we need to give these homeless people in LA the property we promised them in 1950 that was actually given to them, but we don't want to give it to them because it's prime real estate. And so we're just going to put a big fence around it and not let them live there. Like, it's just, that's the part of me that I'm like, okay, when are we going to get woke to that part where it's like, our human rights should be that we have a right to live because we were born and we're now supposed to live. So we have a right to live. If we have a right to live, that means we have a right to the bare necessities of life. Like when everyone can have the bare necessities of life, then let's, examine swords. Isn't that what you guys call it? Let's measure swords and see who gets the most because their sword is longest. Whatever bullshit that you need to, dictate as the rule for who gets more rations. But I remember growing up in the Hawaiian culture, the fatter you were, the hell yeah, we want to be part of that family. They got meat,
Yeah,
So
that
I
happens in a lot
understand
of
that understanding
cultures.
as a
Like,
child, but
well,
we don't have that
people
problem
look at
anymore.
some cultures look at it as
Just
well
make
fed.
meat.
Yeah, I went into that joke, but possibly there might be a bit of truth in it with the McDonald's with like the lab grown meat.
Yeah.
Just looking at it, it's like I've seen some chicken before, and it doesn't look like chicken that I've seen and prepared and cooked myself and made into schnitzel or whatever.
And a lot of people around here raise their own, we can do that in the state of California because there's a town in and near our capital that is made abandoned male roosters like sanctioned. Like you're allowed to
Yeah,
let them roam. It helps with the tick population. It helps with whatever is the reason why they're allowed to. We're allowed to now here in the country. People have been doing it since the beginning of time. So here at least. So it's not like that law ever mattered to anybody, but now it's not a reason why you can call the cops on your neighbor because the rooster's waking you up because you live in a
yeah,
township type thing. We're not even considered a city. That's how small we are. Very rural, very out in the middle of nowhere. But people started selling full-size chickens ready to lay eggs and people buying them for the price of a 60 pack of eggs by spending $60 $30 on a full-grown chicken so that they can have eggs right away instead of buying them as babies. And I'm like, this is just like the puppy mills where they're like, oh, we want this genetically messed up dog to mate with that genetically messed up dog because we want this special tiny itty bitty pocket dog. Like, that's what the fuck? Like, why are you skipping the hard work? Like, the hard work makes the chicken omelet worth it. I promise.
yeah.
So, and I think it's funny.
Eggs and everything
I
is
don't
so
have time to be
expensive
here.
now. It's like we live in a world now. We're talking about woke and stuff like that, but we live in a world where you would expect eggs and just basic food items to not be so expensive or so, like break the bank to have like just a few basic items. It's ridiculous.
A loaf of gluten-free bread makes 8 sandwiches. That's how many slices of bread come in it. 8 sandwiches. And it cost me $8.
That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. And
I mean, normal bread
like a piece
here
of bread
is
like
super
the size of
expensive
my
now as
hand.
well.
They're only
Yeah, like
this
one of those
big.
really small ones.
Yeah, they're real small, like the palm of my hand. Tiny loaf. Yeah. So to eat healthy so that I'm productive member of society.
Yeah.
Because if I eat gluten, I'm 385 pounds again, and I'm on prescription drugs, longer list than my arm, and I'm a productive part of society on that front, but I'm not physically, I'm not mentally, I'm not, cognitive. I disrupt the system when I'm cognitive. So yeah, they want me to be fat. They want you to be lethargic and foggy, mentally fogged. And that's exactly what eating gluten did to my body. So yeah, no, it sucks. What really sucks is watching you drink those milkshakes and those McFlurries and know that I can't have them. Because I'll never make a dairy-free version of any type of soft serve ever. It's so hard to make. I've tried it twice now and I've failed both times.
It's funny, because I just guess I'm spoiled for choice and I review so many different places and stuff now. I do kind of realize how average the big chain franchise food is. It's like compared to like a local place, like you can just really taste the love and you can just taste, that they're using decent quality food, protein, vegetables and stuff, and it's just it's getting to the point where I don't almost want to do like the big places, but I do know that people love watching it as content,
Like I
and I
said,
guess
you're
I know
giving
that
me
if people
honest
put in
content reviews that I would not get myself. Like half the time, my kid will order something I've never had, and I'll be like, "What does it taste like? What does it mesh well? What are the flavors that you're getting when you eat it? Like, are you getting all of the flavors of the vegetables? Like, did you get it with all of the
yeah
vegetables on it? You know, like asking him all these questions. He's like, "Why are you asking me?" I was like, "Because I can't eat it, and I want to know what it
yeah
tastes like. I don't want to have to
yeah. It's
wait
like
for
when
them
I
to make it in
order.
chip form so that I know what it tastes
Yeah, when
like."
I order it, I just get it as is, even if I'm like, oh, this
Yeah.
would be better without this, or add bacon or whatever. I'll just get it as is. But and I definitely over time have just came up with, just because I have to put humor and I have to like just take the piss or whatever a bit. So like that
I
chicken
agree.
sponge.
I agree with this last comment, but I would love to see you in the kitchen of some mom and pop shops that are around there, watching them cook it, and then you try it and do your review. Like that makes more sense.
Yeah,
Like you do walkthrough of how is this made type thing, or at least get the content, of them cooking it and the process of them cooking.
mm,
Like you could do voiceover for that part, but I would be interested in watching that, and way more interested in watching those with you than watching,
mm,
because I could go sit through a 45-minute episode like of you doing a full-on review of it and getting, like I said, that background, of the prep and everything, and having
yeah,
you and having your commentary to it. So I'm having, because again, it's your honest review. You're gonna tell me the smells, the sounds. You're gonna tell me, you're gonna give me that content that not even the TV shows, that do back reviews like that. They don't give that much. Like they say a lot, oh, I wish smell-o-vision. I'm like, no, tell me what it fucking tastes like. Tell me the textures. Tell me what, explain it to me like I'm blind. Like I have or I've never seen this in my life ever, and you need to explain it to me. Like
yeah.
that's
So,
the kind of content I like. That I would
so even when
travel
I
to go to
even
a
when I
restaurant to have that.
even when I eat chocolate, sometimes I try to talk about textures and shit. Like
Yeah.
talk about if it's like velvety and smooth, and if it has like like a crunchy sort of texture. It just, I guess, as you said as well. So if someone, I haven't really hasn't really crossed my mind, but yeah, if for some reason someone who was visually impaired was listening, I was going to say
Yes.
watching, but I guess more listening, then they could like I could explain, because they could obviously feel they had their senses would be
Yeah.
stronger in certain ways, like their other senses, so their taste and
I
they'd
like
kind of know
listening to
what
your
it's.
content when I'm busy. It's called body doubling. So I'm at work and I'm listening to you in my headphones, and I can walk around and listen to you. I've watched Bones, Criminal Minds,
Yeah,
Blacklist, Community so many times that I don't have to watch the episodes to tell you in my head I'm watching the episodes.
yeah,
So it's great to
yeah,
know that I'm sitting here. I know half the time it is just you up here talking and you're doing your review, and I can walk around and I can hear the Chris. You're making, not necessarily doing all of the ASMR stuff or whatever it's called, but
yeah,
you're
yeah.
you're describing it to me. So to the point where I'm like, I don't have to go back and go, wait, okay, wait, let's go back. I got to rewind that. Okay, wait, okay, let me watch this. Oh yeah, I can totally see why he would say that. No, like I can hear you explaining it to me, and I laugh because half the time I watch lawn care videos where they're like that. I can stare at. It's like watching those kinetic sand cutting videos for my kids. They love watching that shit. Watching yard care videos for me is awesome, because I will watch the beginning of them talking about it, and I'll watch a few minutes of it, and then I will walk around busy and I will hear them what different tools they're using, and I'll go look real quick and I go, oh yeah, that's cool, that's cool. I'll look at the machine that they're using, and then I'll go off and I'll finish, and then they'll be like, okay, and here's the last part, and then I'm going to go talk to so and so, and then I'll show you the video. So it gives me enough time to get from wherever I'm at in the house back to my computer so I can see the videos at the end. So I will sit and listen to a whole hour sped up of like 3 days worth of work this guy does. And I will listen to the whole hour because it's just the ambient noise, the weed eater going. It's like listening to a like white noise box or whatever. And it just keeps my attention, my focus, I'm not overstimulated. I'm not listening to what anyone else is doing. I'm just doing what I need to do. And it keeps me focused. And that your videos do the same thing for me. Definitely help me stay focused on what it is I'm supposed to be doing. Hold on. I got to do another wake up.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta love that velvety, smooth chocolate.
I'm telling you, it was a Crunch bar, like a Nestle Crunch bar. I had it when I was a kid. I thought it was like the regular Hershey, square with nothing in it. And I put it in my
It has
mouth
like the
and I
rice
spit it
bubbles stuff in
out.
it.
Yeah, I spit it out because I was like, what the hell is this? Because I will just put the piece in my mouth and let it melt in my mouth.
Yeah.
Like I have sensory issues, but I have
Yeah.
can't have issues with rubbing my tongue on things. Like they told me it was probably like I didn't have I had a binky or a bottle or something that I would put in my mouth as a kid. Like my parents would put in my mouth to like soothe me. So it was part of my self-soothing. So I have a tendency to I won't bite my nails, but I'll lick my nails. Like it's weird. I don't know why I do, but when I'm like really trying to concentrate on something, I'll do this. And people will tell me like, "You lick things," and I was like, "Yes, I do. I lick things." And for a long time, every time I would take pictures of my sisters, I would lick them, and they would be like, ah! And I was like, it just freaks them out. I do it to my kids every once in a while. They do it back to me. It's hilarious.
You're probably part lizard.
Well, I know I'm part cat, 100% part cat. I am 100% leave me alone, and then I will demand attention, and then I will tell you how you're doing something wrong. And
Cats are hell funny creatures. It's like, they stand there and just give you the evil eye as well. Everyone knows about the neighbour's cat if they watch Funkin' Hungry enough.
he woke up late and he can't find his headphones.
Oh no. I can't find mine either. My head. Oh.
Sorry, I'm talking to him. Go ahead.
I was just being stupid saying I can't find mine either.
Are those the Bluetooth ones, or you have a cord?
Yeah, these are Bluetooth ones.
My kid just got some sent to him that are noise canceling. Like he cannot hear anything when we're yelling at him to stop yelling.
Yeah, I do have these ones as well, but I prefer these big ones because these little earbuds I find pop out of my ears after a
So
while if
we
I'm
have
walking and stuff.
the Beats ones that are like that with the cord that goes around your neck. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
He knocked my stuff off the bed and it messed up my file. Our bed is like a giant pillow, so if you move further than the very middle of the bed, everything will fall off. Which is weird. You would think like how a air mattress is, like if it doesn't have a lot, just
No, I'm not
just
sure if my neighbour's Elton John.
When I lose yours, then
He thought he lost them the other day, and the kids found them somewhere. I was like, "Where'd you find those?" And they're like, "On the floor." I was like, and then Ryan's like, "Oh, I thought I lost those like 2 days ago." And I was like, "Apparently they've been on the floor this whole time." And he's been doing laundry and stuff, and I'm sure he took them off after work or didn't, and they just fell off. He usually just comes home from work and like lays on the bed for a little while, try to relax, and usually that's where they fall off at.
When I was building this model, there was a little tiny, it's like he has little fingers and claws and stuff. I forget what part it was. Oh, one of his toes has hooves and then he has toes. And for some reason, just the smallest part always finds its way, like flying out of your hand and goes on the floor. I was probably trying to look for it for about half an hour. I was ready to give up and then just ended up finding it. But oh
Right.
god, it's so annoying.
I
And the
remember that
smallest
from
part, it never
when,
happens. It's never like a big part that falls off where you could just
right,
easily find it.
right.
And I really
Mine's
came
always
close
it
to
always
the best
ends
so
up
it doesn't
underneath
fall.
the
But
chair I'm in.
yeah,
What are you doing?
I'm just gonna take this out.
Oh. That's Michael.
Hi.
He says hi.
hey, hello.
I'm gonna have to go though because he's grumpy and he's woke up way late. I've been trying to get him up for 50 minutes and he's grumpy and
Oh
no
no,
one is
that's no
no
problem.
one else is going anywhere until noon and he hates this and oh yeah, he's getting laid off to the one job. We're just not sure when. It might be at the end of this month, it might be at the end of next month. But then he's gonna start doing some of the college courses that I'm doing. And
Yeah,
so that he'll get to go back to his normal 4-hour job. And I'm like, yay, because I'll have my normal 2.5-hour job. So he'll go to work. We'll have
Yeah.
time to spend in the middle of the day to get things done. And then I'll go to work at night and get home before the kids have to go to bed and do all that kind of stuff. So we're hopefully planning all this out. And ironically, we're talking about lawnmower business and all that stuff. But yeah, at the beginning of the year, it looks like we're going to be opening a property clearing business. So I'm going to be out. I'm going to be out trying to do as much physical help as I can. But I'm sure it's not going to be as much as I used to be able to, because I used to be able to like chop trees and stuff like that. And now I don't have the dexterity in my arms anymore. Like I use as much of my arms as I can to do my job, and I very much love my job. I got to talk about the ghosts in our building today. It was funny. A bunch of
I made a
guys
stupid joke the other day
today.
about ghosts. Who it was now?
Yeah. Well, they didn't know there were ghosts in the building, and I was like, I had to tell you guys that this place is haunted. So just so you know, you may or may not hear voices, you may or may not hear anything going up and down the hallway. There's no one else here. Just so you know, don't get up and go look. You don't need to. There's no one here. I promise. Like this whole building is completely empty. I said I put in headphones and just ignore them. They leave you alone. Like they're not gonna like. You're not gonna get like you're not gonna have like lights flashing on and off and doors opening and shutting. No, it sounds like it. It really does. It sounds like somebody's coming in and out of the doors on the other side of the building. It's creepy.
Yeah.
And I told them that. I was like, it'll sound like doors are opening. They're not. I promise. The doors are closed. They're not open. They're completely closed. I promise. And they're like, really? Are you kidding me? I'm like, dude, this building used to be the stash away morgue. Like they would put bodies in the back of the building until a guy could come, and like sometimes it would take a week for people to bring the body to the building. Like then there was a birthing center, like on the other side of the hallway. Like there was a dentist once a month that would come and do dentist. Like it was a full blown like mini hospital, like you see in like House on the Prairie type shit. It was just like that. Yeah. And now the building is a daycare. So yeah, you're gonna hear creaky shit. It's an old building. So I think it's funny. I do, because it's an old town. You imagine how many like prime real estate areas of towns and like the transitions they've gone through. Like what is it called? Gentrification. How many times that it's been reestablished as something else, and like how, you know, not just talking about like I'm sure you've seen a fast food chain that's like right near your place, that same building, different business, every so many years changes to a different business. But I mean like a building that used to be a home that got turned into half a
Yeah,
building, now still half a house,
yeah,
half a building, that then turned into a whole building. Like, you know what I mean? Like flopped around like that kind of thing. We have a lot of those here where you live above, you know, shops, you know. We
yeah,
It
yeah,
used to be a storeroom and now it's an apartment, you know, kind of thing. And yeah, so that building's been a few things. Before it was a clinic, you know, before it was like the town, like that was where the post office was at some point. Like where the post office is
yeah,
now had to have been somewhere else because that wasn't considered in town. It was actually a giant mountain. Like there was nothing there. Like there could never have been a building for it to be there, you know. So, and again, back to where we're talking about naturalists, you know, the fires are horrible. The Forest Service, you know, is doing what they can. Cal Fire is doing what they can. We have so many people in and out of the town. We're very grateful for them for doing what they're trained to
mm,
do and caring about this community to help us. You know, it's
yeah.
again
They do
falls
an
into,
amazing job.
yeah, they're doing an amazing job, and they're not. We've had many years where there's been issues with crews. They bring in a
Mm,
crew, they don't get along with other people, they cause problems, they have to pull that
yeah,
crew, it takes weeks for a new crew, the fire doesn't stay maintained like it should. They they did pretty well this year. It was very much had extra security, which was weird. I've never seen that. Um, it was it was very much joint, you know, task force, a lot of people involved in this
mm,
scenario. Again, we didn't lose like homes and buildings like we have in the last few years. It seemed to be a little
yeah,
more tactical, but again, it was a very
mm,
deep forest type situation. We did have a death. We do have a community member who's been a community member for a very long time. She's in the hospital with burns. That's horrible.
yeah,
Um, her family, you know, the community is dealing with that the best they can. She was a teacher, so they were having to find subs and, you know, to keep the school afloat and keep the school going. She was a teacher
mm,
when I moved here. She's the longest standing teacher since I moved to this town. Um, so that's been a huge hit to the community. Uh, but what we don't have, we we
mm,
we make up with what we do have. So a lot of upcycling happens around here. Um, I really, really would love to get my hands on a few rundown trailers that could be modified into, you know, mobile tiny homes that would benefit, you know, the community in a sense. Give people a stay away from the weather, you know, when it's
yeah,
snowing. As much as we know of our homeless population, and as much as people in the
mm,
community do take them in and give them the resources they need to stay warm, we have
yeah,
we have an unhoused guy staying in our yard right now. um
Yeah,
mm,
unless you magically find them at some point today, that's $70.
okay. um it's it's not everybody, again, I said this already during the live, not everybody has mental health issues, not everybody has drug issues, not
yeah,
some people like me and Ryan, if we could unplug and go completely
yeah,
off grid, we would. um
mm,
madly in love with the tiny home movement and living a farm life and creating a sustainable living off of
yeah.
minimal, you know.
Just living off the land and yeah, surviving
And
that way, definitely.
the hardest part with that is that you have to have a lot of land to nomad around in order to keep it, you know, you have to give it resting time, you know. And it's or, you know, you have to have finances to put all the everything back in to the ground so that it's reusable. And where we are is perfect because we can take what is growing and what is around in the environment and put it back into the ground. And it's hard. It's a struggle, to have to do everything that we have to do adulting wise and then still be able to have the energy and the means to
not grab a quick meal to actually do it yourself. Yeah, it's definitely made
you guys
hard
saw my
for us.
photo. Like I had to eat dinner at work tonight because it took me way longer to get everything done at work tonight. There were a few changes. Well, I got to work and couldn't get right to work, and then once I did get to work, news of people coming to stay was happening. So I was like, okay, what can I get done right now that needs my detailed, attention so that I can get as much of that done so that when there's distractions and noises, when I'm like, wait, what's that noise? I'm not used to it. When that pulls my attention away, that I can do the stuff, that's, I don't have to make sure that I'm going to ruin something, or poison someone, and did my mopping, and did the majority of, everything that needed to be done, that I can just mundanely just staring at the floor and making sure it's wet. That means it was cleaned and scrubbed, and I don't have to be particular. And Sundays are always my longest day cleaning because technically it's Monday morning for me, guys. I know it's past midnight, right, for you?
Yeah, so it's 11:31 because
Oh,
I'm half an hour behind. So you used to other people's times. So yeah, in South Australia it's
I don't know.
11:31.
You have to tell me in what state you live in, and it takes me at least 3 seconds to realize what time it is there in the United States.
Yeah.
So, I'm like, wait, it's not.
Pretty much most other people, yeah, it's like Tasmania, so Tasdas and Rolfus and stuff, and yeah, most people like Roger, and yeah, they were all like a half an hour ahead. So
yeah. So it's midnight for someone watching. There's 9
yeah,
of them.
that's
So
it.
someone watching, it's midnight. But
I'm sure there's a few night owls out there.
Sundays has been a struggle because I've had to figure out how to clean a bunch of carpets and not have them shed. So having to tweak things with the shampooer that I'm using, and then it takes, because it sheds, it picks up a lot of it, so I have to stop, clean it. Yeah, it's been a hassle. So instead of letting it piss me off, I'm just like, whatever, it takes me as long as it takes me to get it done. So hasn't been as stressful as it could be. So again, it's just working around other people. That's a struggle for me. That's why I like to do the majority of my stuff remote, or even when if it's a team, it's great if we have set, here's your goal, here's my goal, and when they intertwine, we help each other out and then go back to what we're doing. But it's still difficult for me to. I don't do the waterfall approach where it's you do yours and then I do mine and then you do yours and then I have to wait to do mine and then you have to wait to do yours, and I can't do that. I lose interest really, really quickly. So I like to get done what it is that I can get done, and then, just kind of sit around and wait for everyone else to finish and put it all together. So yeah, I'm working on my etiquette, my email etiquette, and my being enthusiastic in team building exercises. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. Honestly, I don't know how to do that authentically. Like I don't necessarily think that my sometimes dry, sometimes obnoxious, and always morbid sense of humor will always come across in a mixed. Oh, see, we have so
that's
many.
like me. My sense of humor definitely And it's like I'm not going to change, but yeah, definitely some people can handle it, and
Well,
some
at the
definitely
same time, you
can't.
don't want to
So
offend anyone.
yeah, that's it. I don't want to offend anyone, but I am going to like act like a complete plonker most of the time. So especially on Facebook, I just say stuff that I find amusing, and then I get like a lot of people trying to troll me because I've offended them. But as I said like earlier, it's like sometimes people are just taking in the information and processing it a certain way. It's like they're possibly not seeing like what I'm actually trying to get at. And
Right.
they're getting offended
Oh,
before they've even actually worked out.
I take the majority of what you post as satire unless it's a comment. And like and then I read your caption. And from the satire, whether or not whatever it is that you posted, I'm like, it's got to be satire. Because if it's an important issue, he'll say something. So I'm like, it's got to be satire. And then I'll read what you write, and I'm like, see, I was right. It was satire. That's fucking hilarious. And I will laugh at it. And then half
Yeah,
the
I
time
think
I'll see like sad faces or mad faces, and I'm like, oh, now I have to read the comments. And then I'm like, why are you mad at that? That's so dumb. Why would you be mad at that? That's actually pretty fucking funny. So like, read the comment section, and then I'm like, your responses are like on primo, the whole breakfast order that you were making with whoever was the person that you were making the review about that you made the comment for. I was like, I'm loving this. I'm loving every bit of this because it's some random dude in an office of 20 making comments on Facebook tagged to this brand. Like I'm just yeah. I thought it was I'm like, and this right here is a life lesson that I do not want to be in branding for marketing. I don't want to be the guy that has to answer the ads on social media. I really don't. Because I would be, oh God, I would be like the commentary in which you would get from me would be just as primo as the breakfast order with the guy on there. It was gold. I was laughing at all of it, like on there and out loud in real life. It was fucking prime time for me. So yes, after reading that comment, yes, I read all of your comments. Some of them are like I laugh. Well, you've seen the reactions I do. Like, so I want to make a shitty comment and you'll make an even shittier quip back to them, and I'll just laugh at it, and then the other person will get really mad and just keep going. And I'm like, oh God. It was a joke to begin with, and then you didn't get the second joke either because you're still mad. Like, oh, yeah.
so sometimes I just can't help myself, and the more people get angry, and it's like it's not that serious. It's just Facebook or it's just online or whatever, and people are getting really angry about it. And like I was mentioning earlier, I think when people get more angry or people try to demand that I act a certain way is when I get more like goofy and shit, like act like even more of a twat. Just,
Right?
just
You're like, oh, you didn't like that? You're definitely not going to like this.
that's exactly it, eh? So, oh, you thought that was bad.
Yeah.
What if,
Oh no, I'm 100%. Oh, I will be that bitch. You just clicked that bitch button, and now I'm gonna be that bitch. Yeah. I do that
yeah.
quite often, and I don't like it. I don't, but sometimes you have to escalate your tone and your attitude to where they are to bring them down. To like, we can have this conversation without the yelling and
It's
without
like
the.
when people were getting angry at me, they were
Oh
like
God,
saying
he showed
like I
Ryan
can't.
that one.
They said I can't wear. They said I couldn't wear a beanie properly, but it's like they don't realize I'm doing that for just I'm just doing that for a fuck around. And then it's like, oh, I wouldn't take advice from someone who doesn't know how to wear a beanie. And also, I've like made my profile public now, so people can see my photos and all that shit. But it's like, if I was that like, why would I put it in public? And yeah, just I don't know what goes through people's heads is like they actually thought that I was just cruising around looking like a smurf.
Oh,
And so,
I laughed. I laughed because I don't even know what it was that they were commenting on. And I was like, oh my God, he looks like he has a condom on his head. Like it looks like, where you leave a little tip. Like that's even the best part.
yeah,
you're showing it
Yeah,
even more like
a
this.
little nub.
So I
Yeah.
was laughing even harder because I was like, how do you take that photo seriously? And how do you say that
Yeah.
and get that photo and not laugh at the photo? Like, how do you not, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's
Like, it
ridiculous.
reminds me of the wear a beanie properly. What are you talking about? Like, is this how you're supposed to wear it?
It's
Am
like,
I supposed to wear it
just
like
walk
this?
around with it just laid laid on my head like that. Just
Like, does it just go like this?
is that how you wear it?
Is this the hip part? Like, am I only supposed to wear it? Am I only supposed? Do I have to wear it like this? Like, is that this?
Yeah, but,
Is this acceptable?
but anyone
Please
that's
explain to me. Please explain to me the life expectancy.
anyone that's been on my profile long enough, I'm pretty sure just sometimes I post serious shit, but yeah, most of the time I'm mucking around, so they just laugh, react. I'll be open. I do it on YouTube now quite a lot, like openly tell people the bullshit that's happening. Yeah, like if someone sends me abusive stuff, I tend to screenshot it and just post it on my profile so people can just have a laugh at how ridiculous some people are. And just yeah, if I find it funny, I'm sure plenty of other people will read it and find it funny.
I just I have to, like, I don't, I guess I was raised and grew up in a time in which the internet was new, and like, the World Wide Web was a
Yeah,
scary space, and it
mm,
still is, like, because it was so highlighted in the beginning, it's been so dug underground dark web type situation and that's a good thing, and then you throw up documentaries and independent films like You Don't Fuck with Cats, and you get a whole completely different understanding of why and what the internet can do and how scary it is. But you also shows the victor of people who take hate comments and creepy attitudes and creepy vibes from people and do their due diligence before they speak up and say it out loud. So to have someone like Laura come in here and be like, those are strong accusations. No, they're not accusations. Like, they're full on, it's happened. It's a scenario in which
yeah,
has happened. Understood. Again, you are a female. You would never support that type of behavior. You would never support someone being creepy or anything else like that.
yeah.
Again, I was misled to believe that this was 100% consensual on both sides
And
of the
I mean,
scenario.
you said you have sisters and daughters and other stuff, and it's like, would like Laura or whoever want that sort of situation being preyed upon to someone that she loves about, like loves or
And
cares
again, I
about? So
think
it's
that
like,
that's the disconnect. It doesn't happen to me, therefore,
yeah,
just same as, well, I'm an
yeah,
old guy, so blah blah. No, 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 no. You could be having someone be creepy to you, and you don't even know that they're being creepy to you. You could have someone who
mm,
you think is your friend online because you met them on Facebook and you've known them for 13 years on Facebook and have no idea that they have some secret life that they're telling you, everyone, that you're their mistress. Like, you have no idea what people are doing on the outside unless they're
yeah,
honest, fully honest. And I stand on my morals and my values. If you think I'm wrong, then let's have a discussion about it. I'm probably going to out reference you. I'm probably going to bring what receipts to prove that what is coming out of my mouth is not fictional, because it's either a life
yeah.
lesson of my own that I've experienced, me as the victim or the whatever plaintiff,
And it
whatever
was
you want to
funny
call
when it was
it.
like, oh, I hope you have some proof. It's like, well, who am I? Who do I have to prove it to? Like, who am I proving it to? It's like, as I said as well, it's like you think I don't have better shit to do than just talk about this and make up some crap that like that I don't have proof. And it's like,
I
who do I
I
need to prove
believe
it to? Though? Like,
I
either
believe this.
people are going to either believe it or not. So
Well, it ropes back into that woke thing. It ropes back into that
Yeah.
Me Too situation. It ropes back into
Yeah.
that you need to prove you're a victim, and that ableist
mean,
mindset, and that
It's like
you don't
Prince
deserve.
Andrew.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Prince Andrew, there was a load of proof, but then he still got to walk away. So it's like
She was in the
some
chat
people aren't going
when
to see
he
the
flat
proof.
out said they turned out not to be minors. That was his only rebuttal to what you said. And that
Yeah.
was, again, like I said, that was the last straw. Rubble, you're not even going to argue because you can't. You can't, because you've shown a piece of every part of what G is pointing out. You've shown that about yourself to every one of us. We've all seen it.
Mm.
None of us are telling him to shut up. None of us are telling him, hey, let it go. If that's, how about you do this on your own time? How about you have a conversation about this on your own time? No one in the chat said that. Not even Laura. So, again, she could have took a break. She said she left the chat when I left, then she knows what I said. Yeah. She offered to send me money, didn't want it. Do I believe it was coming from her? Probably not. Do I think that the people that came in the chat and had something to say are connected to him in any way? Sure, probably are. Do they want a rise out of me? Do they want to feel like they have some type of toe? And no, I didn't give them any of that. And again, I used you as a crutch. You said something and I rebutted because I finally felt like, okay, we're going to have this conversation, because I don't want to bring this up. I don't want to talk about this. But if it's going to be talked about, yes, I'm going to give my opinion. That's what a panel's for, right? That's what we're here for, is to give our opinion and have a discussion and communicate our opinion and our stance and where we are from. I have been personally.
All people have to do. People can just turn it off if they don't like it. If they don't like it at the end of the day, I know you're similar. You don't want to try and cause people to be upset, but if people don't like it, they could just turn off the bloody live stream.
Like I said, if you're only here because you want to check in on Robbo, please unsubscribe from me. I'm the last person that's going to give you any information, because I don't want contact. I separated myself. I cut myself off, clean cut, precise.
I know that I offended Laura that much because I went down a number. So obviously that was but yeah, I mean, I don't have no issue against her, but I don't believe she's really ever commented on my channel and actually been a part of my channel like everyone else has. Like they actually take the time to watch the content. So, yeah.
And I mean, how long was she here before she commented?
Yeah, and she said something about not being here 4 weeks or whatever. She's been in most of the live streams on Monday and stuff like that. So, I don't know.
Yeah, she said she'd been gone for a month. And I'm like, yeah. It's been 6 weeks, right? 6-7 weeks since the blow up. It's been quite a bit of time. And again,
well, as I said, my intuition's quite good, and I just knew that was going to happen. A lot of times when I just see, like, you see little breadcrumbs, or you see just little inconsistencies, and you just know it's about to blow off and it's about to blow up or whatever it's about to.
Oh, I'm sure. I
was waiting for it.
I'm sure she has a whole paragraph to talk about what I may have said to Robo. And I made it clear that there are people that if he wants to have him on the panel, then that's great. But I'm not comfortable being on the panel with them because I'm not going to give content. I do not want to take space out of your 10 that you have to allow me to sit up there when I'm not going to have, I don't have anything to say. I'm not giving you my I'm not giving you my opinion because I'm not going to defend everyone who may have my opinion on the panel of people who are opposite of my opinion. I do not feel it's fair to put me up here and have me argue with people because you think it's great content.
Yeah.
That's not
why. Especially when he doesn't put no effort into the channel, his own channel himself. He'll sit back and just let other people chat and stuff. It's like, you're doing us a huge favor by letting us chat on your channel. Yeah.
So
getting
again,
offended
like I said,
about talking about sex workers, even though you want to do episodes about talking about sex, but then get like triggered over people having different opinions about. Yeah.
and then to follow it up with, that's not what I said. No, really, it is exactly
Yeah.
word for word what you said. Like, that's my thing.
I can
Like,
understand. I guess
I get it's not what you were
people
thinking.
can come here. People can come here and ask about him that because I guess as I said, we've both been associated with that channel, but we have made it quite clear. But also, like I've pointed out, if people wanted to ask me stuff about what's happened, like people always ask me as well, what happened with Two Aussie, but they choose to do it on a live stream or whatever, they can come and I always say they can come and message me elsewhere. And it's like about the Robbo stuff. Why can't they go and message him somewhere else if they that concerned? At the end of the day, I guess people aren't that, they just want to bring up a topic, but they're not that concerned about it because if you really wondered where someone was, you would go and like come and bloody like write on a YouTube video. Like when I've had weeks off from Funkin' Hungry and stuff like that, I have had people ask, "Oh, are you okay? Like, is everything all good?" Because normally I'm posting a few videos a week, so if I go a week or almost 2 weeks without, people start getting concerned and ask. So it's like if people wonder where I am if I'm not doing content, go and do what they do to me,
Yeah.
to whoever you're worried about.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. But again, I don't feel 100% the need to get up here every day like I was for other channels because
Yeah.
I within weeks ran out of content, was told to bring content, would bring the content, and it wasn't good enough. It was some of it was okay, but stop doing that. Okay, do this now. Okay, can you go back to doing that? No, I don't have time to do that. Like I have this dedicated time and that's it. And I have a tendency to sit around and wait for something to happen. So I wasn't getting any sleep before and I wasn't getting any sleep after because it was, oh, I better get on this or I'm going to forget. So I was putting, again, like we've stated multiple times, you and I, a lot of effort into something that I thought was a positive thing and I felt good about doing until I didn't feel good about doing it anymore. And then someone would come up and someone would reignite that. And again, it imploded simply because the ideas weren't coming from him. And when he would come up with the ideas, it would be like, yeah, we'll work that out. And then all of a sudden, bam, that's what's happening now. And it's with other people. And I'm going, okay, that gives me a break. Oh, no, I want you to be there. Why? I'm not doing what you guys are doing. Well, then
at the end of the day, how much effort, how can you try to like control a situation when you have no input at all? Like in that new channel, he wasn't going to host any live himself or didn't have any ideas himself. How just
when I heard
ridiculous
that when I heard that that's where we're going to do all the lives and that it was still going to be 6 nights a week, I was like, I can't do that. Like I told you after this many episodes, after you got your watch hours, after this episode, that I was not going to be on all the time.
I don't expect you like all of us,
like,
but you included. You included. You put that so much time and effort into that channel. What someone expects you to do that again to another channel? Well, it's just ridiculous.
Well, no, it was. I put all that effort into it. Told no longer need to put that effort to it, but now you need to put that effort into this other thing. No.
Yeah.
And it's not. Just so you guys know, it's not monetary value in which I was in search of.
Yeah,
it never was monetary.
When you're talking about you neglecting your family and stuff, that's stuff that money can't buy. Like time with your kids and husband and stuff, and there's no money involved there. It's just you want to spend time with them and
how do you bring up
what you have.
How do you bring up sitting for 6 hours? It's not physically healthy for my body to someone who can't stand.
Yeah, definitely, because I have like obviously the sciatic issues and stuff as well, and that's why I did get the gaming chair because when I paint and stuff like that, if I'm just using this chair has helped, but I still can't get up after I'll probably get up after this, and my body will be sore.
Hmm.
But at least it's not as bad when I had a crappy chair. It would really be sore and really be in pain.
Oh yeah,
Where
the doctor
I'll
says I
get
need
up
to
and I'll
sit in
probably
one of
be in
those ergonomic sitting forward chairs because I lean forward
yeah.
anyway, and then it would be better for my back. Because I don't have typical scoliosis. I have bad posture that fucked up my
Mm.
back. And if I would
I
have been
mean,
put in a
I'm
younger life, my back wouldn't be so bad.
like what you said perfectly. Like if someone has physical issues already, how are you going to explain going from being like fairly healthy to having physical issues if you're not born with it? But it's like I'm seeing a chiropractor and stuff like that, so there's there's issues, and I mean I could sit here and I mean both of us could sit here and say about all our little issues and stuff
Back and
body
forth, yeah.
wise and whatever, but I mean everyone in the chat would have them, but it's like you're saying, it's not good because like
Well,
people
just
that work
because
in an
you
office
can't
situation, they
see
say
my
how
mobility,
they it's
just
like we're working really if we're sitting
mhm.
here every day, and it's started getting to that point where you feel obligated to be there because someone's struggling that much, even though it's their channel, they're choosing to do the live, but they're struggling that much to even last an hour, which sometimes it can be like that. But I mean, it's not work. We're not being paid for it. And as you said, it's not like we want the money, but we just don't. We want the freedom to be able to do it when we want and how we want. And I've been doing like Monday, Friday, Saturday. But if I feel like I can't do it, I won't do it. And I'm sure anyone that watches the channel or supports the channel will understand
Yeah.
that it's not concrete. Like shit happens, stuff happens in life. And I'm not going to get upset if I want someone to be on the panel, but they don't. Like, it would have been nice to have you there on the weekend, but you wasn't. But I'm not going to cry about it. Take care, AJ, JJ, J. I know he loves when I
Right.
say his
I was
name
all
like that.
excited. That's why I left it at the last minute. I was like, I'm gonna be on. I'll see you guys in a few hours. Like, totally assumed that I would do just like I did tonight. Like, I wouldn't go to sleep because I wasn't tired. I slept 12 straight hours on Saturday. Like I'm like my body rested and I'm not. My eyes are tired right now because of the lights and day change and all that stuff and everything. And I won't
Yeah.
have any problems laying down and closing my eyes for a few
Hmm.
hours and resting because I can. But at the same
Hmm.
time, I don't have a typical 9 to 5 schedule like everybody else does. So me doing these types of things wasn't a bother. When I had my full-time job, it was a bother. It was a huge bother. And I put more effort into those lives then than I did in the end. And I felt 10 times more tired in the end after those lives. I felt way more drained because I was, again, putting on a mask I didn't want to wear because I didn't want to be bitched at. I didn't want to get yelled at. And I made that comment a few times in the live and in the chat. I don't want to get yelled at. I'm not getting yelled at. You're not yelling at me. You yell at me, I'll leave. I won't come back. I'm good. I don't have to. I'm an adult.
Well,
The need to yell at
what
me
one of the what
because
one of
you
the
don't know how
seven
to say
dwarfs he would
something.
have been
Like I said, he
grumpy.
would get upset. He would get upset and he would be upset. And again, everybody has bad days. It's understandable that he's going to have bad days.
Yeah.
He's physically,
Yeah,
his pain levels up to here.
Yeah.
He's in extra pain. He's allergies, whatever, some gut issues. It's understandable that he's going to be irritable.
Yeah. Yeah. Which
But
I
if you're
totally
irritable
understood as
because your
well.
go-kart is a day late, your $4,000 go-kart's a day late, no, I want to punch you in your throat. I don't care about your stupid $4,000 go-kart being a day late. Not at all.
And that's when that's like everyone does get annoyed, like you said, but also sometimes when stuff doesn't work on time, you could get annoyed if you just have your hopes up. But then you have to start looking in like why it might be a day late. Someone in that situation,
Thank you.
someone might be sick or whatever. So you're not like caring about other people. It's just me, me,
Yeah.
me. And that's I think what started it in the group chat. I'm like, oh, just I think it was the TV and just other stuff, and I started getting to the point where I just stopped having that filter, stopped having that where I was biting my tongue. I'm just like me, 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 like just yeah, just how selfish can you be really? Just gets to the point where it's just draining as like just
And
care
this is
about it's not that
why,
hard to care about other people.
and at the same time, like the reason why I didn't back out of being friends with everybody and just like say fuck YouTube and not come back on and just stay in my
Yeah.
own little bubble was because
Mm.
this is the difficulty I have with making friends. Like someone will befriend me and
Mm.
love bomb me, truth bomb me, whatever, and make me believe that they are authentically this person that they say that they are, and then
Yeah.
bam, like smack in the face. How did you not see this? Like they've been doing this the whole time. They've been responding this way. They've been acting that way. They're responding in ways that are completely against what they say that they're here for and what they're doing. And no, you're not the first person to say that. You weren't the first person to come up on the channel and say something. And he loved putting people in timeout and controlling their access and things like that. And again, I was thankful for it because it was in a good way. Night, Cody.
Take care,
I
Cody.
thought it was a caring big brother type situation, and that again a problem I have with people who see that I'm a people pleaser, people who see that I'm willing
Yeah.
to
Yeah, like people can
bend
see
over
that,
backwards
and
and go out of my way to do
those
something like
energy vampires, those leeches, they see it and they just latch onto it and just. I mean, I'm definitely similar in that way, and I relate to that. Not like I just
I
can be
mean,
soft
when
or
you were at your
sensitive,
wits
or
end with him
like
and
that
wanted
could
to
be.
pull your hair out, and I'm like over here, hey, I will give you all of this money to make this for
I've
him
I've,
because
I've noticed I've got maybe it's just more grey hairs popping up. I'm like, oh, I swear there's about 20, 30, 40 more than once before, like a few weeks ago. It's like
and it's
what I
supposed
was
to
going to
be
say as
enlightening.
well.
That's the other part wrong.
It's like a lot of time when he used to ask, "Oh, how's everyone's day been?" I found that was like an excuse to an ex, an excuse to have something to talk about. But I generally love talking to the chat, like when I'm telling them to ask questions, or just I'm speaking about a situation and they're adding their own whatever to the situation. I find it really interesting, really cool just to engage in that way, especially sometimes when it flows really well. And that's why if I'm by myself, I don't need someone on panel if I've got the chat to talk to, because if they're here, I like including them. Obviously, it's a little bit harder when there's a lot of us talking up here because we get distracted. But yeah, if I'm by
Yeah.
myself, I love going back and forth with people who are watching and in the chat, and I can answer questions that they might have, or just we'll talk about a topic and they'll tell me what they like. I'll tell them what I like, and just it's a great time, really. Mm.
It's better than being by yourself in your own head. And I don't
Yeah,
think I don't think that narcissists are capable of that. I think that they kind of only have one driving force and voice. They don't have
like in,
competing.
like
They
actually
don't.
caring about someone else's opinion, caring about what
Yeah,
someone
like
else
it's
may like. It's
super
like I like.
television.
Like I guess when we tried to get him to like Spaceballs, and it's like he didn't see how we liked it, like he didn't see what we liked about it, and wasn't even
At
willing
the
to
same
watch the
time,
whole movie. But it's like,
I could see where he was. I can see where it made him stand out So it gave, okay, so with a narcissist, even negative attention is still attention. And if they're used to negative
Yeah.
attention, they're going to put themselves in situations where they get negative attention because other people will surround them with good intention, good attention and positive attention and uplifting
Yeah.
attention. And I believe that at a certain point they run out of victim cards of 52 in a deck, and they have to go get a new deck with a new set of people. And I believe that they will reoccurringly do this until they burn out, and then they have to humanize themselves, and they'll do a little bit of introspection, and they'll figure out what it is that they keep showing that no one likes, and they'll get rid of that, and they'll fill it with some donating their time to whatever for a free meal type situation.
Yeah,
And
definitely. Definitely had that hero situation going on. Like, oh, you did a great job, but it's like, what did he actually fucking do? Nothing. It's like
and
taking someone else's positive situation and including yourself. So you like, you know, like so it seems like you're a part of this really great, positive, awesome situation where in reality you haven't actually done anything at all. You've just included yourself. I guess it goes back to that leech situation. Like you're a part of like the host is doing everything and you just like
yeah,
latch yourself on, but the host is
that
actually the
makes
one
that makes 100%
doing
understand that.
doing all this amazing stuff and you're just latched on, you're just there for the ride. It's like someone driving a car and you're in the back seat, but somehow you're included in the actual driving itself, not as a
Oh yeah, the
passenger.
backseat driving type
Right.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a bit of a target for people like that though, because I will give you multiple chances. I
Yeah,
will
I'm like that as well. Like, I'll give people way too many chances where, like, and you start questioning yourself, like, why the hell am I still allowing myself to be around this toxic person and I haven't walked away, even in relationships and stuff in the past. Like, they,
and again,
treat
every
me
bit of
like
that has to do with the
absolute shit.
time I
Yeah,
put into the relationship. Is the majority of the time I give them, I would say about a third of the time that I've spent in the relationship, I will give them that much time to just observe, because I've
yeah,
put in the work. They say they put in the work, so I want to see it come. I want to see it be the work. I want to see the work. Like show me the work. Like and when
mm,
you show me the work, everyone struggles. Everybody struggles with the new concept. Everyone struggles with change. So you have to give
yeah,
some type of buffer. And I was clawing at 90 days. I was clawing at it. And I believe it was like 195 was 90 days. And I believe that was probably the last one I was on.
yeah,
It was 195 because
yeah,
I didn't have an
definitely.
end date.
I've been the same with friends, relationships, whatever. Like, you just know that it's over. You know that you need to walk away, like for your mental health and for whatever reason, just because you're over it, even if it's not mental health involved, you're just over being treated like shit. But then for some reason, I still, like entertain the person or still, and they're trying to be positive and trying to help them or just whatever. But yeah, I guess lately or the last few years, I've been pushing myself or trying to not be that person anymore. That walk away, and that's why I guess I don't have like many friends in person and stuff. I keep to myself a lot because just it's if I do have someone in my life and they are a toxic person bringing me lots of drama, it might be hard for me to cut ties with them.
You're
You
inspiring
know,
me though, because I've always give up my space, because the truth is that you can't give up something that's not yours. So that space is
yeah,
there for anyone. I just happen to be standing in it. I have no issue being the 6 foot tall woman that I am standing in the back. I can still see. I can actually see more than you can. You know what I mean? Like my point of view
I'm
and my
6'2".
perception doesn't change because you're in the vicinity. Because now you're in that physical space. That doesn't mean that my point of view has changed because I'm still above you. Like physically, emotionally, mentally above you. And I don't pity anyone because everyone has their own
About
space
now,
for
you're
their
still
own
above me.
I feel like
I was hoping I could
anyone,
like.
I feel like anyone who needs to be the center of their own attention didn't get enough attention. Like, or
I mean,
was smothered
I'm
with
not
the
perfect. I'm
attention.
sure there's plenty of me that is really shitty, but at least I'm self-aware and would try to fix any stuff that I feel like I should work on, which is plenty of stuff.
Oh, I
But yeah,
admitted
that's why
yesterday that
like
I
I
wake up
try
every
to.
day trying to
Hmm,
not hate someone. I work
yeah,
positively every day to not hate someone who has done things to me that they had no right to ever do to me. And I work every day to positively not to hate that person.
yeah, it's like you can forgive someone but not forget, whereas in you may forgive them more so it's not even for their benefit, it's for your benefit, so you can lay it to rest. But then also you have to be smart enough not to let that happen again from that person. You know, if they you do want them still in your life, you don't allow them to be treating you that way anymore, to have that situation
And I
again.
shouldn't
So,
have to
you know,
sit
you
on
can you
live. I shouldn't have to sit on live and allow someone to say the negative things that they feel they have now the power to say out loud to me because you meant
yeah.
something in my life. You've always had that
Mm,
space. You didn't use it then. I'm not fucking giving you a chance to use it now when I don't give a fuck what you have to
mm,
say. You're just wasting your breath on me, buddy. Deaf
mm.
ears. Like what you say is not going to get the response out of me because I don't care. Like you said, I don't care about you anymore. I don't care. I
Yeah.
don't want anything bad to happen to you, but I don't care if something does happen to you. I don't. At this point in time, I have relinquished the energy that I gave you. It is no longer
Mm.
yours. You are feeling the effects of that. Get over it. Because it's going to keep happening in your life if you keep treating people that way. That's all I have to say to
Yeah,
anyone who's I've forced out of my life.
that's why I always like learning, or as I was working on myself, or just if you don't look at yourself as having room for improvement, or learning more, or even working on parts of you that could be better, and you could be a better person, then you must be pretty like egotistical and up yourself. And if you just walk around just not trying to work on relationships and friendships and yourself. And like that's what I was saying, was going to say more at the beginning or middle of the stream, is people see how I'm reacting to the situation and like Delora freaking out because I was a little bit too honest or open about stuff and maybe a bit too blunt for her and other people. But they don't realize how much time after these streams that I was like, 3, 4 hours sometimes just listening to that person be upset and depressed and me trying to help because I've been in that situation, or just even listening because I know just having that person to listen to. But at the end of the day, when people are like that, but they're not actually this go back around to working on yourself. If you're not actually trying to work on yourself to be a better person or work on whatever you're struggling with, then this is just like the same thing over and over again. Like, and I've had that with drunk. We've spoken about this before with like drunk friends, and you try to help the situation, you try to help the trauma they have, but then the next time you're with them and they're drunk again, they're bringing up the same shit, and it's like, how many times can I try to help that situation without just it starts getting draining for yourself, and
I'm
you
not the
start
type of
almost wanting
person
to.
that's gonna sugarcoat it for you either. I'm not an easy pill to swallow, and I know that, and you signed up for that. And if you're not ready to hear the truth that you have been obviously using any type of coping skills to deflate, to get away from, to ignore, dissociate, whatever word you want to say, I'm not that person to come to. And everyone who has come into
Yeah,
my life knows that. knows that I am not the person that you want to come to for a pity party. I am not good company at a pity party, because I will help you map out where you think your life went wrong and help you discern what other paths and where your life could have been, and how what you're going through right now is not any worse or better than your neighbors, but everyone goes through some point in time in their life where they hit rock bottom and they need to learn from their behaviors and shift their point of view, or continue down the path that they're on, and they can do it alone. Because I refuse to sit by and watch someone drink themselves to death. People tell me all the time, that's horrible.
Yeah.
That's your family. They care more about alcohol than they do about me. I need to move on with my life. When they're ready for me to be a part of their life, they'll reach out. I can only try so many times before I realize that I'm not even a blimp on the radar. And I worry about this person all the time. I'm literally giving them energy they don't want. Why am I doing that? And I have to stop myself in most relationships and go, am I pushing too hard? Am I being too much? And then I have to think to myself, if I was being too much and they were my real friend, they'd tell me. They wouldn't do it for monetary value. They wouldn't do it for personal gain. They would just be like, hey, I think you're getting into a situation that's not healthy for you. You did that. Ryan was screaming it from the rooftop, and I just thought about it as him being a jealous husband. I didn't see him as, you're putting yourself in a situation that you warn me about all the time, and you're not even taking your own advice. I didn't see it from that point of view. I saw it as I was doing something that was taking me away from him, but it was something that I was trying to learn. I was trying to be comfortable with, this might be a part of my life, and this is stuff that I'm going to have to deal with. And I want to be here firsthand to learn how to cope with it and to walk through it. And how many times did I de-escalate situations and have to explain away problems between him and someone in the chat? And I did it earlier with the Laura thing. But again, that's not me
making excuses for someone else is ridiculous.
See, to me, that's not me doing it. That's me trying to understand what the fuck's all going on. Because I don't know why she's mad. I don't know what you said. I'm not sure who else said something. Wait, hold on. I obviously was too comfortable in the conversation. I wasn't paying attention to everything. That's me figuring it out, just saying it out loud. Because I'm always talking.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying about shitty situations, it's like it can be really bad, but it's cliche to say, but it is a lesson learned eventually. Like you get to a point when you look back on a bad situation and you do like feel like you've grown from it, you've learned from it.
I'm 40.
It's really hard when you're living it.
Growing. I have to be growing at this age. If I'm no longer growing at this age, then I don't need to be in public and giving my voice. If I'm not willing to, like you said, keep learning about myself and keep trying to figure out what it is that I'm doing with my life. Am I being positive? Am I giving back? Am I on course with my purpose, which I feel is my purpose? And again, that's what I choose. I chose my purpose for me. I let other people choose my purpose for me. It didn't work out, obviously. I'd be a millionaire by now. But no, I chose to do things the hard way, and I chose to do things my way, and sometimes it worked out, and other times, more than likely, it crashed and burned, and I learned something from it. And what I learned a lot. I learned a lot from be a part of those lives, and I'm still learning, and I'm still grateful, 100% grateful. If I had to be honest, I 100% would support Rabo if I didn't know him from the panel side. Because I would believe what he said. He's very charming and he's very believable. I'm a very educated, very smart person. When it comes to social cues and it comes to people, nope. Made it very clear from the get-go. I walked into it flying a white flag and giving away all my quote-unquote secrets, and I was exploited, and I feel like an idiot and feel really guilty. I do feel like I lost a friend, but I not in the sense of what it is. We do no longer communicate. I feel like I lost a family member. I feel like the person that I thought he was a fictional character, and just like in a TV show, I'm sad it's over.
Yeah. It's like what I was mentioning before. If I was putting myself in his shoes and I lost someone that I cared about, like you care about him, but it's like, does he care about you that much? Because if that was me and I was losing someone that meant something to me, I'd actually try to like fix it. And it's like how many, and also how long does it take until you start trying to fix it? Because you shouldn't try and
Yeah.
fix it when like everything's crashed, burnt, and there is nothing left to salvage or whatever. It's like use your brain and try and fix the situation before it gets to that point.
And again, anyone still watching for the sake of him, I don't need a response. You want to post a response, I'm sure I'll be told what the response is, but I'm not going to search for it. I'm not I'm not searching for closure. I don't need it. I'm happy where I'm at. I'm happy that I didn't turn and run and just avoid everyone and walk away and act like, fall off the side of the earth. If you were privy to the chat, you saw what comment was made. I'm not saying that the business model isn't a good idea. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the approach and the theories and when and if you want to stand up for a community, you should definitely have all of your skeletons out and about, and something as detrimental in action and way you treat humans definitely should be at a higher par than what ended up being that live channel. And there are great ideas that came from all of that. I felt like in the end it was, again, like we were a PR group that were helping support.
Yeah.
I know that last live that I was on with everybody, and we all stayed in the back and we all chatted about my tagline and what I would say, what would be my intro and how I was asking you guys for help and everything. I waited until I knew he was doing the intro for his podcast. I put my hopes and dreams and plans on hold for months so that he had an opportunity to be the first one to do it, so that it was, okay, say that I'm copying you, go ahead, I don't care. Whatever clout you need off the backs of whoever use it. That's how you get ahead in the business. These are all things that I said to him, that I don't work with people like that. And these are the things that I was telling him, like, this is what will help you with PR. This is what will Marcus Wright controversy, or Lincoln Kane is right controversy, and having a co-star that doesn't necessarily 100% agree with you. Not that it's going to cause controversy, but that you're going to have different opinion on the panel at all times, and we were complete opposites. I was a huge talk about anything type of person. I have an opinion about quite a bit of I am versed in the world in a sense. And I've been around long enough.
Really, that's like most people, like yourself, Mark, Mick, even Sammy. We can talk about all sorts of stuff, and no one really feels awkward. Or obviously, some people might have a lot more information. They may know a lot more about a certain topic, and that's when I guess other people lay back and just let someone speak. But there's definitely never been awkward points where someone, from what I can tell, someone feels awkward because they feel left out.
Yeah.
Um,
I feel like we all have an opinion.
Something to add to it. And
We're,
if, yeah,
we're all
even if that,
comfortable sharing our opinion with each other, even though we don't all
mm,
see eye to eye. 100%.
like, even if that opinion is I'm not interested in that topic and here's why or whatever, it's still
We're all
valid.
respectful.
Yeah.
And it's sad, like I said, to break it down into the simplest forms. There wasn't a lot of common sense. It was a whole lot of, I don't like this is happening. Well, then stop doing that. Okay, I'll stop doing that, and then not stop doing that. Like it was all, you want me to simple it down all the way to this is the conversation I heard him have with everyone who would come up on the panel. Everyone had a suggestion for him that I took into account, and I used that suggestion, and it helped me. And he's would, oh, so and so is going to suggest this again. Well, because it works. I've been looking into it, and it turns into that. Oh, you've been looking into it. Yeah, and then he would ask, "Have you been looking into it?" Oh, well, yeah, I watched a few with this or that. Oh, I kind of looked at that, and then it turns into the, well, I'm not going to look at it. Like he had to be the opposite, even though 5 minutes later he changed his mind and just join right in and be a part of the situation. Like this is the scenario that happened over and over and over and over again. And I did not want to catch on to it. I just thought, oh, he's opening up. Oh, he's warming up. Oh, he's, like we're talking about, that we're seeing changes and it's in a positive way, and supported all of that to find out that it was all just, it was a setup. It was literally just, back to feeling stupid and guilty.
Oh, but it's not.
And it
You don't
definitely,
have to feel stupid or whatever. What I've learned is like you can't expect like the type of person you are. You can't expect other people to be that. Like you're loving and caring. You can't expect like sometimes we look at other people and we expect to see our own personality traits in them. Like if we wouldn't fuck around with someone and use them and stuff like that, then surely someone else wouldn't do that to us. And then you just learn that no one's the same, and yeah, you just can't trust someone else's behavior to be like I'm not a perfect person, but I can't expect someone better than me in ways or is able to cope with situations that I can't cope with. But I could definitely be like loving and caring towards someone, and I definitely know I've been around narcissistic people in the past, and I've grown up around one. But yeah, so just knowing what they're like, you just yeah, they can't change, and you can't. Just because I love and care about people in a certain way, I can't expect someone else to do it. I'd wish or hope that they could or would, but some people just can't tap into those emotions. They can tap into other emotions,
and I just
more
don't
abusive
understand them.
ones.
That's my problem. I
Yeah,
have
that's all.
them. I have
Yeah,
them at extreme levels that I don't know why sometimes, and I can't cope with myself
mm,
sometimes, and it just comes, well, again, you guys have seen it. I will start crying because again, I am mentally, emotionally, physically in that moment where that pain happened, and
yeah,
that becomes, and
yeah,
it becomes in the moment. I feel that right then and there. It's PTSD.
mm,
It's exactly what that is. It's I can take my body as far away from that person. I can remove myself away from that toxicity, like you're saying. I can remove myself
mm,
from other people that remind me of those or cause me triggers to
mm,
become so emotionally overwhelmed. And now I've come to the realization that I don't have the energy to run outside every day with my kids. I definitely don't have the energy to give you. Like I can
yeah,
be just as angry and just as much my stomach is turning and I'm ready to just wall off and hit you. But I know that giving you what you want is that response, and I'm not giving you that response anymore. Like you again, my foster dad used to say, I've run out of fuck it tickets. You've taken my last fuck
Yeah.
it ticket. And I'm like, oh my God, I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, that's
For
brilliant.
fuck's sake. I told someone that's an old saying, and they said, no, it is not. And I said, yes, it is. I heard it every day growing up. For fuck's sake, what are you doing? So, of course, I'm going to get it tattooed on my body. It's a reminder of all of the horrifying, horrible. It wasn't that bad of a situation, but could
Yeah,
have
you
been a
need to have
bad
like a you need to have like a ticket machine with like the
my last fucking
Yeah.
ticket.
Yeah, the last one.
Oh, because I'm not kidding. It was for fuck's sake and fuck it, let's go. Those were the two sayings that I heard the most of the kid. Fuck it, let's go. We forgot this. Fuck it, let's go. We'll figure it out when we get there. or
When
for fuck's sake,
super
what are you
annoyed.
doing? Why aren't you doing it like
Yeah.
this? It's so much easier to do it that way. So, that's I took life for what it was. And literally being reminded there's always tomorrow. Wait, I have to do this again tomorrow? What the fuck? Like, what do you mean? I did
that's
it
it.
right this time. Why do I have to do it again tomorrow? And they're like,
Gotta go to sleep,
that's a
wake up,
job.
and do all
That's
this shit over again. So
That's what you go to school for. You go to school to get a job so you can do the same thing over and over and over again. What? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Why
like
would
a
I
sick-
do that?
it's like a sick joke without a punchline. It's just
And I figured that
doing
out
the
at
same
like
shit
8
over.
or 9 years old. So I was like, I want to be my own boss. What do I have to do that? Somebody told me you have to pick a job that nobody wants to do that's been around forever. So I was like, okay, so like the trash man, so I got good at cleaning. I don't like to clean all the time. I'm sure someone out there doesn't want to clean that and they'll pay me to do it. So I started cleaning houses and babysitting and washing cars and doing all those side jobs, that nobody wanted to do in the summer. And I got so efficient and so good at it that I was making more money that people were like, you're selling drugs. I'm like, I'm 13. I'm not selling drugs. I promise. I'm doing everything that people could probably be doing on drugs, sure, but I'm not, I promise. And it just turned into, I can take care of people and they'll pay me to do it. And they'll take care of me if I take care of them. And, nursing and being a teacher and getting into parts of life that nobody wanted to do. So I was working, when I became a nurse, I was actually working in geriatrics because that was a job nobody wanted to do. Nobody wanted to work with dementia patients and elderly patients. And, they're end of life, they're resorting back to childlike behaviors and their bare necessities are everything that they have left is what they need help with. And it's a horrible thing to do when you're at any age, having to need someone to do the bare necessities and taking away that freedom that we feel with being able to care for ourselves. And I was really good at it because I was like, hey, let's do it together. You got to show me how you like it anyway. And they'd be like, really? And I took the time to take care and individualize them. And that's not how corporates work.
Yeah,
That's not how corporations work.
Well, that's a really good way of looking at it. Instead of doing it the way you want to do it, it's like do it the way that they want to do it. Or
it's
like
always
at least,
easier to help someone do something than it is to push them to do it.
Yeah,
Always
exactly.
has been. Always has been for me. Always easier to talk you into, hey, come on, you don't have to do it alone. Come on, I'll go do it with you. And they're like, really? I don't have to do it alone. I'm like, hey, I need to learn too. Let's go. And they're like, oh, you don't know what you're doing either? Okay. It's even with kids. Hey, do you know where this goes? And they're like, wait, you're an adult. You should know that. I don't know where it goes. Can you show me? And they're like, look at me. And I'm like, honestly, like, I don't know where this goes. Please show me. A kid's like, wait, I get to show you something? I get to teach you something?
Yeah.
It's like eating out. It's like giving them candy. Is giving them the opportunity to show you how to do something.
Yeah, definitely.
When you walk up to someone and go, how can I help you? A lot of people are like, you can't. I would rather ask someone, how can I help you, than say good day or good, how was your day? I didn't say that at work. I didn't say how was your day? I would say, how can I help you? And they would go, do you want to help me? You look confused. Are you looking for something specific? Like, I stock this, so I know where everything is. Are you looking for something specific? And they're like, seriously? And I'm like, yeah, I can tell you exactly where it is. Like, right here. And they're like, wow, like, thank you so much. Actually, and then it's a whole conversation why they're there. And I would upsell people. I worked at a party chain. And they were like, I have no idea what I should do. These are the colors. This is what they like. And I'm like, hold on. I just cleaned this area. Here. And they're like, but I need it for 30 people. I'm like, buy these ones over here because they're all together. And they're like, oh. So they would go and tell all their friends. So I'd be in the middle of checking out people and I'd have a line of people wanting me to help them plan a party. So I got fired.
That's awesome.
Because I got fired.
Wasn't it earning them money though?
No, because the party planning place is you bought the wrong thing, you have to go back and buy another thing. And it takes longer to exchange something than it does to just get back in line and pay for it. And come on, it's only $1. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not, like I said, I'm not good for marketing. I'm not good for PR. I'm not good for, we have 1,000 of these units and we need to sell them. I'm like, how about we sell the minimum to pay for the shipping and everything that costs to make them and give them the rest away to poor people who actually need them. No.
Yeah, so it's like they want you to.
Not good. I'm not a good marketer for my.
If I was in charge, customer, really.
Yeah, no. If I was in charge of financial whatever for our country, no, we'd be good, and people would be very upset. Because the rich guy with $1 million would have the same food allotment that the poor guy on the corner with no house has. They'd have the same allotment. You weigh the same, you're the same age, you have the same ailments. Like, why would you get anything special? They don't like that. When, giving someone a gold star when they're 3 for no fucking reason is the reason why those rich people feel like they need that. Because they got a star when they were 3 for no fucking reason. They're like, oh, I'm entitled to a star. I'm 3. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, no, you're not. My kids are doing it all the time. Mom, I know everyone wins and we all get a trophy, but we did really bad and we lost today. And I'm like, did you try your best? And my kid's like, I was trying my best and so was trying their best, but a lot of the kids on the team, they weren't trying their best. And I go, so what do we learn from that? And they go, next time I'm going to be like, hey, you want to try your best with me? And I'm like, yep, that's what we do. We try to uplift other people because we leave it better than we found it. Like, that's how I feel about people. As much as people will get mad, I feel the same thing about animals and going into nature. Like, you leave it better than you found it. You improve the situation so that the next person that comes sees that it's improved. And if they improve it, that whole pay it forward thing. Like, if I help you, you're going to help someone definitely else. And those are the people that I want. And again, there's always, to every snake, there's a head, there's a tail. It's never ongoing. Everything that starts, there's a chain reaction and there has to be an end to it. Did it have to end that way? No. It could have been collaborative. It could have been back and forth. You obviously can't make friends with people you don't want your bullshit called out on you. Like, if we all would have said, fuck it, we're doing an intervention and we're doing it live, and we all sat up on that panel and we all said what we wanted to say and the emotions and which would have built, imagine how many people would have dropped off the panel. Imagine how many people would have had nothing to say and would have went to the chat and would have been like, this could have been handled privately, like you were saying earlier. No, we weren't going to do that. I wasn't going to do that. You didn't want to do that. Both of us were avoiding the panel situation because we both didn't want to go literally like we did tonight. Dude, seriously? I can't hear this one more time.
It's like you really want me to do it live, and then obviously didn't like or appreciate the tone and how direct and blunt I was about the situation. It's like,
well, not just that though. When you stated in the chat, they're here because it hasn't stopped. And that's when I went, wait, what? What are you talking about? And you're like, he's still asking them. I mean, wait, what? After we had the whole, they're not minors, but we're going to leave them alone conversation, he was still And you're like, yes. And I went, oh, I'm done. And it took me 3 days to muster up what exactly I was going to write. Because again, I didn't want to throw accusations out there, but I didn't also want to go so descriptive that it was a 3.5 page paragraph in the chat, because 2 lines in, I would have stopped reading it too.
Hmm.
You know, I wanted to make my point across without running him over, you know, without making it be like, you guys are going to choose now, and if you choose him, fuck off. You know, no, because if you're choosing to have him in your life, it's because you care more than I do, and you're going to keep trying to influence him to be a better person. I'm not going to tell someone not to do that. I'm not going to tell someone don't waste your time. I wasted my time. How do I have any right to stand here and tell you not to waste yours? Like, again, I'm all for, if you want to be an asshole, if you want to be a perv, then make it known and wave that red flag so that other people can actually see it and let them choose whether or not they want you in their life. Because there might be other pervs that want you in their life. There might be other guys that are more than happy to be friends with you so you can trade photos. You know, whatever you choose to do. Which is unethical to me.
Life or whatever's for.
I will stand on this. It's
stay
very
on,
unethical.
just stay on Fat Life, but don't brag about it on a live and then freak out when someone works out what the profile name is.
I'm sorry, that was the stupidest, easiest fucking name to have picked.
Why that's would like password being password.
If you didn't want them to find your TikTok, if you didn't want them to find your Facebook, if you didn't want them to find your YouTube, like, you were on that page to get those people to come up here so that you can exploit them like you were exploiting everyone else. That right there should tell you something.
It was ridiculous.
I made comments that Laura was completely opposite of me, and that's why Robbo wanted her on live so much. Robbo wanted her up there thinking I was going to argue and fight with her. Because he said, oh, you should go on Lincoln Kane's. I know you have opinions. I know that you would like to say them. You could go on his channel and you could say whatever you want to. And I said, Bravo, I don't care enough about politics, religion, or any of this stolen valor bullshit that was going on at the time. I don't care enough to speak on any of that. I don't care to interject myself into this because I'm falling on deaf ears. Everyone else in this chat is saying something and they're not listening. Why would they listen to me? Because I live in the United States. That's stupid. That's a stupid premise to stand on and think that I'm going to jump on that bandwagon. So I did know how to say no, because he bugged me a few times about that. He would even get Lincoln to say, come up, come up, come up. Anytime you want to come up, go ahead, come up. No, I don't want to. That's not my cup of tea. I apologize. I will get out of the live so I'm not even lurking. I won't even be part of your watch hours because I don't want to input this. I made it very clear to Lincoln multiple times. I'm good. No, thank you. I'm sure me and you went back and forth and banter, talking about how crazy some of the conversations and what was going on was. And again, it's good television when I miss Jerry Springer. That's all I can say about that. I don't.
He has at the end of the day, he has a channel. He knows what he's doing. A lot of people enjoy it. Good for him. But obviously, Robbo was trying to be that.
Mimic.
He was trying to do that on his own channel, and it's like, but then
Very
when it did get too chaotic and he couldn't he couldn't control it, and he was saying, I'm being picked on and all this shit. It's like then he would try and remind people, well,
I'm disabled.
My channel's about me vlogging my disability. It's like, well, no.
And I'm like, dude, again, I'm autistic.
You're trying to be Lincoln.
Yeah.
Trying to be Lincoln Kane. The Lincoln Kane knows what he's doing, and he's able to talk by himself on panel for an hour or a few hours. He's quite capable of doing it.
Talking, but okay.
Oh, he's able to smoke his weed and he's able to drink his beers and all that shit, which is fine.
It's
and
entertaining
then
in
have
the
a
sense of you're watching, but again, it's sad to me to know how much like America influences Australia, because that
yeah,
is, I grew up knowing that as trash TV. I grew up knowing that as, seriously, it's like watching the now to me an acquaintance into my brain, like the Bachelorette show or the Bachelor show. Like
mm,
it's snippets of someone's life that you're watching, and even though he's on 24 hours, I'm sure that's not really how he acts.
oh, that's it, definitely. Everyone, or not everyone, but there's definitely people that like push the boundaries of who they are and their character a bit.
And they can
Not
tell
gonna
after
just
being on here for so long, you can tell what sells and what doesn't, and you will
yeah,
regurgitate what sells.
and that's what we've said about To Ozzy. He's clearly when I first watched him, I didn't mind the dude, and really it was when he started talking shit about me to me that time. But he definitely is playing the character more now. He does this like sort of TikToky character that he's created, which is fine if he wants to do that. But I just find that as being fairly fake, or just he's becomes annoying because of it. So, and there's plenty of people on YouTube that do that. There's lots of
See, and I
them. I'm
love
not going to
your
just
I'm
list them.
funkin' hungry. When you I love your intro,
Yeah,
but I know that's not fake. I know that's you. I know that's your sense of humor. I know that's 100% like pure joy when you say that, because I know you've talked on it before, the joy that you know that it has brought people, who it makes it more comfortable. Like I said, me just
yeah,
having the content of stuff that I'm never going to actually eat myself. I know, like, it's
mm.
informative for me. It's helpful for me. It's helpful to other people. It's informative for other people. So,
Like I know my nephew finds it really
sorry, I don't
funny.
want to
I
smoke
know
openly
other.
on my channel. I decided I don't
Oh,
want
that's all
to.
right.
Sorry.
That's fine. But people have done a lot worse on my live streams, like getting basically naked and stuff. So,
Hey
but
now, that was the sexiest. I can say that Benj is old enough. I'm not creeping, but I'm not being creepy. But I swear that was the sexiest non-spicy turned into spicy video, live replay video ever.
when Roger and Benji are getting naked together,
Yeah. It was the tape joke that we did, and like that one day, Mick was like, "Why are you guys all have tape on your head?" Because Mark put it on you put it on your head, and then I put it on my head, and then Mark put it on his head, and it was like the thumb. It was like the thumb game, like the touch your nose game. And Mick
yeah.
was like, "Why does everybody have tape on their head?"
And it's like when I do that, like I'll just, and sometimes I've even changed up my outfit. Like I'll change that
Yeah,
jumper and
yeah.
come back and see if anyone realizes. Just like how stupid stuff, that like harmless, stupid
just
fun, and just
just being
I come
weird. I
back, but
like
I'm trying to be,
halfway put on my
yeah, I'm trying to be serious because I've like gone from black to red, and no
right.
one has said anything.
I put on my robe earlier, and I was like, "Wait, I'm too warm. How can I make this look comfortable?" And I'm like, "Nope, I can't. I gotta take this off." Like, I'm like trying to be
Yeah,
all nonchalant about it. All no, like I said, I enjoy coming up here. I enjoy just chatting with you guys, and again about things that don't come up in normal conversation. Like, we can make it part of a normal conversation, and it's stimulating, and a
yeah.
break
Like I
from
love acting.
all
I love
everything
acting
else
a
going
fool
on.
and trying to make people laugh and entertain them. But also, I know plenty of people love when we get into serious and really deep topics. Just I can tell by the way people respond in the chat, and sometimes people share their own experiences because obviously they feel like it's a safe place to. Like when had Mick on, I don't know if it was last Monday or him and I was speaking about just relationships and stuff like that, and I know that a few people in the chat got quite a lot out of it. They were opening up and sharing their experiences, and just yeah, it just shows that people are listening, but also they really actually feel like they can open up themselves, but also we're showing our vulnerable sides that they can see that and that's what people are really. We're just full of all different emotions and experiences.
And I do understand that some people in the chat, I mean, Paul said it in the chat earlier, but in the chat group that we were in, but he said it in the comments earlier, but I definitely understand that it could come off as a, where the fuck is that coming from? Comment. And I can understand if Laura had just walked into the live and just into the conversation and had no idea what had happened before, asked that comment. I saw the other two names I've never seen. I don't recognize the names from chats prior to, and asking, about him and asking me even about him as if I have something to say. I don't know if they're regulars here. I don't know if they watched the last live that I was on. I don't know if they even. I'm not here.
Yeah, like I've seen those people before, but as I said, really, like you like. So yeah, just go and ask the person that you're worried about or you want to talk to. It's like really that person's not here. And I make jokes of it sometimes normally when I'm just joking around. If like Roger will say, oh, Mick's a lovely person. I'm like, you're here for my stream. Like, what about me? But I'm doing it in a silly way. But then when it is more of a serious situation, like, oh, where is he? Hope he's okay. It's like, well, if you cared that much, just all you have to do is type in that channel and then say, are you okay on a video? And then that's up to that person to respond to you, and if they care enough about their audience to, say they're okay. So it's just.
And
But yeah,
again, I
did respond in this. I just responded in a certain way, and now I look back at it, I'm like, oh, I probably could have executed it a bit better, but that's me. Like,
No, I think you executed it exactly at the level of,
that it needed to be.
I definitely have taken my precautions as well with the same person. And I'm, again, though, I've made it self-aware. I was self-aware about the issues with the same person. And
yeah, well, the biggest crazy
I know
part
that
is
I know that I'm going to come off. Well, I know that I'm going to come off left field. And and obviously someone who doesn't have peripheral vision isn't going to see left field, and they're going to think that I'm coming from nowhere. I have nothing, and they're going to come at me the same way.
I just find that like a little bit over the top. Like, this will be my last chat. It's just, and it's
okay, but
like
here's
with this group for everyone, and because of me, and
I have minimal interaction with her on other social media. I have their page hidden. The only interaction we have is when they make comments on my stuff.
Yeah.
I don't interact. I don't interact on social media like other people because I'm not other people. I will death scroll through one app maybe once a week. I will get messages, comments on my YouTube that I don't even know that I've gotten because I haven't gone into the studio. It no longer tells me on my website. It will tell me if I reply to a comment on a video, but it does not tell me that other people are putting comments on my views.
But to me, it says quite a lot. Like, why include everyone else because of a situation with me when I've always been openly like, people can do what they want. This is my opinion. Like, people can go and do what they want. I'm not going to get upset at someone else having. But yeah, just to me, it screams like wanted people to like follow and was trying to lead by example. Like,
well, if you remember, they were added to the
and
chat on Facebook because they felt like we were talking about inside jokes and inside conversations.
Yeah, like,
I got upset that they weren't part of the background, so they got added to that simply because of that response.
Yeah, like little jokes and stuff, and it's like, oh, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So that was
Right.
the only reason they got added to that chat. I left that chat 6-7 weeks ago. I have had minimal interaction with this person again on social media because they've reached out. I do not reach out because I don't have time. I barely have enough time to check in my notifications because I am a very busy person. And when I am not busy, I am not holding my phone. My iPad is on do not disturb all the time.
Mhm.
I feel like the last 2 weeks I've really taken control of how much interaction I've had with electronics because now I am homeschooling 2 kids because I have to do online work
Yeah.
for my project management part of my business. I have to do computer access for my cleaning, my janitorial services for my business. I have to work on
Yeah.
ads placement. I dedicate time to my blog. I dedicate time to my self-care. I do not check social media like I should. I do not upload like I should. I used to upload all the time. It was taken for granted. That content is still there. If you would like to see it, it's on my page, on my YouTube. And if you watch from the beginning videos to now, yes, you will see a good drastic change in my voice. And it's because I do not give a fuck what anyone's opinion about my voice is anymore. I take on
Yeah.
all of the love and respect that people have for my voice, but my voice is not perfect because I am not perfect. I am not striving for perfection. I am literally releasing emotions through songs that
Yeah.
allow me to in a healthy way release that emotions. And some people like it and some people do not. And I'm okay with that. I'm not here to make money off my voice. I'm here to make money off my ideas and my project management. That's what my business is about. I'm people tell me all the time, but you podcast, so like you are a public figure, and I'm like, I am not a public figure. Apparently, some people will jump into. Sorry, I keep pointing the wrong side. This side. Over here is the chat. I'm obviously people pop in and want to see me, and I'm so grateful for you guys. I really am that you care enough to be like, oh yay, Miss Austin, thank you. I do appreciate it. I
Definitely a
don't
lot of
like
people
it.
do.
I don't like that people worry about me. It gives me a lot of anxiety because I have anxiety from worrying about other people, and having to let that go has been enlightening. It's been
Mm.
so much easier to get through my day knowing that I do not have to expect to be expected by certain people anymore. I don't have to have
Yeah.
13 alarms on my phone. I don't have to constantly be driving my family crazy with my schedule because I've never been like, I tell my kids all the time, this is me in a full-time job. They're like, Mom, you don't need a full-time job, Mom. Mom, this job is killing you. Can I help you? Can I help you with this? Can I help you with that? When my kids are stepping in to help me, I know that I am not taking enough self-care because my kids
And it's the
notice
way
my
it should
self-care.
be. It's like now you can make a decision if you want to participate or not. Like that's up to you. And
Oh, but I
as you
have a
know,
deadline.
many people
My
care about
anniversary, I
you.
will be posting our first smoke break interview, whether we do my intro or not. I'm posting it on our wedding day because we'll be doing a special on my wedding day. Our wedding anniversary. We'll be doing a special for like me and him. And he's been talking to other people about sitting down and doing he's like, what do you feel? How do you feel about doing interviews with other people? And I was like, babe, I think that if we sit down and like kind of work out a base plan and like get these interviews done where it's just us, we can incorporate other people and we'll feel more comfortable with doing it. And
Yeah.
I get that
Yeah.
he's gonna end up taking off with this and he's gonna make a big thing about it and it's gonna be an us situation, but it's gonna end up probably not being an us situation. It's gonna be a whole lot of him sharing his input and me just being there support and being part of running the system and doing all that stuff. And I don't know how comfortable I am with that, so I'm like, okay, fine, if you want to start doing that, we'll start doing interviews with you and other people, and I don't have to be here. You're right, I can do my four other, if you look at my podcasting, there's 4 others that I'm working on doing. And the life hack ones, the adulting life hacks, are going to be shorts. They're going to be like a minute long where I just
Mm.
talk about like life hacks, how I get around things. I know I've given a lot of that free content away on all of these lives. But that was kind of the driving point to why I created that as part of the series, is because I get a lot of questions like, how can you do that? How can you be so efficient with that? And I'm like, actually, it's a really easy trick, this, and this. And I have friends who still do it and that process. And they're like, it's worked so well. Like it's relieved so much anxiety and so much. A lot of people don't realize the guilt you have when you have depression,
Mm.
like the internal guilt that you get from knowing that if you could just get over this hump, you could do all the things that you've promised or you've committed to, or and half the time, the one thing I can't get over is that I can't find anything comfortable to wear, so I'm not going. Like if I can't be comfortable in my own physical skin, I don't want to be there. And a lot of people are like, I don't
Yeah.
understand that. I was like, it is a part of my depression. It is a part of the fact that I am so uncomfortable and I cannot figure out
Yeah.
where it is that I'm uncomfortable to be able to stand up and say, I don't want to do this anymore. And sometimes it's the hardest thing in the world to stand up there and swallow that guilt of all these people I'm going to let down because I need to go do this.
Is there a way I could like not go to school today?
What's wrong?
I'm really tired.
You're not sleeping.
I know.
So lay down and try to sleep for a few hours. And if I can't get you up, then I'll call. We're still live.
Oh, I just I'll talk about it later. Sorry.
We'll getting off soon, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up now. We've gone for 5 hours.
Oh goodness. That feels good though. I mean, I'm not tired, but I drank coffee before it started, so of course I'm not tired. I have to wake up half of
Still
my
got
house.
people watching though, so say hello and appreciate everyone still who has stuck around. It's been a
Don't forget to
lovely,
hit the
lovely
thumbs
chat.
up on your way out.
Yeah, a bit of finger help as we call it now.
Finger help. I love how
Yeah, because
you have to change your
you
verbiage.
come up with all this. Well, Mrs. Rolfus, I think, hurt her hand or something. So Rolfus, for a while, was saying that he had to go give her some finger help, and we've all taken the piss out of what that actually meant. And now that's like become something we'll say now. Give us some finger help.
That's hilarious.
So now when I say to like, I say give us some finger help.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I don't know how I say it all the time. Like take away one of my body parts that I know I use every day that I take for granted, and I would not. Like I'm humble all the time. How many times I've rolled my ankle and couldn't walk, right? Or, got a splinter or a cut or something where I couldn't use a part of my hand and having to adapt. Like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. They say carpal tunnel use tennis balls that you put a tennis ball in your hand and squeeze the tennis ball and to write and do all these other things, and it will help. And I'm like, oh, I need to start doing what are they called?
Yeah.
Because of how much I sit
Stress
and type
balls.
at a computer. Yeah. Basically it's it's like it's like finger exercises where you stretch,
Yeah.
you use like this finger stretching thing and like relax your fingers, and it like helps like with the muscles in your fingers and arthritis
Yeah,
and all that
the
good stuff.
chiropractor wants me to do that on my feet, to
Yeah.
stretch and work the tendons and muscles in my feet to try to strengthen them. So yeah, one of the techniques is to put your foot on like a ball and move it
Oh
around
yeah.
and
I
stuff.
do it all the time.
Mm.
You're just
Yeah,
reminding
but
me how
I haven't done it with the ball, but I found that there's where the door is a bit of an arch from the step. Like
Uh-huh.
I'd run it on the step
I have
and
a
just
rock.
work the muscle for a while.
I had a rock
Yeah.
that the way that it was cut, it had like a bubble, and it was perfect for where your arch goes, and it flattens out on your heel. So I could put it in between my toes and stretch my toes too, because I have really bad bunions on my big toe. And so I've been trying to stretch them straight because the tension in my heels comes from the fact that my toes are bent. So it's pulling on the ligament that way. And then the knot is from the bunion pulling the wrong way. So I'm like, it's like foot acupuncture. I read a Korean foot acupuncture book when I was a kid and was like, really, seriously, if I push on these things, like it'll help. And so like there's parts of your feet, like if you're having, ironically, you're having kidney or liver issues, there's parts of the bottom of your feet that you can do pressure points on them, and it will literally flush everything out. And I got a new pair of shoes, and the way that the layout is on the footing, it puts pressure on my kidneys. And I was literally going pee every 5 minutes. I was wearing those shoes and couldn't figure out why until I took them off and stopped wearing them for like 2 or 3 days. And I was like, those fucking shoes were pushing on, because like after you wear
it's like, what's going on? And then you work out.
You can kind of feel where your shoes are. And I'm like, the son of a bitch. So it's basically, if you're like flat-footed like me, it cuts off circulation to your bladder and so like I have issues with like all of a sudden I'll have to go to the bathroom, and it's usually when I stand straight up and put pressure on my kidneys do I have to go to the bathroom, because I don't stand enough. I'm constantly, like, even right now while we're sitting here, I'm putting my feet in front of me and I'm touching the wall with my big toes so that my legs aren't hanging, so that the blood flows to the bottom of my feet and back up, because I have always had bad circulation issues. I used to do the whole sit on my leg thing, so I have issues with my knee and my ankle real bad. So I'm just working towards, like, instead of going to a chiropractor because I can't do someone else touching me, even if it means that my body's going to feel better. Like, I have to have a deep relationship with you to let you touch my body and not react with hitting you if you hurt me.
Yeah, when I lay there, I just tried to zen out, like just trying to go somewhere, but it is a little bit awkward. But still, it's like
I tell you, I don't. Well, I have sensitivity issues with like touch. So like you can touch the outside of my skin and it's like a million razors, but the inside of my skin, like touching the inside of my arm right here, I can't feel it. Like I know that I'm doing it because I can see it in the mirror, but I wouldn't know where you were touching me. I would just feel pressure. I have neurological stuff like that, but it has nothing to do with messed up nerves. It has everything to do with my body ate itself. So it's like, I wish it was, it's my spine, I wish it was a back issue. Not trying to diminish your back issue. Like, it's not like I need that pain.
oh, that's fine.
But I'm just saying, like, I would rather it be something that the doctor's like, okay, you could do this and this and this and this. And like, this is like, that part of your body doesn't grow back. So you're kind of fucked. So your brain's just dissociating from it. So that's why you don't have feeling. And I'm like, my brain is pretty powerful apparently, because 40% of my body has no feeling. So talk about compartmentalized. So I mean, knowing that your body's in pain, that you're out doing the physical exercise and pushing yourself to do your walks and still having the mental capacity to come on and do your lives, that's huge.
I'm just getting to the point where, just I want to be more active and just, it's the chiropractor, but also I'm on, like I've said before, like that Lyrica nerve. It's like it has many different uses, but that's definitely helping. Because I went a few days without it recently.
Would you say that it works like a mood stabilizer for you?
I guess in a way it does, but that's because it's helping the sciatica. So then the
so you're going to be honest. It's helping with the pain. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people will tell you, it's a mood stabilizer. I'm like, not if you're not in pain. If you're not in pain, my mom took that stuff. And when my mom was having a good day, when she wasn't having a flare up with her pain, when her pain was manageable,
Yeah,
because of cannabis or
you're not. Yeah,
drinking a beer or whatever was making her feel better. Her mood, no, she was very angry, very aggressive, very like intense about her feelings. And when she stopped taking all of the medication that was making her pain worse, and her body was starting to alleviate it by physical movement and like you're talking about doing, she got to the point where as soon as she woke up, she was aggressive. She was aggressive all day long to anyone and everyone until she would go lay down and go to bed and then wake up. And she finally said, like, I would rather be in pain than angry all day. And I was like, thank you. And she was like, what? And I was like, this is what we've all been trying to tell you for months, that we would rather see you in pain and we would rather wait on you hand and foot than to see you this angry. Because my mom's wasn't really, I mean, she was an angry person, but that normally had to do with drugs and alcohol. It wasn't who my mom is, her personality is. My mom was very giving, very caring, very nurturing to what's in front of her. My mom was always like that. So when she was taking that medication, and again, it was no longer a pain issue. It became an emotional.
Yeah.
Like, I've had people tell me, like, "Oh, I use Lyrica for mood stabilizers," and I was like, "Holy crap! You must have been like super not getting out of bed ever at all, like not showering, like you needed 24-hour care because you were that depressed and couldn't get out of bed." And they were like, "Yeah, actually, I was," and I was like, "That would be why it's helping you, because your mood was so literally, quote unquote, in the dirt." That there was no coming out of it. You were literally just there waiting, for your eyes to close and it to be done and over, for you to need that type of medication, that because it is classified as a mood stabilizer. Not just, they figured out that it helps people who have chronic pain be not so depressed. And again, take away all of our physical ailments, all of our financial burdens, all of our, adulting expectations, and the world would feel less depressed. Therefore, I wouldn't be as depressed. Like, literally, some of that has to do with, like, great, I have to go to the doctor. How the hell am I going to pay for this? But if I don't go to the doctor, I'm not well enough to go to work, so I can fucking pay for this.
Yeah.
Like, it's a reoccurring what the fuck.
That cycle, cycle of bullshit.
Yeah. So, like, a lot of people are like, well, you have such a better outlook on it. And I'm like, because I've been in the dirt. Like, I've been in the dirt. I've not wanted to get out. It was very comfy. It was very warm. I loved it. I saw a lot of, I rooted on a lot of sunflowers because I wasn't going anywhere. I was happy where I was. And it took Ryan one day asking me, how can you do this? How can you just lay there? And I looked at him and I went, because I physically can't do anything else. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I physically cannot do anything else. Like, I feel like I've lost both my arms and my legs. And literally, if I wanted to use them, I couldn't. Like, my body literally just shut down and said, fuck no. And it was one of the worst, like, my celiacs. Like, it was one of the worst. Like, I was foggy. I couldn't grip anything. Like, my body was just like, fuck you, I don't want to work. So the rest of me just was like, okay, time to lay down. It's my time now. I'm done. I've given it all I could, pushed myself to breakdown, so I don't know. I'm happy to hear that it's working for you, like it should be working. Like, you're the reason why they market that medication. And it is,
Yeah,
it is one of the,
because I mean, when the sciatica was bad, it was like around about the beginning of COVID, so a couple of years ago, and then it flared back up recently. But I couldn't sleep on my left side. I couldn't. I had to sometimes even like roll my body up, like my legs up into my like stomach, and just kind of almost roll up like a ball. And I just used to move around until I felt just a slight little bit of ease of pain. So it's just, and sometimes I'd have like a pillow just pushed under my legs to elevate them or whatever. But then sometimes what would work, say one night, wouldn't work for the next night, so it's just
Hmm.
moving around. And then when I do finally get to sleep, how you normally get a little bit just uncomfortable on one side and just want to roll over, and then I'll try it and then just regret it,
Wide
like, oh
awake.
yeah, that was a
Yeah,
bad idea.
wide awake
Yeah,
because all of a sudden now I have to be. Yep, yep, yep.
so
That 12 hours that
had
I
that
slept the
from
other night was like I woke up
yeah,
and it was that heavy what the fuck sleep that I woke up from and
mm,
was like I felt like a dried up worm. Like someone threw me in the sun and just watched me bake for 12 hours and was like, nope, she's ready. And then like trying to move. Like, oh, it was every inch. And my pain radiates from my hips. Always has.
yeah,
My hips I've always had issues with my pelvic bone and my hips and my hip sockets. And then from there it went my knees to my ankles to now my feet, and I'm holding out hope that because I saw feeling in my feet, the bottom of them and the top of them, even though it's extreme, I'm holding out hope, because it's starting to creep up the back of my legs, feeling, which they told me I would never have again.
yeah,
So, I'm of course going to keep using cannabinoids because they're somewhere proven in some country where they're allowed to do that kind of testing that
mm,
it's help with regenerative for nerve damage and things like that. So,
yeah.
that in itself is like where you've been with your pain. I'm like, please, for the love of God, give me as much as you can, because it
And that's
for
what
as
did cross
long as
my
it's
mind as well.
psychoactive. Yeah.
It's like I've had back issues before and for a good, like 10, 15 years or more. But when I was smoking, it did cross my mind that sometimes I might have been dealing with the pain in that way. Like I might not really have noticed that I would have flare ups because I have that medication there
Yep.
helping me to like keep it at bay. And then when I stopped it, I was probably feeling a lot more. I was
and
feeling a
and,
lot
and
more
like I said
physical
earlier,
issues.
the rate in CBD, or cannabinoids and the THC, that is
Mm,
the levels that are in it today now can be negative. Some people can have allergic reaction because it's such a large dose. It's like
yeah,
taking a pinch of salt and having a pinch of salt every day, never having salt and eating a gallon of it in one day. Like it's in
yeah,
moderation.
yeah,
It's best for you. It's not, obviously it's not best for everyone, but there are now they're screwing with it genetically now in the United States to try and make it specific strain for specific reasons, which just like
yeah,
with pharmaceutical drugs can get out of control. And just because you create it for something doesn't mean that's how it works. Because I'm negative psychoactive, so I'm opposite. So like I take Tylenol and I could take a nap because, well, I have a heart murmur. I
okay,
shouldn't be taking Tylenol, but I
yeah,
can take like ibuprofen or something and take a 6 hour nap
mm,
because
yeah,
my body reacts to it opposite of what anyone else's body reacts to it. Like I drink caffeine and I'm like a normal, I've got all the energy in the world like everybody else does. I don't hit a 2:30 in the afternoon. Oh, I need another cup of coffee. No, I just needed to jumpstart my already metabolism and already hyperness and work ethic, whatever you want to call it in the morning, and I'm good to go. I'm more of a night owl when no one else is around, no one else is interrupting me, and I can focus and I can be a part of something. And again, when it turned into 6 nights a week, I was just like, why do I feel like we're just recapping last night for the first 5 hours? And then, yeah. So again, I was glad that the first 3 hours of this live, 2.5 hours of this live was not a bunch of recapping of crap. And again, rehashing and talking about, again, the mental health side of a toxic relationship.
well, we had some great conversation, like always, I guess. But then, yeah, unfortunately, one person, and that's fine. That's how these lives happen. It is live for a reason. You don't know how it's going to go exactly.
True.
But yeah, then for about an hour or more, it turned into that.
I'll let you leave. I'll
Yeah,
let
I
you
guess
end it. I'm the one who keeps talking. So
you're going to let me leave. Did you say?
I said I'll let you end it now, since I'm the one who keeps talking.
Oh, well, I appreciate you giving me permission, finally.
Oh, I'm just saying I'll shut up now so that you can. I'll say it the other way. I'll shut up now so you can end it.
That was like, you've probably seen it when Roger gets drunk. I'm like, oh, is there anything you want to say before we go? And you go for another 20 minutes, tell me stories about. It's
I love
great.
it.
But yeah, there we
I'm
go, everyone. That was another
excited.
Monday Night Madness. This one was the woke stream. We'll probably do another woke stream another time. It was kind of fun and different, and people's different opinions on a word and a situation. But yeah, we had the lovely Mrs. Austin. We had the Sammy, aka the Lawnmower Man, and we had Mick up on panel. And we had all the lovely people in the chat, and they seem to be dropping off a bit now. They probably know we're ending it. But yeah, it's been a great conversation, and I appreciate you coming on. It's been lovely.
It was fun. I'm glad I could make it.
Yeah, don't worry. My outro isn't where I'm not. No one else is allowed to speak. We're all allowed to speak and have our say our goodbyes.
Good night.
Take care, everyone.